CSA One Day Cup action as we bring you this game between the Northwest Dragons and the Rocks. Hi everybody, my name is David Midgely and alongside me for the beginning of this game is Werner Rasmus. Werner, a very good morning to you. A glorious day here at the JB Marks Oval.
Morning Dave, yeah, it's very hot and sunny today. Contrast with the rest of the games this week where there's been plenty of rain, so good to see. Should get a nice full game in here this morning.
Two sides with their backs against the wall. The Dragons back-to-back losses and Boland with a no result and then a loss. What do you make of the journey for, at least let's start with the home side, the Northwest Dragons? Back-to-back losses, really struggling this year compared to last year where they finished in third place on the log.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for both sides. The Rocks have had a bit of bad weather as well, which hasn't helped, and then they ran into a mighty Titans side at one of the flattest pitches in the country at Superfield Park, so both teams will look to bounce back here today.
And particularly the Boland side, because they have the anomaly of being on -1 points on the log at the moment. It's not an anomaly, it is as a result of deduction for overrate, so really being punished with salt in the wounds by the umpires on that day and match referee, so hopefully they can turn things around. What do you think these two sides need to do in order to really just change their fortune in this game, as the Dragons have won the toss and they're going to field?
Yeah, the Dragons will look to start quick here today. They need early wickets just to get into that middle order of the Rocks. So I guess with every day game it's important to get off into a good start as we see Janeman Milan and Clyde Fontaine coming out to the middle with the umpires, looking to set a solid foundation for the middle orders to come in and back them up.
Yeah, it's an importance for these two to get underway, particularly for Northwest as well, to go ahead and really put these two under pressure early on. A wicket like Milan would certainly change their fortunes, and they'll want to make sure that they get it right. So let's go through the away side since they'll be batting first. Werner, take us through the Rocks.
At the top of the order we have Janeman Milan and Clyde Fontaine opening, followed by Keegan Peterson at number 3. Number 4 will be Peter Milan. Number 5, Michael Copeland. Then Christian Jonker at 6. Ria Mujima at number 7, followed by Hades Foyun, Sean van Berg, Glendon Stierman and Kona Nyaka. Sean van Berg obviously coming in today for Roscoe Adams.
Yeah, with the transfer season being a very busy one for the Northwest Dragons, 9 players leaving Potchefstroom, and they had to replace with some of the men from the Titans and Dolphins and Knights, and so a very exciting team that the Northwest Dragons have compiled. Lesiba Ngwepe and Lesego Senokwane are your openers for today. No Reinhard van Tonder as Mikael Prince comes in at number 3. Senaran Mutasami and Rowan de Swart, along with Ruben Herman, who will be the wicketkeeper for them for today. Dwan Janssen, the twin of Marco Janssen, and a fit again, Michael Pretorius makes his way back into the side, rounded out by Caleb Seleka and Cohen Mangru. Craig Alexander and his Chargers would want to get a win on the board. So much experience in this Northwest Dragons side, but it's all about converting those small moments in the game that allow you to get into the ascendancy. Cohen Mangru will be opening the bowling, and it's going to be a crack over day. We're certainly excited to bring you this game. Don't forget that we are live on YouTube, and you can tweet at CSA Domestic if you want to join in on the conversation, and hashtag it was on our way or be part of it. What is your expectation of the first 10 overs here, Werner?
Usually in early morning start here in Portugal, there is some movement early on the pitch. We can also see a green tinge, so an important first foul here by the opening bowlers. They need to keep it tight, make it difficult for the Rocks batters. Good to see Michael Pretorius back in the lineup today. He replaces Gideon Peters, so they'll expect a bit more control. Obviously has plenty of experience playing in the CPL and domestically, is a lot of games under the belt. And Gervin Mangru running up first.
Just pushing at that one, maybe just trying to get a fend of or an idea of what the bounce is like on this surface. Greener than usual, as you have indicated. This pitch normally is a common one for more bounce than you would expect. It's a much more difficult wicket to bat on at times, but one that somebody with Janneman Malan's experience will be able to cover. It's good lines and lengths here, started by Cohen Mungru. He's spent a lot of his time in years gone by at the Dolphins, but making the move to the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah, Cohen Mungru, plenty of experience. Doesn't quite have the pace, so obviously important for him to just keep at a good area here.
Just leaving that alone outside the off stump. Good lines here by Cohen Mungru. The split between whether or not you bat or bowl is nigh on 50-50 in List A cricket. Werner, do you think it's just that extra little bit of grass that has been left on the wicket that is the reason for the Dragons deciding that they have a bowl?
I think on this pitch and porch, when you get best movement early on, so that would be the reason.
Oh, a bit of a confident leave there, coming down the wicket just a little bit. Janneman Malan, somebody who's been in and out of that South African side, but not able to really cement a place in it. Perhaps an opportunity with good performances in this One Day Cup to find his way back in with the retirement of Quinton de Kock at the top of the order.
Yeah, Janneman didn't have a good 2022, and neither for the Proteas or domestically, so big season coming up for him.
Happy to leave that one alone. No runs yet on the board.
Yeah, no word yet on why Reinhard van Tonne is missing out today. He is, of course, the leading run scorer in the CSA One Day Cup so far this year. He's scored 188 runs, and it's come with a beautiful century here at the JB Box, over 120 not out earlier in the season.
Yeah, just tightening up on the stumps there. And Janneman Malan, like you said, just averaging 37.14 in last year's One Day Cup with a high score of 103. Only 260 runs, so really majority of those coming in that one innings, just 102 50s. Not terrible, but certainly not up to the standard that he would have set for himself, and the opportunity to get back into the Protea side, he's got to be a lot more consistent.
Yeah, he'd expect a lot more from himself. As somebody who has played for the Proteas, he should be dominating at this level. Another opportunity for him here today to see Duan Jansen will be coming into the attack. Of course, brother of Marku. Not quite as tall, but still taller than most of us. And he'll look to hit the deck quite hard. Running in over the wicket.
Yeah, Duan Jansen was there almost every day during that famous breakthrough series for his brother Marku Jansen. But certainly a handy addition to this Northwest Dragon side. He goes to 14. Whipped away, it's too full. And he'll get off the mark. So runs on the board for the Rocks.
Yeah, he looked to get some nice shape there into the right-handed one. Just a little bit over-pitched, making it easy for Clyde Fontaine to just whip it away into the gap. And they have the fielder back at deep square. They also have a man out at third man. And one slip.
Clive Fontaine's been around the South African domestic structures for a long time. He came through the under-19 structures as well. What do you make of his career thus far?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Though he hasn't been as consistent as he would like, he has been a lot better in the last couple of seasons. He's been especially potent in T20s, So given an opportunity is to open ahead of Peter Malan, who's moved down to the middle order.
Oh, that's taken an edge down the leg side, and he's got him! Just straying a little bit on his line, but Fortuin chases it, and the Dragons have their first wicket. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's a strangle. I think it was Yanaman Malan who got an edge there through to the keeper.
Malan, sorry.
He'll be very upset with that. It's such a beautiful day here, and that's not the delivery you want to be getting out to.
We just mentioned that we would love for him to be able to get a solid score here, and he's just fended at one that he probably should have let go down the leg side. And so early breakthrough here for the Dragons. They'll be the happier of the two sides, but it's the man who's come from Durban, sort of a homecoming. You mentioned to us before broadcast that King Peterson coming back home to where he first got a look in. Also somebody who wants to cement his place in that South African side, at least in the Test side, with the India series calling his name.
Yeah, Yanaman Malan's walking up very slowly. You can see he's very disappointed. Keegan Peterson, not always known for his white ball skills, but certainly has all the attributes to succeed here. Important coming in here early, something he's done quite a lot for the Proteas in the past as well. When they had a bit of a struggling opening pair, he used to come in very early against the moving ball, so he'll be used to this. Duan Jansen is getting some nice swing into the right-handers here. Hasn't quite found his line yet, but it did result in a wicket.
Yeah, 1 for 1 inside the second over. Certainly the Dragons will be pleased with their start, as there is a slight change in the field, as Sanaran Mutasamy is on the square at a catching mid-wicket. Just the one man out on the leg side at a deep square. Janssen goes to Peterson. Similar type delivery straight at that time, but he's just flicked it away to the long boundary, so they'll have to come back for 2. But runs immediately for Keegan Peterson, and he'll feel confident about that.
Yeah, it's also always a nice feeling to get off the mark from your first delivery. Pitch is looking very nice here this morning, and also some nice swing earlier in the morning session, and that's also why the Dragons would have decided to bowl first.
Just a selective crowd in here this morning, still maybe waking up. Similar line, and that so nearly could have gone to Mutasamy there at the catching cover, again to that longer of the 2 boundaries. Whipped in there, and good bit of work there. I think the plan is to certainly try and strangle these right-handers, let them play a false shot onto the onside, and that's where you may pick it up. Caleb Seleka doing the hard yards down there. It's a strip that's certainly not one you would expect for a one-day cup. Much shorter on the offside for the batters, for at least the right-handed batters. Oh, trapped in front, but perhaps a bit of height there. You're always going to get that with Duan Jansen. His height is always going to be of asset to him, and particularly on a bouncy pitch like this. It's 2 overs gone and 5 for 1.
Yeah, one look to stop a little bit on Keegan Peterson, something to keep an eye on. The pitch should get better as the day goes on, as the sun begs down on it. Important for Cohen Wangru to build on. The first couple of overs has been very tidy by the Dragons.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that, the fall of the wicket. One of the gentlemen carrying drinks had a wicker basket, obviously a gift from someone to this Northwest Dragons side. So, enjoying the fruits, all puns intended, of their labour.
Yeah, Ruben Harman is keeping today. He's come into the side for Reinhard van Tonder. His first game of the season, also coming over from the Mpumalanga Rhinos.
Just pushes at that one, opens the blade, and it'll go down to third man for 1. Seleka again doing the fielding. What do you make of the decision for him to move from Mpumalanga to the Northwest Dragons?
Yeah, it's a good one. Obviously, you get a lot more. It's more difficult competition in Division One. You also get to play in front of cameras more, so more attention on your play, and also the need to step up now.
Comes down the wicket, trying to perhaps negate some early swing. But it's such an important point you made about the level of competition that somebody like Herman would be playing. Just to elevate his game and also to be able to analyze his opposition and his own performances as well. He'll get all of the images that you are seeing as well, allowing him to really see where he may have gone wrong and perhaps where he's gone right as well. Just leaves that one alone.
Yeah, and Ruben is also the older brother of Jordan Herman, who plays down at the Warriors, who's recently gotten some runs for the SAA side and SAA emerging side as well. So plenty of potential between the brothers. I believe they both played at Tuks Pretoria University.
It's an important point that you made at the start of this over. Cohen Mangru and Dwan Janssen have to really put these two under pressure. An early wicket, build some pressure with dots after dots after dots, and it allows you to kind of dictate the game early on. You can control things and not allow your opposition to get a foothold in a game that's a must-win for both sides. 2 is the call very quickly there by Keegan Peterson, making sure that he retains the strike.
Yeah, Peterson looking as organised as always, has a very solid technique, gets in behind the ball, plays it late, just working it into the gaps. That is his game. His quality timer of the ball as well when he's going well. So he'll look to get things going here for the Dragons after a difficult start.
Yeah, much better line and length there from Mangru. He finishes his second. 3 done, 8 for 1.
A little smattering of applause in the stands. Not a lot of people in just yet, but we can see people coming in to the ground right now. Come down, come enjoy lovely Sunday cricket here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. Tickets are very cheap. It's 40 Rand for adults, 20 Rand for students, and 10 Rand for pensioners and kids under the age of 18. So no reason to not come down and enjoy some cricket.
Fortin getting behind that one nicely, but you'll note that when he starts his stance, when the bowler's at the top of his mark, he's very square on, very shoulders square on to Dwan Janssen, and perhaps trying to get a better vision of the bowler coming to him. And particularly you'll note with left-handers, they normally try and come around, well, for a right arm around, but left arm over to the right-handed batsman. Bit of width there, drives that into the covers, but not able to pierce the gap. Mikhail Prince doing the fielding. The reason that bowlers will do that is to try and hide almost in your peripheral vision as a batter. And that's why you'll see in the images when Dwan Janssen is running up to bowl that it's very square on his Fortin, trying to get full vision of the left armour. Yorker delivery there. He's done well to keep that out as Fortin. It's well bowled.
Yeah, very well bowled by Dwan Janssen. Getting some nice swing through the air, even though it is early, so he can pick it up, but still had to get that bat down in time. Otherwise, he would have been straight in front.
Just the one slip in place. Nothing on offer there. It's a very wide slip. You'll note when you see there he is on screen. He's not in your traditional first slip, right in the wicketkeeper's pocket. Because of the angle of the left armour coming across. Captain Vian Libba taking his place there. An experienced man. Spent some time, or a long time, at the Warriors and then at the Lions previously as well. No run still yet for the Rocks so far. Just 5 dots in a row here. It's just that pressure we were talking about, Werner.
Yeah, it's been very tidy from the Dragons bowlers this morning, not giving anything away to the Rocks batters, making sure that they will be the ones who have to take a risk in order to get something going here.
Lovely, lovely. This field is lightning and it is a longer boundary, but just wonderfully worked off of the front pad. It's 4 runs, end of the over. After 4, it's 12 for 1.
Yeah, just as we were talking about how tidy they've been and how they've kept the pressure up, it just drifts down leg, does Duan Jansen. An easy put away for, was it Keegan Peterson? No, it was Clyde Fontaine. He just worked that one down to the fine leg boundary.
Bit of a mass exodus at the JB Marks Oval in terms of players leaving. 9 in total. Some of the notable names is Delano Potgieter going back to the Lions. And Eldred Hawken going up to Limpopo. Wesley Marshall going out to the Easterns. John James going to Western Province. And we'll talk about their incoming players in just a moment. 2 slips in place. Sinukwane and Libba. Mangru goes to Peterson. Happy to leave that one alone. But a lot of superstars coming into this Dragon side, strengthening it. Reinhard van Tonde, who's really been doing well at the moment, but missing out today, presumably because of injury. I don't think it's a form issue for the Dragons. Hopefully we'll see him back out on the park soon. But Reinhard van Tonde, Vian Libba, Lisibang Wepe, Michael Pretorius. A lot of experience coming back into this fold.
Govan Mangru just trying to tempt Keegan Peterson there, putting it out a little bit wider, just that fuller a length to try and tempt him into going for a drive, but he's wise to it, lets it go through. He has 2 slips in place for that particular type of delivery.
And there was a change between these two sides. Bamanya Nglengwe coming from Bweland to Northwest, not playing for the remainder of the year. He's out injured. I'm sure he would have loved to have the opportunity to play in this game. Give one back. We saw Nandre Burger in that Western Province Lions game, really giving it to some of his former teammates. 6 for in that game in which he ripped apart the home side. 21 for 7 at one point before a defined Vian Mulder innings resurrected things. They were under some serious pressure with the Lions. Still no victory for them either. They are second from the bottom, just above the Rock side. Sets off immediately. It's good awareness there, good cricketing awareness from Keegan Peterson, just dropping and running.
Yeah, again, getting right in behind it, looking as solid as ever is Keegan Peterson. Important partnership here between him and Clyde Fontaine. It's been a slow start, it's been steady from the Dragons, but we are still in the power play, only 2 fielders out. And so if the opportunity arises, they need to take it, get some boundaries here.
inconsistent mindset there. He's trying to go forward and back and trying to play it straight and on the onside, and he knows he should have offered a bit of a defensive shot. You saw that in the shadow batting there. Talk to me about a guy like Nicky van den Berg, a long-time servant of cricket here in the Northwest, deciding that he's had enough. He's going to go back to practicing law, well, continue to practice law. A little bit more full-time. But what does that mean in terms of opportunities for somebody like Herman behind the stumps in particular?
Yeah, great opportunity for Ruben here. Important for him today as well, seeing as he's likely come in for a Reinhard van Tonder. So if Reinhard's fit, he might struggle to fit into the side unless he does something here today or in the games he does get. So important for him to front up, be good with behind the stumps. Always say that it's the best when you don't notice the keeper. That means they're doing their job. And then with the bat, of course, he's a left-hander. Generally bats at the top of the order, might come down lower just based on the lineup today, but can be a destructive batter as well. So important for him to take his opportunities. Quite a few, as you said, have come over to the Dragons, looking to step up here in Division 1 and make their name known.
Such a compact little player is Keegan Peterson. You know what you're going to get from him. Very rarely will you see a rash shot or a shot in anger. Just make sure he wants to build an innings, and particularly, I suppose, with just 5 overs done and 13 for 1, it's that early wicket of a Janneman Malan will certainly eke up some confidence. As we see the field change, he's just outside of shot there. Not young Lesiwa Ngwepo, but long-time servant. There he is at catching cover. Lovely shot and great bit of fielding to cut that one off as well. Looking to find a gap. Perhaps maybe looking for a mistime shot on the up.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. This wicket is sometimes a bit sticky early in the morning, so having close catches on both sides, short mid wicket and a catching cover now, is just looking for one to sit a bit in the wicket, and maybe the batters are too early into it. So good tactics here from Captain Viandaba.
Just a correction on the Twitter handle. It's domestic CSA, not CSA domestic. My apologies. You saw some of the fans that have come in to enjoy the Northwest sunshine. Maybe some students that want to make their way down, as you heard from Varna earlier. Tickets are certainly affordable. You can enjoy a day out watching the home side take on the men from Boland. Edge! There's no one there, so it'll roll away to third man. Pushed quite hard at it, did Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, we were just talking about him being such a compact player, and there he goes and reaches out in front of himself, not waiting for the ball to come to him, which is a dangerous thing to do here at the JB Marks Oval, especially when a pitch is a bit slow. It's important to just wait that second longer until it gets to you. It's something Clyde Fortuin is also still working on in this innings.
Again, a bit of width, and he's chasing after it. Maybe getting into the mind of Fortuin here. Just 6 from his 11 balls. Maybe he likes to free his arms a little bit more than he's able to.
Yeah, there's not been a lot of timing from the batters here this morning. But the Dragons have also done well. They haven't overpitched too much, making it too easy for the batters.
That's wide. Very wayward there. Perhaps the new ball just slipping out the hand.
Yeah, that does happen from time to time. Duan's still feeling his way into the spell. 15 for 1 after 5.5 overs. Dragons still clearly on top here, but that can quickly change around in this partnership.
Umpires for today are Mazisi Gampu and Brad White. Oh, so nearly could have been an opportunity there. Had he been walking a little bit harder, maybe would have plucked that, but not to be. End of the 6th. And the Rocks are 15 for 1.
Yeah, Fortuyn will also feel he missed out a bit there again. Janssen drifting down the leg side. We saw in the previous over from him where he was clipped down to that fine leg boundary for 4. Another opportunity this time. Clyde not able to get it past that fielder.
Some of the fans just trying to hide in the shade here. It's going to be a wonderfully warm day today. Perfect for cricket. Not a cloud in the sky. Set fair is the description you might use. And this ground is an absolute picture. Mangru to continue from the JB Marks end.
Yeah, Mangru has only conceded the 4 runs in his first 3 overs, keeping things very tight, doing exactly what they would have wanted from him. Build some pressure up here in the power play, see if the batters will try anything. Yeah, Keegan Peterson, a bit on the fringes of the test side these days. They're looking to play him in that number 5 slot. So he has a point to prove here. Also not picked up in the SA20, so just an opportunity again to prove his credentials.
Again, a very straight line to Keegan Peterson. Not offering any width to him at all. Just the 2 men out at the moment because of the power plays. Third man and fine leg. Very wide third man. Perhaps about 5 or so steps wider than you would expect. He's not quite on the deep backward point region, but not far off. Oh, so nearly could have chopped that one on. Squeezed that one away.
Yeah, Cohen Mangru just bowling wicket to wicket here, making things difficult for Keegan Peterson. Just getting his bat down in time. Luckily his pads were in the way, so it rolls away to point in the end.
Van Libbe dispensing with the slip, sending Senokwane away. Still persisting with that very wide slip, but Senokwane now coming into that catching cover region. Again, looking for that false shot, the missed time shot, maybe too early on it. Again, Peterson coming down the wicket, trying to just negate any swing that may be offered up here by Kerwin Mangru. Long-time server in KZN for the Dolphins, but made his way up north a couple of seasons ago. Right decision for him. Difficult decision for him when you've spent so much time there at Kingsmead.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been an easy decision. Wouldn't have taken it overnight. But he clearly saw an opportunity to come lead the attack here.
It's whipped away. A lovely shot. It's going to be a tease to Dwan Janssen, but he's able to reel it in, particularly at that shorter of the 2 boundaries. Good take by Herman mid-pitch there. You can see now where he is there, midway through that strip.
Yeah, making sure he doesn't run on the pitch that Ruben Herman.
Yep.
Janssen just using his toe legs there to hold the ball in.
Yeah, just chase it down. So change in the field, fine leg into the ring. Deep square going out. Will there be a short ball or will it be a double bluff to end the over? We'll just have to wait and see. Peterson facing up to Mangru. Catching mid-wicket in place in Senokwane. I'll just leave that one alone outside the off stump. So We've completed 7, and 17 for 1 is where this Rock side find themselves. Still so much cricket. The amount of T20 cricket on offer, this is far better for some of the connoisseurs of the game. A longer format, it's what we've all looked forward to. In the absence of Test cricket, we're treated here to men's CSA One Day Cup.
Just on the Rocks deciding to bowl first today, it might have been the Dragons bowling first today. They lost their first 2 matches batting first, so they might have felt that today was a good day to chase, especially in the day game here at the JB Marks Oval. They haven't been able to defend their totals of 276 and 263 respectively. This time they'll see what they have in front of them to chase.
Quick run here, but safe in the end. Good early calling there by Keegan Peterson. The last time that the Dragons played at home was against Western Province, which was a rain-affected game. But it was a game in which Eddie Moore and Carl Verena really put the bowlers to the sword. Day-night game in that instance. Carl Verena picking up 100 in that game.
Yeah, Carl Verena's looked in great touch in the pre-season and then the start of the One Day Cup. Solid defense there by Keegan Peterson. Yeah, Western Province have started the campaign on a very strong note. The bowlers have looked good. The batters have come to the party. They haven't been that badly affected by rain like some of the other teams. The Dolphins have had 4 matches, of which they have only been able to complete 1. The one they did end up winning against the Dragons.
How much do you think it affects a side when you're not able to get games under your belt, particularly in the early stages of a season?
Yeah, the players would have been chomping at the bit to finally get some game time again after the winter break, and you're ready to go, and then you show up at the ground and it's raining. It can't be a nice feeling. You just want to get going, but they're professionals and they'll know days will come again when they'll get their opportunities, and then they'll have to be ready to take them.
Just guides this backward of point, and a great bit of effort there in the field. What a dive. Showing off some skills there. Rwanda Swart there at backward point.
Yeah, Rwanda Swart's always been a fantastic fielder. Fantastic all-round package is Rwanda Swart, with the bat, with the ball. Also coming down from the Dolphins himself.
Could a case be made for an earlier start to the season, winter cricket, so that you avoid most of the rainy season? Certainly, at this side of the world, there's a lot less rain in winter.
Yeah, potentially. I guess it's difficult for the groundsman to keep the ground itself in good condition throughout the winter with no rain and dry conditions.
But an August start, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility. Maybe to try and work in some more 4-day games as well would be lovely.
Slashed away, lovely stroke. Just too much width there from Dwan Janssen. And Keegan Peterson wasn't going to miss out on that one. It's 8 gone, 22 for 1.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson all over that over-pitch delivery, giving him enough width, and he just flows through it. Yeah, Peterson's looked good today. He's looked in control, and he'll look to put up a big score here for the Rocks.
Yeah, and a bit of a pressure release there. The pressure cooker can hiss now that some of the pressure has been relieved. And it's just a half volley really, and somebody of Keegan Peterson's skill and determination is not one that will miss out all too easily.
See a field change again. This time they'll have the traditional fine leg again, and with square leg coming into the ring.
Coming forward again, Clyde Fontaine. 7 from 14. This partnership now 21, so still a young sapling.
Mangru in the midst of a very tidy spell here, only conceding the 6 runs so far in his 4.1 overs. Janssen has been a bit more expensive, but he did manage to pick up the key wicket of Janneman Malan. Oh, beautifully clipped by Clyde Fontaine into the gap at mid-wicket, and he runs away to the boundary. Kevin Mangru just over-pitching slightly, and Clyde Fontaine taking his opportunity with both hands. Another 4 runs to the total as they move up to 26 for 1. Lovely day held here at the JB Marks Oval. Kevin Mangru just getting off his line for the first time here today, and he'll look to quickly get back on the horse and rectify that. Clyde Fontaine currently on 11 of 15 balls. Peterson on 14 of 27. Just starting to get a partnership together here. Solidly in behind that one is Fontaine. Interesting. Janneman Malan, who I talked about, who has been struggling a bit. His struggles have generally been against spin. And so he'll be kicking himself today to get out against a ball going down leg from Duan Janssen, just getting a feather through to the keeper, not even being able to get his innings going. Again, solid work from Clyde Fontaine, also from Kevin Mangru. Just hitting a good length, rectifying his areas here. Paul Rocks, they've just come from a heavy defeat to the Titans, where they conceded 380 runs in their innings. Glenton Stearman had a particularly forgettable day where he conceded 107 runs in his 10 overs. And the same for Akona Mnyaka and Fresco Adams, who both conceded over 70 runs. So, big day coming up for the bowlers as well. Bit over pitch from Kevin Mangru, but Clyde Fontaine not quite able to get that one away. Looked like Mangru just got a touch on it in his follow through.
Clinton Stearman perhaps watching a little bit too much of Adam Zampa recently, collecting 100 runs, equaling that record of Mick Lewis in 2006 at the Wanderers. Naught for 113.
Even Cameron Green went for 100 runs the other day, so the Aussies have been struggling a bit.
And make no mistake, the World Cup is going to be an interesting prospect. Driven hard, he's not able to beat the man. Oh, he is. Off a bit of a misfield there by Michael Pretorius. But enough to recover in the end. And 9 gone. 27 for 1. Peterson and Fontaine still getting things underway. You can see some of the fans throwing around a rugby ball. 9 o'clock this evening as South Africa will take on Tonga in their final group game. Werner, you feeling confident about the Springboks ahead of tonight's game?
Always, Dave. Yeah, the Springboks should look forward to this one, giving some opportunities again. The Andre Pollard coming back. Let's see if
it's the magic medicine, yeah.
Let's see if it's what we needed, how his kicking percentage looks like after today's match.
And perhaps they're Tongan fans, that's why they've gone to have a seat. Not interested. At the end of the over, you'll hear a commentary change. Werner will be joined by Takalani. Off to a good start here. So hopefully Takalani can maintain for the Dragons. Short and pulled away, and oh, what a valiant effort. Much better than the previous one that came his way, Michael Pretorius. Not the shortest man on the field, so well done to him for getting down as well as he did.
Yeah, good job by Pretorius. Janssen again getting away with one down leg here. He's been lucky on a couple of occasions already this morning. Needs to get his line right here. With a fine leg in the ring, can't afford to stray down the leg side.
It's worked away square of the wicket, and the man at deep square comes in to collect. Sinukwane probably wouldn't want to be as busy as he is, but thankfully he's now in the ring as Pretorius heads out to that desolate land there at fine leg. It really is a long way away from the bat. We usually expect long boundaries at Mangaung Oval, but today really, I mean, we're barely keeping him in the shot there. He's just outside of view. That's wayward again with the line, and that's the exact man that we were referencing, Michael Pretorius, having to do the work.
Good running by Keegan Peterson. He's been on it this morning. Quick between the wickets as he gets back for two once again. Fine leg had quite a bit of work to do running around to his right hand side, and Peterson taking his opportunity to come back.
Sensible defending there. First 10 summary quickly before I leave you be. What do you make of it, Werner? Who would be the happier of the two sides?
I'd say the Dragons would definitely be the happier. The Rocks have been watchful, while the Dragons have been pretty tidily, especially Cohen Mangru hasn't really given anything away. But the Dragons will be happy with the wicket of Yanaman Malan. Another one here would suit them well.
No run there. It's a much better comeback here by Dwan Janssen. And I think they all thought it was the end of the over.
Yeah, still one ball to go to end the power play. Only the 30 runs so far for the Rocks, but they are slowly but surely starting to build a partnership here. Keegan Peterson has faced the majority of the balls in this partnership.
Yeah, just pulling out of the way there, perhaps an insect flying or maybe some sweat in his eye. It's frustrating when you're trying to concentrate, and maybe some sweat or perhaps some of the sunblock that he would have put on, just burning the eyes. Just 3 to the over so far. And defended masterfully. It's the end of 10, it's 34-1 and time for a commentary change.
Yeah, Takalani will be joining me here in the commentary box.
Yeah, lovely morning here at the JB Marks Oval. Still very sunny. Seeing a bit more of a crowd coming in slowly but surely. Kids playing out on the grass embankments. Lovely day to come down, just enjoy some cricket, enjoy some of your friends' company, and come watch as the Dragons try and defend, or try and keep the Rocks to a chaseable target. How are you, Takalani?
Good morning. Good defensive stroke there from Clyde Fontaine.
We have a bit of overthrows there. Keeper not able to collect it after the throw from Ruan de Swart, and they just jogged through for a single. For that last ball, they went down to the boundary, and Curvin Mangru just straight down leg side.
The Rocks are 35 for 1 after 10.2 overs. Kevin Peterson on 16 and Clyde Fontaine on 18. Cohen Mangru is the bowler, coming from JB Max end.
Overpitched.
Yeah, that's a top shot.
Top shot from Keegan Peterson. Overpitched by Curvin Mangru, and Keegan Peterson just leans into that punch down the ground. Always a good place to play the ball straight down the ground, get value for your shots.
Yeah, that's good shot from Kevin Peterson. He's known to be a good drive of the ball, play well on the offside, and we saw that one with the delivery from Kevin Mangru. Just leant onto that one and it rolls away to the boundary for 4.
Solid in defense is Keegan Peterson, as Mangru just brings his length back a bit, back to where he was in the first few overs. It's extended spell for him here. He's into his 6th over, and maybe just one too many for him here, as this over has gone for quite a bit. Probably the final over in his spell. We should see a bowling change real soon. They do, of course, have the likes of Michal Pretorius and Ruan de Swart come in. Also the spin of young Caleb Seleka. Oh, just punched out to the man at point.
I think the Dragons are taking advantage of a good start here from Kevin Mangru, giving him an extended spell to see if he can pick up a wicket and put the Rocks under pressure early on.
Yeah, it was with good reason. He didn't concede a lot in his first 5 overs. Just not quite executing in this over from him, but he'll look to end the over well.
Again, well played on the offside, and they went through just for a quick single, and there was a shy of a stumps from the fielder on the offside at cover, but they managed to get home safely. Is the 2 batters, Clyde Fontaine and Keegan Peterson, and they keep moving on nicely here. And Keegan Peterson on 21 and Clyde Fontaine on 18, and the Gbets Rocks are 40 for 1 after 11 overs.
Yeah, the partnership's now moved up to 39 of 58 balls. Just starting to get things together. Just taking a quick drinks break are the batters. It's quite hot out there in the sun. We're comfortable here in the shade. But of course, for the batters, it's quite a bit different. For all the gear on and running between the wickets, they need to refuel as often as possible to stay hydrated.
Yeah, I think it will be a welcome drinks for Kevin Mangru and Duan Jansen also, the 2 bowlers. We've been doing the business for the Dragons this morning. They've bowled really hard, bowled really well, not letting the batters or the batsmen getting away with the runs. And we're talking about a strong lineup here for the Rocks. You've got Yaneman Malan, Keegan Peterson, Clyde Fontaine, top quality batters, but the 2 bowlers have done really well this morning here to try and restrict the Rocks from getting away in terms of run scoring.
Yeah, and we see a bowling change here for the Dragons. First one of the day as Michal Pretorius is ready to get going.
Good starts there from Pretorius, and just outside the off stump it was defended. They signed Miguel Pretorius from the Knights, the Dragons, and he will be looking to do well for his new side here in this 2022-2023 season of the Cricket South Africa One Day Cup Challenge.
Solid in behind it is Keegan Peterson once again. Michael Pretorius was out the last couple of games, or the last game, I should say, due to a bit of hamstring stiffness. But good to see him back in. Gideon Peters, unfortunately, the one to miss out here today. But so it goes. You have to take your opportunities when you get it. And Michael Pretorius was the incumbent, so he slots straight back in, and he does have the experience to back that up. Ooh, he strays down leg side. Might have just clipped the pad of Keegan Peterson. Well taken by Ruben Herman behind the stumps.
Yeah, that's a good take from the wicket keeper there. Miguel Pretorius just stressing down the leg side there, missing the line there. And the wicket keeper there doing the business for him.
Ooh, Michael Pretorius hitting the deck hard there. Keegan Peterson doing well to ride the bounce and just play it out into the offside. Hasn't been the easiest of wickets for the Rocks. They haven't been able to really get going, to have any fluidity to the batting, but that's also down to how well the Dragons have bowled so far.
Yeah, I think the two opening bowlers for the Dragon did the business for them. And it will be interesting to see whether Miguel Pretorius will be managed to follow on the good start. Oh, that's a top shot, but well fiddled there at backward point. I think it was Duan Jansen there doing the business for the Dragons.
Yeah, it was Ruan de Swart, the tall man here who just took the ball at mid-off is Duan Jansen. Reynald van Tonner not Reynald van Tonner, Ruan de Swart, always on it there at point. He's very quick in the outfield, quick to get to the ball as well. Bit uppish there from Keegan Peterson, played out in front of himself, but luckily missed that man at short catching mid-wicket catching cover rather, and they go through for another quick single as that ends the 12th over, and the Dragons are on 41 for 1.
We'll see another bowling change from the Dragons. Muchosami, the new bowler, the all-rounder. He has played for the Proteas on the test side, more especially in India. And he will be the new bowler here. Maybe try and get a wicket. Keegan Peterson and Clyde Fontaine looking set here to get a big score for the Rocks.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any purchase in this wicket. Of course, Senaran also doing very well in Sri Lanka recently on the CSA tour, where he took quite a lot of wickets, enjoyed himself over there, trying to make his way back into the Proteas lineup. Not a lot of tours to the subcontinent in this championship cycle, so you might find that a bit more difficult, unless, of course, he makes it in as a batting all-rounder for them. Just getting the field right here. There's a man out at sweeper on the offside. There's a long off. Mid-on is in the circle. There's also a man back at deep square leg. Just defended there by Peterson. Good start from Mutusami.
Yeah, that's a good start bowling from...
Down the wicket by Peterson. A bit of an appeal from Mutusami, but it did look to head down leg. He was also very far down the wicket, making things a bit difficult for a decision in this case.
And Keegan Peterson is not really a bad player of spin. I think he will be looking to score some runs here against Mutusami. Wanted to dig that one out of the hole. but the ball just landed there at maybe short cover, short mid-wicket rather, from Keegan Peterson.
Again, solid areas by Mutusami. Is keeping things nice and tight. They have a cover there in quite short, trying to prevent any singles on the offside. Oof, that one squirts off the inside edge as he looks to punch it down the ground, but they still manage to get through for a single.
Looks like there is a bit of bite there on that pitch, a bit of bounce. We saw that delivery from Mutusami jumping a little bit and coming on to Keegan Peterson's bat a bit quicker than he expected.
Yeah, Fontaine just taking his mark. First time he'll be facing Mutusami today. Field has changed a bit. There's a man out now at the long on boundary with the full fielders in at cover at fine point, as we see him in here, and just worked to that man at super cover, and they go through for another single, and it ends the 13th over as the Power Rocks have moved up to 43 for 1.
Good start there from Mutusami, challenging the two batters, Keegan Peterson and Clyde Fontaine, with those deliveries. And Clyde Fontaine, they just played that one on the offside for just a single. Some bit of cricket on the grass embankment by our friends here, enjoying the game, teaching the young ones how to play some cricket here.
Always lovely to see the youngsters enjoying themselves, as Michael Pretorius will start his second over of the day.
Taken.
Michael Pretorius venturing further there, and Clyde Fontaine seeing his opportunity to try and hit that one through the covers, but unfortunately only manages to take the edge, and well caught behind the wickets by Ruben Herman. Second wicket of the day, as Rocks are now 43 for 2 after 13.1 overs. Just the type of wicket that the Dragons were looking for now. They've been building the pressure well, and they have some great reward.
Good delivery there from Miguel Pretorius, challenging the batsman outside the off stump. That delivery was a bit fuller, and his eyes lights up, and he wanted to drive that one through the covers, but he only get an edge to Ruben Herman behind the stumps, and that was an easy catch by the wicket keeper there. Second wicket gone for the Rocks, and the Dragons continue with their good start this morning.
Yeah, there's plenty of games going around the country today, as we see that the Northern Cape Heat are struggling a bit against Eastern Cape Lanyard here. They are 41 for 6 down there. 3 wickets each for Bashir Walters and Ntuli. In other games, there's the Southwestern District. They're taking on the ASA emerging side. SWD are batting first. They're on 69 for 1 after 14 overs. The only wicket to fall, Hanu Kortse for 12. Ron to Blanche and Matthew Christensen still at the crease. The SA under 19 side, or SA emerging side, is full of a lot of SA under 19 players, or former SA under 19 players, making an impression, or guys on the fringes of their domestic sides. And of course the SA under 19 World Cup coming up early next year in Sri Lanka, and they want to have some good form leading up to it. New man in is Peter Malan. He's on strike.
Good defensive shot there from Peter Malan. He's an experienced campaigner. He's been there, seen it all. Very good player on the offside is Peter Malan. It will be interesting to see how we'll go with his business today after some shaky start from the Power Rocks, losing 2 wickets with a run rate of just over 3 runs to the over.
Ooh, again, takes the inside half of the bat as Peter looks to defend it out, coming back for the second run, and he does make his ground comfortably in the end. Good work there from Caleb Sadeka running in from deep square leg. Pretorius didn't think they'd come back for the second, but wonderful running by them. Poor Pretorius just giving some instructions there for his fielders. Good delivery by Pretorius.
Yeah, he's been bowling very good deliveries just outside the off stump, a bit fuller. Solid defensive there by Peter Malan to mid-on, and they didn't take any run.
Yeah, Malan coming down the wicket a bit and trying to throw Michal Pretorius off his length, but he's sticking to his guns. See, there's a fielder out at fine leg, deep square leg, and also down at third man. But both mid-on and mid-off are up in the ring, so Milan might be targeting that. That could be the reason why he's coming down as well, trying to get a bit of a fuller length. As we see Slip coming out now, he's going into a bit of a catching cover. Oh, that one just chips over the air by Peter Malan. Didn't necessarily look intentional, but he went through with the shot, and it was good enough to clear the man at mid-off. The wicket is stopping a bit this morning. That's why you will see some catches in close rather than behind the stumps. The Knicks won't necessarily carry, I should say, to the slips, but good to have a man catching in at cover. But he'll gladly take to the boundary wall, Peter Malan.
Definitely. That will help increase the run rate a little bit. Good defensive shot there by Peter Malan.
The Rocks now 49 for 2 at the end of 14 overs. Michal Pretorius picking up his first wicket. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 7. But Sami has also just started out, conceded 2 runs in his first over, and he'll look to continue with the good work. Another new partnership needed here. Bit of a discussion by the two batters out in the middle. You do see a slip in for the Dragons. It is Duan Janssen with his bucket hands.
Yeah. Mutusami will continue from the GB Max end. Continue with his left arm spin.
Is punched out to the man at long off by Keegan Peterson. He's been fighting the gaps well. He hasn't looked troubled at all. Not going too quickly. He's on 24 of 47 deliveries, but he's looking solid. He just needs a willing partner here.
Yeah, we spoke about Keegan Peterson being so strong on the offside. Good defending there. Yeah, Keegan Peterson will always look to score on the offside, whether it's a fast bowler or a spinner. He's so strong, finding the gaps there.
Solid work by Peter Malan. It's coming nicely into the ball. Again, punching it off to long off. Could consider potentially bringing that man up, try and prevent the singles. Ask the batters to go over the top just to apply some more pressure here.
Yeah, also to try and buy a wicket maybe, because it looks like it's an easy ride currently for Keegan Peterson. He has moved to 24 from 48 deliveries, and Mutusami is struggling to challenge him here.
Again, solidly defended by Peterson.
Again, another defensive block there by Keegan Peterson.
And Mutusami wasting no time, getting through the over very quickly. Just like that, we're at the end of 15 overs. Dragons are 51 for 2. Peterson and Milan forming a new partnership here. They're on 8 of 11 in the partnership. Michal Pretorius will continue.
Yeah, he will continue from the university end to try and challenge Peter Malan this time around.
Beautiful sunny weather here in Potchefstroom. Yeah, the JB Marks Oval for this match between the Dragons and the Rocks. Pretorius running in over the wicket. Again, taking the inner half of the bat is Pretorius. Just not quite been able to find their timing half the batters today. Seems to still be a bit of movement off the pitch.
Yeah, I think maybe the ball is not coming onto the bat nicely or quicker as they would want. That's why the batsmen are struggling to get the ball away to the boundaries here. Play that one to square leg just for a single, and Peter Malan will get out of strike. This time Keegan Peterson will be facing Miguel Pretorius.
Getting some information that on the last one they cup, the only player to average over 40 for the Rocks was Farisco Adams. So it's something they need to rectify. The Rocks, you'd think that with the calibers of Peterson and Malan, both Malan brothers, they should be able to.
Good shot!
Beautiful shot from Peterson, just lifting that one over extra cover all the way for 6. Bit of a floaty off volley from Pretorius, and Peterson had no hesitation in going over the top.
Yeah, that's a good shot there from Keegan Peterson. Use his feet, get underneath that one and place over extra cover for 6. Solid defensive there from Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, the average first innings total batting here at the JB Marks Oval is around 285 in 50 over cricket, though the last 10 List A matches it's been 243 with a high score of 284, so it's something that the Rocks will be aware of, something they'll aim for. It's been a slow start, but every opportunity to rectify that. Keegan Peterson looking good on 30. Oh, beautiful delivery by Michal Pretorius, beating Keegan Peterson. All ends up just missing the outside edge, I should say, as it goes through to the keeper. Peterson getting a bit squared up.
Yeah, good delivery there, Michal Pretorius. Testing Keegan Peterson outside the off stump or top of off stump, and he was a little bit squared up there. That's a beauty of a delivery from Michal Pretorius. Good shot.
Yeah, flicked into the gap. They'll be looking to come back for 2, and Peterson does it at a canter. He's been very good at getting those gaps today and coming back for the 2s. I do see here that Sean van Berg, he also averaged 103 last season, but that's mainly thanks to 4 not outs in his 6 innings. He did manage to get a 58 not out. And it is the drinks break here at the JB Marks Oval, as the Rocks are now on 60 for 2 after 16 overs. Let's take a quick break just in the drinks break. We'll be back with you momentarily.
Welcome back to the JB Max Oval, and we're bringing you the live coverage of the Rocks versus the Dragons, and the Rocks are 60 for 2 after 16 overs, and Soneral Mutusami will continue from the JB Max end, and the two batters are Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan.
Yeah, after a good start by the Dragons, Rocks just starting to get a little bit of momentum just before the drinks break. Keegan Peterson with a beautiful punch over extra cover all the way for 6. And Peter Malan looking to start off again here after the drinks break. Bit of a stifled appeal there from the Dragons as it was heading on his way down leg. Peter Malan not able to get any bats on that.
Good defend shot there on the offside, beat me off, and they just run there or a walk there for just a single. They move to 61 for 2.
I wouldn't be too happy with that misfield.
Good block once again.
Looks like it was Captain Lebo who missed that last one. Ooh, going deep in his creases, Keegan Peterson cutting that one just in front of point. Running the first one hard, but good work there on the boundary by the man coming in. That was Mikhail Prince, the youngster, formerly played for the SA Under-19 side. So early into his professional career, should be batting up higher today in the absence of Reinhard van Tonder. Ooh.
Good defensive there once again from Keegan Peterson after the previous delivery. He gave himself room, cut that one away, but he couldn't score a boundary.
Malan again punches it down the ground too. Long off. It's been a fruitful area for these two against Mutusami so far. That's the end of the 17th over as the Rocks move up to 63 for 2. Keegan Peterson on 33 of 56 balls and Peter Malan on 10 of 13 balls. The partnerships moved up to 20 runs and Michal Pretorius will continue from his end, from the university end after the drinks break.
Yeah, Michal Pretorius will bowl his 4th over of the morning, bowling from the university end. And he will be bowling to Peter Malan. Solid defensive there from Peter Malan. Straight down the ground.
Field placings have been good from Captain Leber here, keeping a couple of catches close in on the leg side. The one on the offside at cover just moving back a bit. We have seen the wicket stop a bit on the batters. That's why they also have mid on and long off, mid on and mid off in the inner ring. Not easy to go down the ground. Pushing hard for 2 out of 2 batters. They're coming back on the misfield and they are able to come back for that second. Was just praising Mikhail Prince for his good fielding in the last over this time. A bit of a fumble from him, able to come back. They have also now sent a man out at deep cover, sweeping on the boundary.
Yeah, good running there from the two batters. Keeping the fielder under pressure there and managed to take another run and take 2 from that delivery.
Ooh, what a beauty again. Michal Pretorius bowled one like this to Keegan Peterson in his last over, this time to Malan. Again, just moving away a touch, beating the outside edge.
Yeah, that was a good delivery from Michal Pretorius. Asking questions there to Peter Malan outside his off stump. Good stop, Miguel Pretorius there.
Yeah, Pretorius has played for Durham this season, where he took 11 wickets at 27 at the economy rate of 6.06. Good experience for him there over in the county scene. But over pitch from him this time, just punched out, but well covered by the man at short cover.
Yeah, that was a good shot there from Peter Malan, but didn't time it too well to get it past the fielder there at cover. You can sense that the two batters are trying to score some runs a bit quicker. We're starting to see them using their feet, trying to attack more of the deliveries that the two bowlers are bowling.
Angle down the leg side, just clipped solidly to the man at deep square leg. This time Prince gathers it nice and comfortably, no issues. And that is the end of the 18th over, as the Rocks have moved up now to 66 for 2. Partnership is growing nicely, moved up to 23 of 29 deliveries. Peter Malan on 13 of 19 and Keegan Peterson on 33 of 56.
Mutusami to continue from the GB Max end, and he will be bowling to Peter Malan, who's on 13 after 19 deliveries, and the Rocks are 62 runs for 2 wickets.
Just punch back straight to Mutusami. He's been bowling wicket to wicket, not giving the batters any room to free their arms up.
Good shot there from
Beautiful.
Peter Malan. It's not going to go to the boundary. They will retrieve it, and they will come back for 2.
I didn't quite have the timing on that one, did Malan, but did manage to clear the inner ring. Ooh, just working that one around, but straight to the man at 45 on the leg side.
Good defense once again from Peter Malan, and they didn't take a run there.
Man going out at long on now, and that ball is punched straight to where that fielder had just gone out. He was still in the ring, that would have been single, but of course after going over the top earlier in the over, he's forced the hand of Captain Libber. A good batting from Malan. Ooh, beautifully worked again by Peterson through the offside, running hard for 2. Malan is coming back for a second, and the throw isn't particularly strong from the outfield.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson is a quick runner between the wickets, and when he's manipulating gaps like this, he will always want to get value of this kind of shots that he's playing, and he did exactly that there when they come back for the second.
The Rocks now on 71 for 2 after 19 overs. These two getting going very well, having a good time as a partnership. Of course, both of them are very experienced. You see Michal Pretorius will continue with his spell. He's bowled 4 overs, taken 1 for 19, with the Samis bowled 4 as well, taking 0 for 12, following up well from the opening bowlers, and Pretorius will be bowling with the same field, man out at the third man, deep cover, also a fine leg and a deep square leg. Beautifully punched by Malan, but not able to beat Duan Janssen at mid-on. Bit over pitch from Pretorius, but he's been venturing a bit fuller, trying to get another edge there, as he did earlier on with Clyde Fortin.
Yeah, Malan was looking for a boundary there, but he didn't time it so well to get it past mid-on for a boundary. And I think this is down to how Michael Pretorius has been bowling this morning.
Short and pulled. Just 2 bounces to Mikhail Prince out on the boundary. Didn't quite get the timing again. Pitch looking a little bit slow here this morning. So worth a short ball to see what transpires. A bit tricky to play a pull shot on a pitch that's a bit too paced.
Yeah, we spoke about the 2 batters starting to attack the bowling, and we've seen Peter Malan there attacking Michael Pretorius. Good solid defensive there from Keegan Peterson.
And that's probably the length you'd like to hit more often than not from Pretorius. Just good length, attacking the stumps, not giving any room for Peterson. Mid-off still up in the ring, so anything over-pitched, Keegan Peterson would look to punch past them. So important to maintain the right lengths here. Again, solid work from Pretorius. Only able to work it into the leg side is Keegan Peterson.
2 deliveries to go from this over from Michael Pretorius, coming from the university end, testing the 2 batters. Keegan Peterson on strike on 35 from 59 deliveries, and the Rocks are 72 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
Again, short, pulled straight to the man at deep square leg. Prince has been a busy man this morning. The ball has been following him around.
Peterson and Malan has been playing a lot of deliveries on the leg side, through square leg or mid wicket, trying to get some boundaries. Last delivery of the over from Miguel Pretorius.
Again, solidly in behind it is Peter Malan. We'll have a change of commentary as David will be taking over from me. Just have to correct myself quickly because it was not Mikhail Prince who took that ball and lost. It was Caleb Seleka, of course. Over to you, Dave.
Thank you, Werner. An absolutely glorious day here at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. And a bit of a recovery here by the Gbets Rocks. The side from Boland. Mutasami trying his level best to try and squeeze these 2 batters. Just 3 runs and over from his 4 so far. Yet to pick up a wicket. Almost you would think, Takalani, that he might deserve a wicket with the way that he's strangled these 2 batters. Fired in, whipped away. Shouts of catch it, but it was well safe in the end and picked up on the bounce.
Yeah, what Mutusami has done well today is that he hasn't given these 2 batters any width to try and cut through backward point, and slow bowling wicket to wicket.
Lofted high in the air, up, and that goes all the way. It's 6. Just picked that off of his front toe, Takalani, almost like he was teeing off at the golf course.
Yeah, it's a good shot there from Peter Malan. We spoke about the 2 batters now trying to increase the run rate, and they are doing exactly that. It was not a particularly bad delivery from Mutusami there, but Peter Malan was so quick onto that and he played it well for 6.
Just safer option this time, just knocking that down to long on. These 2 sides finishing right next to each other at last year's One Day Cup, 3rd and 4th, with Boland in 4th.
Yeah, with the signings the Dragons had this season, you can expect them maybe to be a bit higher on the log currently.
This one just guided away for the single. specifically Takalani because they struggled last year in the overall stats and were at one point at risk of being relegated. Knights ultimately being the victim in the end, the sacrificial victim, so to speak. The guinea pig, because it was the first time promotion and relegation happened, and the Dragons with 9 signings really focusing on trying to bring in some experience. I mean, particularly that of Vian Libbe, and they've immediately given him the captaincy with the ending of the career of Nicky van den Berg. Aldred Hawken moving away, and that opened up spaces for guys like Michael Pretorius.
Yeah, they reacted quickly, and you have to give credit to them. Getting guys like Reinhard van Donder, like you said, Vian Lobe, the experienced guy.
Oh, nice and tight there from Michael Pretorius. It's important not only for him this season to do well with the ball, with the bat in hand as well, Michael Pretorius. Part of that side that was relegated last year at the Knights. Whipped away to the onside. It's a very long boundary, so if he's going to get any fruit from it, it's probably going to be through running. But the man out there at Deep Square is very far in. Understandably so, because of the boundary being, 50, 60 meters away? Nigh on Melbourne Cricket Ground lengths, 90 meters.
And I think with the ball not coming onto the bat nicely, you have to get your timing right to get it over the boundary.
There's too much experience in this pair for them not to have recovered after those 2 wickets. The early wicket was really the dent in their score-setting opportunity this morning.
Yeah, I was looking forward to see Yaneman Malan play here. One of my personal favorite batsmen.
Yeah, he has the second and third highest list A score at this ground. But not today, as he was dismissed very cheaply. 83 for 2. Would you say it's evenly balanced at this point?
I think so. At some point you were thinking maybe the Dragons were slightly ahead, but the 2 batters that are in now have managed to do well for the Rocks, and I can safely say, yeah, it's evenly poised right now.
Pulled away, and it's a bit of a missed field there. That's going to cost them at least 2 runs. They shouldn't have gotten any runs there, but it was a bit of a blunder there by Duan Janssen at mid-on. Didn't quite take it cleanly as he would have liked.
The Rocks are on 85 for 2 after 21.5 overs. The 2 batsmen are Peter Malan and Keegan Peterson. Miguel Pretorius bowling from the university end.
Masterful. That is the textbook shot. Yeah.
That's textbook stuff there from Keegan Peterson. So good on the offside, and has one of the best cover drives you will see.
Hey, these two just having a long, leering look at the wicket. Doesn't seem to be too many demons. You do get good value for your strokes, but just where the strip is, it's just so far across to one side, and so there's a boundary of about 40 meters from the right-hander's leg side from where you can see it now, but to the offside there's got to be nearly 100 meters.
Yeah.
Really, you're going to have to absolutely milk it for you to get full value for your shot. 4 men out. Long on, long off, and good fielding there by Mutasami. Long on, long off, cover sweeper, and mid-wicket is also sweeping.
Good field of his own bowling is Mutasami.
Swept hard, didn't quite time it. A little bit early on that one, nearly an inside edge onto the stumps.
And he continues to bowl wicket to wicket. If he missed that, he's gone LBW, or he can just easily bowl him.
Michael Pretorius just delaying the game briefly as he went to go get a drink out of the cooler box on the outside of the field. A quick sip. Again, you've mentioned that fielding off his own bowling, this time slipping through the hands, and just a single as Mangru does the clean-up. Just into that gap where the sweep is. And I think that's important when you're in the middle overs, that sort of 10 to 15 onwards to 40. How do you rotate the strike? How do you remain comfortable and confident, slowly building your score? And another single there.
Yeah, these two batters will know. They're two experienced campaigners. And they will know that if they can just hang in there, take the game deep, they will be able to cash in when the time arrives, maybe with 10 overs to go.
Great bit of fielding there. Fantastic effort to get down there. Vian Libber, the captain, showing how it's done. 23 overs gone. Gbets rocks at 89 for 2. What do you think is a score that they'll be happy with? The average at this ground is around 284, but in list A cricket, it's 243.
Yeah, I think anything above 50, maybe 260, 270. I think the Rocks will be comfortable to defend that score. We haven't seen much demons onto this pitch. We saw a good start from Kevin Mangro and Duan Jansen earlier on. I think, yeah, if they can get 270, I guess they should be happy and they should be able to defend it.
Change of bowling now from the university end. Young Caleb Seleka offering those right arm leggies. And he's got protection out on the boundary at extra cover and mid-on, and it's not a bad one to start. A little bit flatter than I think he would have liked. Long on and long off. Janssen and Pretorius are your long on and off fielders.
Didn't give that one more air.
Oh, trying to upset the length here of the young wrist spinner is Milan, just coming down, walking down a little bit, just maybe finding where he wants Seleka to bowl. Dictate the game to the youngster. That's what he'll look for. And that's exactly what he wants. Just punches that up the ground and he can get to the other end.
Yeah, this two will keep rotating the strike, manipulate the field and make the captain Vian Lube to think a little bit more. And by then they will be taking this game deep as we speak and try to get around 270 runs to see if they will be able to defend it later on.
Yeah, no prodigious turn for Mikhail Prince. We saw a little bit more on offer yesterday at the women's one-day game between Recon Tactical Free State and the DP World Lions, but not to be here at the JB Marks Oval. He's acquitted himself fairly well, has young Salega.
Yeah, this is a very good start from the young bowler. Only 1 run conceded so far.
And that one will be a happy ending for Saleka to the end of the over. Peterson retains the strike, and after 24, Gbets rocks 91 for 2.
Yeah, 2 runs from the over. Keegan Peterson moves to 42, and Peter Malan moves to 29 from 39 deliveries, and the Rocks are 91 for 2 after 24 overs.
Yeah, Peterson's going along nicely. 42 from 72. Not the strike rate that perhaps some of his teammates would want him to score it, but certainly one that they needed him to score it, particularly with just single figures on the board when that first wicket fell. So he needed to come in and stabilize. These two, not known for their power hitting rocket-like strike rates.
Yeah, these two, with their experience, they will know that they have to stay in trying to consolidate the innings. And
just one on offer there. I want you to cast your mind back to the last time these two sides played, March of 2022, at this ground in particular for a one-day cup game. Not unlike the last time, Northwest Dragons winning the toss in that instance. And just able to switch ends, but Boylan scoring 251 for 8. Stan van Zyl getting 100, and Peter Malan was out for 98 from 110, so looking like it's a favourite ground for him as these two bring up their 50 partnership. Just a comfortable single there. They've worked so hard, have these two, to rectify all the early issues.
yeah, once again we see Keegan Peterson there just manipulating the field on the onside and just taking an easy single there to move to 41.
Confident rotation of strikes. So coming back to that game, like I said, Peter Malan scoring 98. Aldred Hawken taking 6 for that in that game for the Northwest side, and Wesley Marshall in a defiant effort was 73 out as the Boylan side came up trumps. Just open the blade there to hit it square of the man. He's having to do a bit of clean-up work there. He comes round, and a lightning quick over comes to the end. There's 5 from it. After 25, halfway done, 96 for 2.
Yeah, good rotating of the strike there from the two batters. Motosami was bowling well in that over, but they managed to pick 5 easy runs. And that's good rotating of the strike. And halfway through the through the innings, they are looking to take this game deep and see if they will manage to score 270 runs.
Don't forget, you can come down to the JB Marks Oval. You can get yourself some tickets. Come enjoy some CSA One Day Cup action. The home side up against Gbets Rocks. Much more flight that time, and Pretorius is there to clean up at long off. Oh, nearly could have trapped Milan in front there. But just finding the man, Mangru, at short 45.
Seleka continued to bowl well here. He has only conceded 3 runs so far, and he's in his second over.
It's such an important thing for young Caleb Seleka's confidence to bowl to such experienced batters and feel like he's acquitted himself accordingly. Very well done so far, but his spell is just beginning. Well, particularly ahead of the SA20, where he was picked up by the Sunrisers Eastern Cape. Defending champions, the men from Gqeberha. St. George's Park is their home ground. And the band that everybody is a fan of, and I think if you're not a fan of the St. George's band, well, you're not a fan of mine.
Yeah, that's true.
We won't mention some umpires from Sri Lanka that aren't fans of that band. Oh, trapped in front. Probably a little bit high. Not able to go upstairs. Since we are upstairs. Milan mistiming that one. 26 con, one short of 100 for two. What do you think? Was that close enough, Tagalani? Was it too high?
I think it was too high. I think it was going to miss the stumps. But it was a good shout in the end. Asking questions to these experienced batters. You spoke about the confidence that he might be getting from this. And I think you were 100% right. For a young bowler coming into this kind of games and bowling to Peter Malan or Keegan Peterson and only concede few runs like that, I think that's a good start from Seleka. Let's see if he will be able to continue to bowl well and see if he can control his bowling and manage to control these two batters.
Yeah, good call there by the umpire. We just had a bit of a re-look at it from our side. It was going down leg. You could see 2 out of the 3 stumps, and it's hit him well away from those. So no real concern and a confident decision. From the JB Marks end, it'll be a change of bowling. Ruan de Swart for his first over. He comes now to Keegan Peterson. Slashed away. There's a man trying to cover it. He will get there. Lesejo Senokwane making sure that he prevents a certain boundary, because that was hit with some serious power. As the 100 comes up for the Gbets Rocks. These two really rebuilding things. Partnership now with 57.
Ruan de Swart coming from the GB ends. It's a quicker bowler.
Oh, hello. Something was trapped up there. Ruan de Swart showing off his footballing skills. Trying to emulate Chris Morris. I think if you remember that particular run out where Chris Morris showed us his wonderful footballing skills. Ruan de Swart sporting at a mullet. The popular hairstyle these days for some of these athletes. There's a change in the field. It's a man going to, well, I suppose, a change of allocation. So Nakwane coming in off the boundary. He goes to mid-on.
Good defensive from Peter Malan there, from Ruan de Swart.
Young Caleb Seleka being sent out into the ether. But it's not as warm as it was yesterday, or perhaps as we would have expected, because yesterday was really cooking here in Potchefstroom. 33 degrees today, a little bit more mild, but there is still time for things to crank up. 27 degrees at the moment. Lovely shot, lovely shot. Just whipped away off of his pads there. Just straying in length, and a form Peter Malan won't miss out on that one. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Kind of like he walk onto that shot and plays it well on the leg side. And it rolls to the boundary for 4.
Releasing the shackles or just jumping on wayward bowling?
Yeah, I think they are happy to jump on any loose bowling. We saw also when Michael Pretorius was bowling, when Kevin Mangro was bowling, Duan Jansen, anything loose, they were so quick to jump onto it and score the boundary.
Cohen Mangro down here at third man, just having a conversation with the dugout. Maybe Coach Craig Alexander offering some insight. Peterson now 2 away from another 50. And after 27, he'll just have to wait just that much longer. 105 for 2. And we'll see if young Saleka will continue. Just 5 runs conceded from his 2 overs. Good to see some fans. Also, they've brought their bats. They want to get their superstars, their idols, to sign their bats.
Good to see the little ones enjoying the game that we love so much.
Can certainly change a young cricketer's life when they have the opportunity to interact with players at this level.
100%.
Well, at any level, really.
Yeah.
Down the wicket, full toss, smash straight, but there will be some covering work by Duan Jansen. It's quite a lush outfield here at the JB Marks Oval. You can see in that camera shot how dark green those stripes are. Lots of water being used. A couple of dry patches, but I suppose it's expected for this time of the year. Not a lot of rain. There's only been some rain on Wednesday, from what I understand. Lovely shot, though. So nearly could have been mistimed, but almost a duplicate shot. These two going comfortably at 4 to the over. Sweep shot. There's no one there. Vacant land. And 4 runs. Good bit of work. Just getting that front foot well across and helping it on its way.
You can hear from the sound of the bat that he was in control of that shot. Is Peter Malan, and he moves to 42 from 52 deliveries. Just 8 away to his half century. And Keegan Peterson is just 2 runs away also from their half century. 1 run away, rather.
Change in the field? Will there be? And just moving the mid-wicket fielder a lot squarer. In fact, he's going to go behind the umpire at deep backward square. So now at the limit of the number of fielders behind square available. No more than 2. Just a dot there. Much better there from Caleb Saleka. And you've spoken about it. These two will not miss out on any wayward bowling.
Yeah, they are experienced enough to take any advantage of any loose delivery presented to them.
And just whipped away. Picked the gap nicely. They'll get 2 for it, and the Gbets rocks are off Nelson. Excuse me.
I think there is easy 2 runs there just behind the mid-wicket region. If just hit the ball past mid-wicket, you are really going to get 2 easy runs there.
Yeah, the man there's very straight. And they've just hit it to his left-hand side to get Malan to 45. And once again, he retains the strike. So after 28, 114 for 2. Hashtag be part of it. Hashtag WasANawe. Use those hashtags on Twitter as you discuss who you think is going to win this game. Who do you think will shine brightly in this year's CSA One Day Cup? It is a One Day Cup that promises to be an opportunity for so many to perhaps knock on the door of the national selectors, particularly if we think about just one round of 4-day competition before that SAA side gets underway. So hopefully they're able to show performances at this competition will allow them to really put their name in the hat for that SAA series coming in November against West Indies A. Short and pulled.
Yeah, I would love to see somebody like Yaneman Malan doing well for himself in this season's CSA One Day Cup. He's been knocking on the doors for so long. He has received some opportunities before, but he has never cemented the position in the team. And with Quinton de Kock announcing his retirement after the One Day World Cup, I think it will be a great opportunity for Yaneman Malan to step in and take that opening berth alongside Temba Bavuma.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and could that be the step that gets him into that Proteas side? Good to see Michael Pretorius also signing some bats for the fans. We all used to chase those signatures as youngsters, igniting the fire. You could even say the Protea fire. That one is a dot. So desperately wants to get the 50, does Keegan Peterson. There's a man out at third man and fine leg and a cover sweeper, mid wicket. So there's certainly options for him. Looks like they're going to bring Michael Pretorius in from that fine leg boundary. Moves the mid wicket man a lot squarer. Perhaps a drop and run into the covers would be the option for him.
Yeah.
Thought about it. Certainly did think about it. But not soft enough with his hands. Vian Libber doing the fielding there. Quite a serious game on the embankments at backward point here. We'll shot up and all the way at 6. What a way to bring up a 50. Fantastic bit of work there from Keegan Peterson. Just sits back, rocks it and smashes it over the boundary.
Yeah,
and he can raise his bat.
Deswar dropped it short that time, and Keegan Peterson was so quick onto that one. It's placed over square leg for 6, and it moved to 55 runs, and that is 50.
Keegan Peterson getting that one off of 84 deliveries. Once again pouncing on wayward bowling from Rohan de Swart. A good response there by de Swart.
And good cricket from Keegan Peterson also after scoring that boundary. He was no way needed to rush that kind of deliveries. You just have to block it and leave it there.
After 2 good overs, Caleb Seleka was carted around a little bit at the beginning of his previous over. So he'll want to just clean things up with Peter Malan really looking to hit with the spin here, hopefully, to that shorter boundary. Bit of a conversation, as you can see there, between Vian Libber and Caleb Seleka about field placings and angles. Long on, long off, and a cover sweeper with deep square out on the leg side, deep backward square. 45 in the ring. Milan on 46. 98 the last time he was here. He'll so desperately want 100. And
so he definitely loved this pitch.
Change of field as well now. Deep backward square coming a lot squarer. In line with the umpire just behind his right shoulder. Quintessentially Peter Malan. The opportunity to get to 50 will be taken in singles.
And I saw Keegan Peterson looking for 2 there, but Peter Malan was so quick to say no.
Floated up there, absolutely crunched it through the coverage, and that's another boundary for Keegan Peterson. Lovely, just floated it, tossed it up really, and Peterson wasn't going to miss out there.
He was onto that one so quick. Played it well through the offside for 4. These are the kind of deliveries that Keegan Peterson will feast on them all day long.
Just onto the back foot there. These two batters were eyeing up young Saleka, and now they've begun to really find their feet with him. 6 runs from the over. You may have heard our wonderful scoring team here enjoying a joke. Short and inside out is what he's going to have to do with that one. So nearly could have missed that one going on to the stumps, but Milan plods along. 48 now from 58 deliveries. This partnership 85 from 99. Opportunity to nearly field off his own bowling.
Good sound of the bat.
And 1 ball remaining in the 30th over. We'll have a commentary change after this over, as Werner will join me and Takalani will have a break. So Takalani will miss out on a Peter Malan 50 as he goes to 49. After 30 overs, it's 130 for 2, with Peterson on 61 from 88, Milan on 49 from 59, and this partnership now worth 87. I'm joined by Werner Erasmus, and Mr. Erasmus, what have you made of this partnership? It's just oozes experience and class.
Yeah, it does, Dave. It's been exactly what the Rocks have needed after what was a tricky start and good bowling by the Dragons. The spinners have slipped things a little bit here for the Dragons. Rwanda Swart also not quite at his best just yet, conceding 13 of his first 2 overs. But he has another opportunity here to rectify things. But yeah, both Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan have looked really good. And Peter Malan also just 1 away from a half century himself.
I thought about a drop and run there, but no option for him.
Yeah, Milan has been the aggressor between the two so far in the partnership. 49 of only 60 balls. But Peterson has upped his run rate in the last while as well.
If you heard some celebration, it was actually just the game on the embankment where they've taken a wonderful catch. Out in the middle, Peter Malan coming down the wicket, looking to try and whip that onto the onside. Dwan Janssen showing off his skills, not to be outdone by his fellow teammates with the wonderful fielding.
Yeah, not getting all of it with Milan. But it's good to see him nice and positive out there. The run rate has moved up to 4.3 after hovering around 3 in the power play.
And there we go. 50 runs for Peter Malan. He just tucks that away nicely. And these two have done very well to turn this game around. Well done, Peter Malan. An experienced campaigner in this format. An experienced campaigner for the Rocks. And all compliments to him.
Yeah, the Rocks starting to set themselves up here well for a good second half of the innings, with big strikers in Michael Copeland and Christian Jonker still to come.
Just defended a couple of balls ago. You would have seen that tennis ball from the aforementioned game. Somebody probably bowled a bumper and the wicket keeper too short to actually get anything on it. Surprising, since they're playing downhill. They're bowling down the hill here. It's almost like Lords. You have to obligatorily mention that there is a hill. You can see Kern Mungry having a conversation there, maybe getting some insight. whipped away off of his front pad there. Good use of the angle there.
You can see both batters looking to be a bit more positive here, showing real intent. These middle overs are so important, especially now with the extra fielder still needed in, let's say, cricket or 50-over cricket in general. 5 players have to be in a ring until the 40th over before another one can go out. So important to make use of that.
Just lathers this away through that cover region. I'm surprised there hasn't been a conversation as they scamper back for 2 about where Peter Malan has been running, because that last one looked like it was right down the middle of the strip. 31 gone, 134 for 2, and I'm going to pose this question to you, Werner. Where is the wicket coming from for the Northwest Dragons?
That's a good question, David, and it might be useful for the captain to go to himself. It's a bit of a discussion out in the middle. Van Leber probably has that same question himself. They need to break this partnership now, unless they want. Otherwise, his game might run away from them. He is having a bit of a discussion with Mutusami. It seems like it will be Caleb Seleka to continue, despite having a couple of expensive overs of late. So important for his confidence that he has good over here. Otherwise, Van Leber might turn to himself.
Both sides struggling with their first couple of rounds in CSA One Day Cup. What do you think, Werner, in terms of managing a season? You've got to be able to consistently put up performances if you want to avoid being the one sent down to Division 2. Nearly an opportunity for a return catch there.
Yeah, it's so important to try and be consistent across formats. You can see in Division 2 the Knights are looking very good this season. They'd love to get back to Division 1. So important for both these sides who have not had a good start to turn things around in this campaign.
Just works this away down to long on. Valiant attempt by Rowan de Swart just off screen there to try and cut that one off. Not able to do that. They certainly are keeping him busy. When he's not bowling, he's having to throw himself around the field.
Yeah, fantastic fielder is Patches, as he's known around his teammates.
Just another single.
It's been a better over by Caleb Seleka here. He's been able to keep things quiet so far, but still 3 balls to go.
I think the challenge that Van Leber is facing is that he's got quite a young wicketkeeper. The role that wicketkeepers play in terms of reading the game and selecting which bowlers should be bowling to which batters. Field placing and the speed with which a bowler gets through the over can all come from your wicketkeeper, and I think that's perhaps where he's struggling. That's why Vian has gone to Sanaran Mutusami for some advice. Or great attempt here as a run out at the non-striker's end, or not. I don't know if he's got him.
It looked like Keegan Peterson was safely in his crease, and not much of a question from the field. It's just a quick one, as it did hit the wickets and seemed to come off the right hand of Caleb Seleka diving to his right. But Keegan Peterson had not left his crease, and so no worries there. But better over from Caleb Seleka. They're only going for the 4 as the Rocks move up to 138 for 2 after 32 overs.
Just a bit of fortunate runs, not to be confused with the famous song Fortunate Son. Keegan Peterson opting for the visor, looking for the ballpark cap, the standard cap. Across goes Malan, and he just helps it on its way to the onside. There's a quick call of yes early. There was a chance maybe at the non-strikers in, but good running by these two.
not the strongest of arms coming in there, but Peterson has been very busy himself since he's come in, and both of these have been running very well between the wickets.
So nearly could have been his own demise there, trying to whip it away over the man that's in the ring there at mid-wicket and showing a bit of his skill there.
Yeah, clearly there's been some kind of switch here in their approach. Both are looking to be a lot more attacking. I think as the sun is baking down on the pitch, it's becoming a lot better and easier to bat on as well. So they might have realized they need a bit more than that they are going for at the moment.
Hammered down the ground. Fantastic effort to cut that one off, and some encouragement from his teammates. Well done to that young man. Ball was hit very hard.
Yeah, quite a bit of taping on the hands there for Mikhail Prince.
Wicket keeper.
Yeah, generally the wicket keeper has those tapes, and he even does now that he isn't the wicket keeper today.
Shots lifted up off his front foot and smashed onto the embankment. It's 6!
All the way onto that netting roof there on the embankment. Clearly they've realized the need to up the tempo here, and Peter Malan just lifting that one easily, just perfectly in the slot for him as well. It's a gentle pace from Ruan de Swart, nothing express, and they've really taken a liking to him. He's already conceded 25 runs in his 3.4 overs.
Yeah, it's also the shorter boundary, so somebody's going to have to go do a retrieval job there, because it's bounced on the shade cloth and gone, maybe through a gap in the fence there. So we're just going to have to wait until we can get the ball back, and there's a serious conversation now between that Dragons Brains Trust, Duan Janssen and Mikhail Prince and Ruan de Swart.
Yeah, they've managed to get the ball back. One of the spectators has managed to retreat it. The batters have taken this opportunity to take a quick drinks break, thanks to Peter hitting that one out of the stadium, and so almost making his own drinks break there. And a bit of a stretch as well for Ruan de Swart.
So it wasn't the visor that he was calling for, it was the extra sweat sponge inside his helmet, wanting to change that. Mikhail Prince on his knees there. I hope he's not struggling with cramp or anything like that. Very possible that he may be after that last attempt in the field.
Yeah, just maybe a need to stretch out the hammies a bit in this weather. It is looking quite hot out there. We're sitting comfortably up here.
Being spoiled by the staff here at the JB Marks. It's full this time, and an attempt to cut it off. Well done. Great bit of work there by Lesiba Ngwepe. Yeah, we're absolutely being spoiled here, Werner.
Yeah, we definitely are, and it's a good day to come down and enjoy yourselves here at the cricket. Or come play a game of cricket yourselves like the youngsters are doing on the grass embankment. Tickets are very cheap, so no reason to come on down.
You can also keep us in your ears as we bring you this game. Another single, as these two are now nigh on equal on scores. They were prior to that last single. 64 and 65 for Peterson and Milan respectively, and 33 gone, 149 for 2. Serious conversation there on the boundary, Werner, between those brains trust there for the Dragons.
There is. And also important to mention that the 100 partnership came up in the last over. The Rocks have moved up. The partnership has moved up to 106 after 119 deliveries. Keegan Peterson and Milan almost at the same score now. Milan going a bit quicker. He's on 65 of 73 deliveries, while Peterson is on 64 of 92. As we see Caleb Seleka get another over after his good last one.
Yeah, Faith paying off with him in the last over. Not able to pierce the field there.
Caleb just hitting good length. And again to Peter Milan. Just works it out too long on. Duan Janssen runs around to cut that one off and keep it to 1, even though Keegan Peterson was again in a hurry looking for 2.
150 for 2 in the 34th over. What do you think is a score? It's something that I asked Takalani earlier, but what is a confident score, comfortable score for the Gbets Rocks, particularly with the platform that they have, 8 wickets in hand?
Yeah, you'd think anything above 280 should be a good score here at the JB Mark Oval. It is par score. Of course, they might look to get a bit more just based on the pitch getting better. Oof, that one keeping a little bit low, or maybe a bit of a slide or a quicker ball from Seleka as Peterson was hanging back on that back foot. But yeah, 280 could be a good score here. Anything over 300 I'd be very happy with. Again, Peterson hanging on the back foot, Seleka pushing it through quicker. This last couple of overs has been much better from him.
A little bit of width slashed at it, did Keegan Peterson, but only found the man at point. So 34 gone, 150 for 2. And having just a look at some of the higher scores in List A matches here at the JB Marks Oval, Northwestern Border in 2017-18, 320 for 6 in that instance. A bridge too far perhaps, or do you think it's well within reach?
16 overs from here. Nothing's impossible, especially if somebody like Michael Copeland and Christian Jonker get going quickly. We'll see how easy it is to get going on this pitch. It looks a lot easier when two guys are going well out in the middle, and they make it seem easier than it is sometimes. But it does seem like the pitch is playing a bit better with the older ball and the sun baking down on it, making it a bit more of a hard pitch, making sure that it comes onto the bat. So it looks like they will go back to Duan Janssen now, who will be bowling from the opposite end this time. He'll be coming on from the JB Marks over end.
It's just a bit of frustration, I think, for Vian Libbe. He has to have gone back to his
He had to go back to one of his main bowlers. And
he was forced into going back to one of his main bowlers. 1 for 19 from his 5. And just tucked away off the hips, backward of square, short boundary, and 4 runs.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle for Janssen all day. Just erring on the leg side once again to start off his new spell. And while they were trying to stop the bleeding from that end, it just keeps on going. It was a bit of a difficult spell for Rohan de Swart, who Peter Malan in particular took a liking to. And now first ball of Janssen's over also makes his way to the boundary.
Yeah, Vian Libbe not going to himself with the ball. Certainly a lot of options for him, but surprising that he hasn't given himself the opportunity to have a go at these two. Oh, just opens the blade. Quick one shot from Duan Janssen. Peter Malan certainly was invested in the opportunity for 2. But it was a good throw there from Mungra at the deep, who shows off his football skills to chip the ball back over the outer hoarding.
Yeah, I can definitely say that that's one thing they've done very well in this partnership. They've continued to run hard throughout, showing good levels of fitness here. As Milan has moved into the 70s now, he's on 71 of 77. Keegan Peterson on 64.
High in the air. There's a man under it. Willie Pouchett, sun in his eyes. And he's juggled it and dropped it. Mikhail Prince, the youngster, normally safe, but also usually having gloves in hands, but that was a difficult one. The sun is right at the peak of the sky, and so it'll be a difficult one for him, as you can see his captain coming over to him just to encourage him.
Yeah, always a difficult one, going straight up into the air. Blue skies here today. And as you rightly said, usually with the keeping gloves on is Mikhail Prince, but of a different prospect with a ball going that high without the gloves.
pushed hard on that one, so nearly could have carried to Vian Libber, but he just raises his arm aloft.
That would have been exactly the breakthrough that the Dragons required at this stage. Duan Janssen brought back for that very reason, creates the opportunity and it goes down. And the partnership is now 115 of 129 deliveries. Peterson just needs to get back in his pocket here. Important that they set up those last 10 overs.
The last time you and I were on comms, we were chatting about the season and whether it should start earlier or perhaps give an opportunity for guys to play a bit of winter cricket. Perhaps is the solution rather to have a home and away instead of just one round per team pairing. Over pitched, and this one's hammered down the ground. He'll just get 1 for it though, and 35 gone, 159 for 2.
Yeah, for a home and away type of tournament, they would likely in any case need to start a bit earlier to try and fit in the extra games. As it is, they will play 7 games each before the playoffs, and fitting in 14 games is quite a bit, so they need to make some extra room for that. Interesting how it's been set out. As we see it is the drinks break being taken now. The batters taking a bit of a breather as well as the bowlers out in the heat, and we'll get back to this discussion as we'll take a quick break for drinks. Might be a family thing.
Welcome back to CSA One Day Cup action. Northwest Dragons taking on the Gbets Rocks. And if you weren't with us this morning, very good afternoon to you. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me is Werner Erasmus. 159 for 2 is where the Gbets Rocks find themselves. 2 early wickets after being sent into bat is where they had to kind of resurrect the innings. But these two have batted phenomenally well together. 116 partnership. Peterson on 67, Milan on 72. We've just come back from the second drinks break. Seleka from the University Oval. And immediately, no change in proceedings, Werner, as these two just knock it around.
Yeah, from here, they'd probably look to up the rate a bit. Going at about 8 and over for these last 15 overs would get them around 290, which should be a good score to defend. But short and just worked too long on by Keegan Peterson, who was dropped in the last over, and so he got another life, and this partnership can go on.
We were having a chat before the drinks break, and I needed your thoughts.
Yeah, in an ideal scenario, you'd of course want a home and away game for every tournament, whether it be the One Day Cup, the CSA T20 Challenge, or the CSA 4-day series. But it's hard to fit in everything in a season together with the SA20. But short, cut away by Peterson, but there is a man sweeping out on the cover boundary. But yeah, so ideally you'd want home and away games for every tournament, which would require them playing a bit earlier in the season, maybe starting in August. They could technically fit it in, especially up here in the Highveld.
Much better there from Seleka. Valiant attempt to cut it off, but just a single on offer. If you were in charge of operations for these tournaments and they said to you, you need to pick one tournament out of the 3 formats that has home and away, which would it be after this delivery from Seleka? Lift it up, inside out, over extra cover, bang 6.
Another beautiful one from Keegan Peterson. We saw one of the pace bowling earlier, I believe it was of Michael Pretorius, where he also lifted one over the covers. This one of Caleb Seleka, equally as good, moves him up to 75 as the Dragons go up to 170 for 2 after 36 overs, hitting to that shorter boundary, so feeling comfortable with that Keegan Peterson. But yeah, getting back to that, if I had to choose between the 3 competitions or 3 formats, it would definitely have to be the 4-day series, having a home and away. Just thinking about the test side for the Proteas, how important it would be to get them back to as strong as possible. I believe 7 games of 4-day cricket isn't enough in a season to really get the players accustomed to playing long formats, to spending time out in the middle, to bowling long spells. So I'd feel another extra, at least 3 games in the 4-day series would help. Oof, that one keeps a bit low as Peter Milan looks to slash it away.
My question to play a bit of devil's advocate is, play more 4-day cricket, but we're not playing more Test cricket, are we? So it's a bit of a challenge. You and I both know the value of playing 4-day cricket, even if we aren't playing any Test cricket. But is there a motivation for it? Janssen to Milan. It's much better length. He just quickly sets off, does Milan. You spoke about their running quickly, and they've done exactly that.
Yeah, they've been very good between the wickets. No hesitations or any miscommunications between the wickets. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, David. But the good news is that the Proteas will be playing more games again this upcoming season. I believe it's 9 tests or so, a lot more than the 4 we had this year. And the hope is that with some good finances coming in from the SA20, that Cricket South Africa will be making a bit of profit, and that they'll be able to host more test matches domestically again. And if that does happen, it would make sense to have more 4-day series as well, 4-day series matches I should say, as we see a guy walking past the side screen right in front. in bright colours. Not exactly what you want behind the bowler.
You almost want somebody to shout from the sideline, "Get out the way." Slashed away, lovely shot there. But security were fixing an advertising boarding that had fallen over, and despite the indications from all the players and the umpire, our friend was not aware of where he needed to be.
Yeah, I wonder what would be more of a distraction. The advertising board falling over or him walking by.
Definitely the man in bright orange and yellow. It's not really working for these Dragons bowlers. It's just far too comfortable, far too easy, as Ngwepe does the fielding.
Yeah, it's been no struggle for the experienced duo of Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan. Both are in the 70s. They're almost matching each other shot for shot now. Peterson's on 76, Peter Malan on 77.
Yeah, one of his superiors for the security guard having a word with him just off screen. Up and over the non-striker's head, but on the bounce, and Malan nearly found himself in no man's land.
Yeah, just a light breeze here at the stadium, just helping cool things off a little bit.
And throw our papers everywhere as well.
Throwing some papers, yeah.
So a long conversation. You see that gentleman in orange coming to just shed some light on side screens.
Side screen etiquette.
Oh, that's a wide ball. Wayward. I said it's not going right, and it's really not going right here for the Northwest Dragons.
Yeah,
Umpire Harris.
It might be time for the captain to turn to himself for a couple of overs, see if he can manage a breakthrough or just change things up a bit. And we haven't seen any off spin today. It's definitely an option to bring himself on.
Saw some left arm off spin. Left arm orthodox from Sinaran Mutasamy. But yes, to your point. Hammered over the man. He's not going to get it. And that's 4 runs. Lovely shot, Keegan Peterson.
That moves him up to 80 of 104 deliveries, as the Rocks have moved up to 178 for 2 after 37 overs. Jansen's now bowled 7 overs, taken 136. Caleb Seleka has also bowled 7. He's taken 0 for 39, as it looks like we will have a bowling change, as Sinaran Mutasamy is changing ends to come over from the university end to try and get a breakthrough here.
You spoke about off spin, and it's exactly what Werner has requested. Sinaran Mutasamy hoping to snatch a breakthrough here. It was a rare chance when Mikhail Prince dropped what is a certainly difficult catch. Not easily put away. Sun in your eyes, bright blue skies. Sunglasses or no, it's still a challenge. I suppose you might have better luck if you had a welding helmet on. No width there, and this is just driven off the back foot.
Yeah, see the SA emerging side doing well in Division 2. They have SWD 138 for 7, and the youngsters, Junaid Dawood, has 4 for 27, and seeing what leg spin can do. Down the wicket goes Keegan Peterson. He tries to lift it over long on, and he does, all the way for 6. Beautiful use off the feet by Keegan Peterson. Very aggressive right now. He's moved up to 86 of 105 deliveries, catching up with those balls now, Dave.
Yeah, if you've hit it that well that you hit it over Duan Jansen, one of the taller players in domestic cricket, I think you've hit it quite safely. So no real stress for him. Looked like it might float with the wind coming across us. Mutasamy under pressure. This time along the ground to Duan Jansen, a safer option there. But an expensive over already, 8 from it. These two going at 5 to the over. Would you say that sides are playing in a way that reflects the one-day side in the national colours? Or do you think it's a great change for these players when they get into the national side and the style is slightly different?
Yeah, it does feel like they're still a little bit behind the times, I'd say.
At domestic level or international
At
level?
domestic level.
Okay, last ball of the 38th. And no run available there. So these two crawling towards their milestones. And after 38, it's 187 for 2.
Yeah, the tendency these days in international ODI cricket, at least, is to try and go at least a runner ball from a batter's perspective and try and up it even more coming into the back end. We've seen somebody like Heinrich Klaassen taking a ball by the horns in the middle overs and even maintaining a strike rate of around 140, 150, which I obviously can't expect from every batter coming in. But it's definitely important to try and maintain a good run rate throughout the middle overs. Of course, Dragons have been upping the rate of late after a slow start, looking for a strong end here.
Dwan Jansen to continue from the JB Marks Oval. Bit of maintenance by Keegan Peterson at the non-strikers, but here we go. Yes, overpitched and hammered to that man at mid-off.
Yeah, they don't seem to have any issues timing the ball right now. The pitch seems to be coming on a lot better to the batter at the moment. Also, these two batters' eyes are in, and they're looking very, very comfortable right now. Obviously, also a opportunity given to Keegan Peterson, which Dragons are already ruining as he's moved up to 87, and Milan himself on 79.
Up high in the air. There's a man coming around. Will Ngwepa get it? No, it might be the youngster on the embankment. Doesn't take the catch, but celebrates. What a shot. It's 6.
Yeah, again, another pickup shot to the short boundary. The batters have really used that short boundary to their advantage today, having not being scared at all to lift it up to that side, having full confidence that it should travel all the way should they time it well.
It's a fantastic way to bring up your 150 partnership. These two really putting the bowlers to the sword. And you asked about runner ball stuff. Well, they're nigh on it with this partnership. Peterson's certainly the slower of the two scoring, but he's been the more aggressive in the last 5 overs. Milan again encroaching on a space that might seem dangerous as he ambles to the other end.
Every time it seems like one batter is running ahead of the other one, they just come back again. Again now it's Milan on 86 and Peterson on 87, so they've been sticking together in this partnership. Yeah, as you said, almost a runner ball, and these last couple of overs they've been going very well.
Change in the field, deep square, and a very square fine leg. It's almost a forward square leg and a backward square leg on the boundary. Short ball incoming. Nope, it's full, it's pitched up, it's swung away. What an attempt by Lesiba Ngwepe. And the signal from the umpire Harris is 4 runs. So a little bit of carnage here and a drop catch to go along with it. It's 11 from the over and we've still got 2 to come.
Yeah, good attempt by Ngwepe running around the boundary to his left-hand side, but again, another opportunity goes begging as that moves Peterson into the 90s.
Scale of 1 to 10, difficulty of that catch? Probably a 6, 7? 8?
Yeah, I'd say it's 7 or 8 running around, diving full length to your left-hand side, but he managed to get both hands to it, so he would have wanted to do better.
Long on going back, deep backward square in the ring. That's very wide and well bowled by Dwan Jansen. Yorker length. And we've just got 1 more over left and we'll have a commentary change as Werner and Takalani will enjoy each other's company. 91. I was able to see Peter Milan's 50, but I don't think I'll be able to see his 100. So we just balance things out. Up and over the top, lovely shot, and he doesn't even start running, he just admires it, then has to think about running, but it'll go to the boundary in the end. Nearly got caught admiring his own artwork there.
Peterson moves up to 95 again. Now again the one batter going out in front of the other. Milan still on 86. Partnerships moved up to 159. They've now managed to go over a run a ball, and they're really going now up 202 for 2. And another opportunity going and begging in the last over. Mutasami needs to pull things back here, otherwise the Dragons are looking good for a potential score of 300 plus.
Keegan Peterson having faced 111 balls. If you're a bit of a superstitious player, you might see some ways in which you might lift your feet or plant your feet depending on which side of the fence you fall. Michael Pretorius was warming up at long off, so we might see a return to the attack for him. Yeah, just the one there.
Peterson now only one shot away, one hit away from a century, a well compiled century it would be. He's faced Nelson, 111 balls, and just indication there for deep square legs go a bit finer, just behind the umpire.
A little bit short, and he just bunts this up the wicket. Good attempt to cut off the boundary there, young Caleb Seleka. Hopefully the Dragons don't rue the missed opportunities that they've had. And just another opportunity to rotate the strike, particularly when they've been so few and far between. 3 from the over so far.
Yeah, the pitch has played pretty well here, and which is why the batters are looking to up the tempo as well. It's been playing quite true in the last 20 or so overs. Just punched down the ground by Keegan Peterson. Still 2 balls left to go in this over. Peter Milan himself on 88.
So what I'm going to need is a single here from Peter and then a boundary to get me to the 100 here with Keegan Peterson. Shot in front. Werner next to me here has no safety on his pistol. He was already ready to give him out there.
Yeah, sometimes forget that we're sitting at a bit of an angle, and it looked to be going down leg, bit of a stifled appeal.
You gave him out.
Yeah, from this angle.
And there's the single, belatedly so. But anyway, 40 gone, and the last 10 will be an opportunity for them to really put pedal to the metal.
We see that it will indeed be Michal Pretorius coming back into the attack for the Dragons, desperately needing a wicket to break this partnership that's now moved up to 164 of only 162 deliveries. Peter Milan standing on 89 of 94, and Peterson closing in on the century on 97 of 113 deliveries.
Thank you, Werner. Thank you, David. The score is 207 for 2 right now. And Miguel Pretorius. Keegan Peterson on 97. Miguel Pretorius is the bowler. Peter Milan on 89 from 95 deliveries.
Yeah, that last one again, just going under the bat as Peter Milan was looking to hit it quite square. Getting it past the man at point. Ooh, he walks across to try and whip it away, and it just about sneaks past the leg stump. Michal Pretorius can't believe it. He has his hands on his head. He thought it would rip that leg stump out of the ground, but just missed by a whisker.
Yeah, Peter Malan there looking to play that one on the leg side. Maybe looking to beat fine leg there for a boundary, but he missed that one completely. And Miguel Pretorius was a little bit excited there. Maybe looking for a bold and get the batsman out.
Ooh, beautifully punched straight through the fielder, had cover. Dragons are really letting things slip here out in the field. Couple of drop catches. Now that one going straight through Captain Vian Libber's hands. Not the example he'd want to be setting for his fielders and his players out there in the middle, especially with us going into the back 10 overs and the Dragons looking to accelerate towards 300.
We spoke about manipulation of the field, but that was a top quality shot from Peter Malan there to move to 93.
Again, he looks to hit it away to the leg side, only gets the inner half of the bat out to the man at deep square leg as he moves up to 94. Keegan Peterson back on strike, one hit away from that century.
Yeah, he's sitting on 97 runs from 113 deliveries is Keegan Peterson. He's been very good today. And with Peter Malan, those are the two experienced batters of the Rocks. And you can see they are sitting at 212 runs for two from 40.4 overs.
Just adjusting the field a bit. His deep mid-wicket is moving a bit squarer, closer to the man at deep square leg with Michal Pretorius coming in again. Just worked towards the third man boundary by Peterson, running hard, but it's cut off by Senaran Mutusami. He moves up to 98, does Peterson, moving closer and closer to that milestone.
One delivery to go from Michal Pretorius over. Peter Malan on 94.
Driven away beautifully again, but straight to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. And gets that one in. As we come to the end of the 41st over, the Rocks are now on 214 for 2. The partnership still moving along swimmingly again. They're getting to the same score as Malan is on 95, Peterson's on 98. And the Dragons still in search of a wicket.
7 runs taken from that Michal Pretorius over. And the Rocks moving along nicely here for that 270 marks, 280 we've been talking about since morning. And the two experienced batters here, they are really looking at maybe even reach 300 runs here.
Yeah, Senaran Mutusami will be coming in for his final over of his spell. He's yet to take a wicket, but has only conceded the 44 runs. Just worked by Malan to the man at long on. Janssen running in hard, making sure to keep it down to only a single.
.45 runs taken off Mutusami. He's been bowling wicket to wicket since morning, not looking to give any width.
Just worked to the man at sweeper cover by Peterson. He moves up to 99, 1 run away from that a potential 4th century for him. He made the 3 centuries before today, and let's say cricket to go with the 12th half century that he made today.
Good shot there from Peter Malan.
Peterson on strike on 99. Will we see any changes in the field to apply some pressure? Mutusami has a bit of a talk. Yes, he's asking. He is indeed asking the change in the field. He's asking deep mid-wicket to come into a mid-wicket position. Deep square leg is remaining out, going a bit straighter. So he's coming in. Keegan Peterson on 99. just defends this one out to short mid wicket, runs away around and cuts it off. 2 more deliveries to go in the over as we're all waiting. And go quick single, scampering, it's close, it's a wild throw, and Keegan Peterson goes to a century, goes to his 4th List A century, takes off his helmet, and he will be acknowledging the applause coming from the dressing room, lifts his bat. What a beautiful century by the young man.
Well played, Keegan Peterson. 100 runs from 117 deliveries. Started off so well this morning, manipulating the pitch, playing so well, using those shots in the covers, scoring those runs earlier on, and he managed to get his 100, his 4th 100 in List A games.
Peter Malan goes for a big slog, sweep it straight to the fielder, and again it goes down almost to the boundary, and he will retrieve it. He'll come back for the second, but the Dragons' fielding has been a big disappointment, big letdown for them, as it's Caleb Seleka letting that one go just as Mutusami thought he would get his first wicket of the day to end his spell. It's not to be. He figures his 10 for 50, 10-0 for 50.
An opportunity gone there to get Peter Malan out, but Seleka dropped that one. It was an easy catch for me, an easy opportunity to take a wicket, but once again the Dragons drop an easy catch, and Mutusami will finish his spell without a wicket.
Yeah, the Dragons were really not helping themselves here, and that's moved Peter Malan's score up to 99, an opportunity to get him on 97, and Peterson himself, having been dropped a few times, looking to end big here. Goes for a big shot, goes to the short boundary, goes over the man at deep square leg for another 6.
Good shot there, Keegan Peterson. Seeing it big this time around, his eyes lights up, and it hits that so well over the square leg boundary for 6. That's a top quality shot from Keegan Peterson, and Miguel Pretorius started the over there with a 6. He will be under pressure.
Now, tries to go for another big shot, does Keegan Peterson, trying to go over the covers, only managing an inside edge back onto his leg. But what it does do is bring Peter Malan back on strike, and he himself has gone to 99.
Good batting this from Peter Malan and Keegan Peterson. Peter Malan on 99 from 102 deliveries. Played really well.
Miguel Pretorius in to Peter Malan. Field is still spread out. And he gets a tickle just past the keeper on the leg side. It goes down to the boundary for a 4, and that brings up Peter Malan's century. Brilliantly played by him. This partnership flourishing as it's moved up to 188 and the Dragons to 231 for 2.
Peter Malan, 103 runs, 103 balls. Well played, Mr. Malan. The Rocks, 231 for 2. Did so well with his partner, Keegan Peterson. They are both now on hundreds.
And that's Peter Malan's 15th List A century. Played well again, out to the man at deep sweeper. They're coming back for 2. It's a tight run, but the throw is not a strong one, and they get back through comfortably. It's been a real sign of their partnership today. Just the running between the wickets has been plenty of intent.
Yeah, that's correct. And they've always been looking to pounce and anything loose throughout the day, manipulating the field, making sure that Vian Mulder and his team and his bowlers, they are always under pressure.
Again, played just in front of point towards the boundaries, running around. It's the fielder, but he can't cut it off.
Yeah, that's a top shot.
One more delivery to go in this over. Miguel Pretorius under serious pressure here now. 7.5 overs. He's already conceded the 48 runs. again played out to the same area to end the over, as Dragons have now moved up to 238 for 2 after 43 overs. Keegan Peterson on 107 after 119 balls, and Peter Malan has now gone past him as he's on 110 of only 106 deliveries.
This is good batting. Now we're starting to see a bit of power game from them. We spoke about that the power game is not really their strength, but we have seen some magnificent shots from Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan to prove to us that they can shift the gear if they really want to go and increase the run rate. .238 for 2 after 43 overs, and the run rate is 5.5. Peterson on 107 and Peter Malan on 110. The partnership is 195, just 5 runs away or shy of that 200 runs partnership.
And the highest partnership at this ground was by Jonathan Van Der and Alvaro Peterson back in the 2011-2012 season. For the first wicket was 232. So this partnership has now moved up to 195. And we see another bowling change as Duan Jansen will be coming back in at the university end over the wicket. He's worked to that man deep square leg. They're running hard. Peter Malan is coming back. It is a tight second, but he gets through comfortably in the end. Again, just another example of their wonderful running.
Yeah, we spoke about Keegan Peterson moving so quickly between the wickets, and Peter Malan also doing the same, supporting his partner. And that's why this partnership is going so strong. 197 runs partnership right now. Just 3 runs shy now from that 200 mark they've been looking for. Peterson on 107 and Malan on 112.
Through the covers again towards that sweeper. Covers running around. This time they will cut it off to only a single. The highest third wicket partnership at the JB Marks Oval is by Jock Snyman and Grant Thompson, which was back in the 2017-2018 season between the Easterns versus the Northwest. And opportunity here for this partnership to break some records today. Short ball pulled by Peterson. A couple of bounces out towards the man at deep square leg. Again, they'll canter back for a second. Plenty of twos on this ground today. And there's a bit of celebration going on, as you hear, as the 200 partnership has come up between Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan. It's come up of only 183 balls, and the Dragons certainly not helping themselves. There's been multiple catches dropped throughout the day, and just easing the way for the Rocks, who've gotten themselves in a wonderful position here on 243 for 2, with still 6 overs to go after this, and 300 well within their sights.
Well played to the Rocks' experienced batters there, Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan on their 200 runs partnership.
Big hit by Keegan Peterson. That's towards the longer boundary, but there's no man patrolling out there at deep mid wicket, and it goes for another boundary. That moves his score over to 113. Again, the two batters coinciding, both are on 113.
Good shot, Keegan Peterson, showing his quality there, playing that so well in the air, but he beats the fielder there, 1 bound, 4 runs.
Yeah, they need something here, do the Dragons. They desperately need to break this partnership, otherwise there will be carnage in these last 6 overs. They need a new batter to come in just to stem the tide a bit. So something Jansen needs to do is he's conceded 60 runs already in his 8.4 overs. As we see deep mid wicket going out to the boundary, man at fine leg coming up into the ring. Of course, as it's into the last 10 overs, 5 boundary riders are allowed.
Vian Lobe and his team are under pressure here. This is top quality batting.
just chipped towards that man at cover, and one bounce to him. But early into the shot was Keegan Peterson. The game still going on the grass embankments. Kids enjoying themselves. Again, we'll see a field change as Duan Janssen has asked Long Off to come into the ring, and Fine Leg going back out to the boundary. Can't afford to be too full on the offside here with both fielders in the ring. And he does follow. Keegan Peterson goes for the short ball. The umpire says it's not too high. Just one for the over, but seeing as it is the end of the over, that's no issue, as the Rocks have moved up to 247 for 2 after 44 overs. The partnership on 204.
Yeah. Peterson on 113 and Peter Malan on 113 as well. Peterson managed to do that with 123 deliveries and Peter Malan on 108 deliveries. The partnership is of 204 from 186 deliveries. And the Rocks are 247 for 2 from 44 overs.
We see a bowling change again, as it will be Kerwin Mangru coming into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs, gone for 21 runs. He's been quite economical, but of course that was in the early parts of the game where the pitch was still doing a bit. It's a bit different coming back now with 2 set batters with an older ball on a baking pitch, and it'll be a great challenge for him here.
Yeah, Kevin Mangro is not one of your quicker bowlers. Let's see how these 2 batters will be able to play him here.
Walks across a bit, does Peter Malan, but Kerwin Mangru keeping it out of his reach, and he's only able to punch it out to the man at a deep extra cover, and that's the fielder out there. There's a sweeper on almost a deep point on the boundary. There's a long off, long on, and also a man at cowl, deep mid wicket. Fielders in the ring are all behind the stumps. Punched hard down the ground by Keegan Peterson. It'll only be a single. So far, Kerwin Mangru bowling to his field.
Yeah, and not bowling that quick. So the 2 batters have to try and make some pace from their batting so that they will be able to score boundaries. He's a smart bowler, is Kerwin Mangru. Let's see if he will be able to bowl some variation, trying to test the 2 batsmen.
Peter Malan trying to step across to try and whip it away to that short boundary, but a good Yorker from Mangru making it unable for the batter to get underneath it. Walks across again. This time he does manage to whip it, and it goes straight over the man. The wicket goes all the way for 6 by Peter Malan. He's been enjoying that short boundary throughout the day. It moves him up to 120, coming up at more than a run a ball. Peter Malan has been the aggressive batter between the 2 today.
Good shot, Peter Malan, over mid-wicket for 6. We spoke about Kevin Mangro's variation, but not that time around. Peter Malan was so quick onto that shot, hits it over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, this time Kerwin Mangru missing his length. That one was right in the slot, and Peter Malan easily moving across to just whip it over deep mid-wicket. Staring at the barrel of the gun are the Dragons here, not been helping themselves in the field, and with 5 overs to go here, the Dragons are set for a score of well over 300. As they're just searching for the ball, it seems like it's coming back now. One of the spectators was able to retrieve it there, or maybe one of the Dragons players actually was able to get it. The mid-wicket fielder. Who is it? Here's a quick drinks break for the two batters out in the middle while they were retrieving the ball. Just setting themselves up for this last part of the innings. Partnerships moved up to 212 of only 190 deliveries.
Kevin Munro will continue with his fifth delivery of the over. And then Peter Malan, who's on 120 from 111 deliveries.
And he moves across. This time Mangru bowling it wider, and Malan only able to hit it out to the man at deep point.
Yeah, Mangru saw Peter Malan coming for him, and then he bowled that delivery a bit wider so that he can go fetch it. And Peter Malan did exactly that, and the score moved to 256 for 2 from 44.5 overs.
Peterson trying to go through the covers here, leaning back, didn't quite get the timing, but still will pick up a single. Everybody's out on the field on the offside in front of square. That's the end of the 45th over, and the Dragons, or the Rocks I should say, have moved up to 257 for 2.
Yeah, 10 runs from that over from Kevin Mangro. We saw Peter Malan hitting one over mid-wicket for 6. Let's see if Duan Jansen will be able to do something in this over, because the batters are really looking for some quick runs here to go over maybe 300 runs.
Seeing a bit of a change of personnel in the field with Ruan de Swart making his way out to deep mid-wicket, an area that's been peppered today. Having a very quick fielder out there is always a good idea, with Mikhail Prince moving to cover. Down the ground goes Peterson. Doesn't get all of it as it trickles down to long on for another single.
.258 for 2. That was Duan Jansen's first delivery of the over.
Yeah, Duan Jansen into his last over of his spell. Has already conceded over 60 runs here today. Over pitched outside the off stump, just guided by Peter Malan in front of point. He's coming back for the second, and he will make it back for another comfortable 2 for them in the end. It's been good running between these two throughout their partnership, throughout today, showing their fitness levels.
Yeah, good stop there from the fielder at the boundary, and equally good running from these two batters here, two experienced batters for the Rocks.
Keeper Ruben Herman just trying to encourage Duan Jansen a bit here. So they are in search of a wicket to try and stop the flow of runs here at the back end of the innings. There's a bit of a change in the field as well. He's asking the cover fielder to come around a bit squarer. Ooh, and Malan goes for a lap. Not quite the natural shot for Peter Malan. Is a very technically correct player. Didn't really go down. He just tried to sort of work with the length there, but missed it completely.
Yeah, Peter Malan trying something there. Not known for this kind of shots, but you won't falter him. He's so confident right now, seeing the ball big.
Oh, that one keeps a bit low as Malan tries to swipe it across the line to the leg side. Might not have been quite as short as he thought it was, and it just moves past the stumps. Duan Jansen in again. Peter Milan goes for the pull shot, goes straight out to the fielder at deep square leg, and again it goes down. This one looked a bit more difficult. It was dipping on him, but again he didn't come in far enough, and it goes down once more. This time Lesego Senokwane.
Once again, another one goes down, Senokwane this time around. And the Dragons not helping themselves here. They've got the two experienced bettors betting. They are already on 116 and 125, and they keep dropping those catches.
Just whipped to deep mid wicket. They're trying to come back for the second. Peterson is running for it, and again, not a clean pickup, this time by Ruan de Swart. The Dragons just leaking runs here as we come to the end of the 46th over. The Rocks are now 264 for 2. Duan Jansen going for 67 runs I should say, in these 10 overs, only picking up the 1 wicket of the one going down in that last over. Peter Milan has moved up to 127 of 117 deliveries. Keegan Peterson on 116 of 126.
It all goes down to pressure. We are seeing some quality batting from these two, and the fielding team are busy dropping catches, some unnecessary misfield, leaking runs, and they continue to give the Rocks some free runs here.
Kevin Mangru with another over here. Peterson goes for a nice little lap over the keeper's head, more of a scoop almost. One of those shots that Joe Root himself enjoys playing even in test matches. Keegan Peterson showing that he has a wider range of shots, and some of those more tricky ones as well.
Tilak Aratane Dilshan will be so proud of that shot. We used to call it a Dil scoop back in the days of the beginning of the T20 game. And that was well played there by Keegan Peterson. He got a nice boundary there to move to 120 from 127 deliveries.
Goes for another big one, straight to the man out at long on, but it was dropped short of him as there was no timing. Yeah, Keegan Peterson with that previous ball, just playing with the field as all the fielders behind square are in the ring, so he knew where the gaps was.
Yeah, Peterson didn't time that one. And he moves to 121 from 128 deliveries. The Rocks are 269 for 2.
Again he walks across, does Milani, slog sweeps it straight over the man at deep mid wicket, and it is another 6. The Rocks batters have enjoyed that short boundary today.
Shot of the day, shot of power. We spoke about their power game, but Peter Malan shows us that he's got it there. That was a good shot, fetching it a little bit outside of the off stump, plays it well over mid-wicket for 6. That's a good shot from Peter Malan, who moves to 133 from 118 deliveries.
Partnerships moved up to 332, getting closer and closer to that record. Moves across again, this time is wide from Kevin Mangru, and it will drop just short of Duan Jansen out on the deep point boundary. That previous shot from Peter Malan is a bit like how A.B. de Villiers used to play it, go across and sweep it to the leg side. And Mangru, of course, doesn't quite have the pace of some of the other bowlers, so an easier bowler to target with a sweep shot. Peterson goes for a big hit himself. It's deep mid wicket, is under it, and finally, a catch is taken, and the crowd celebrates. But Keegan Peterson will go for a wonderfully played 121 of 128 deliveries. Brilliant knock from him in partnership with Milan has taken this game deep for the Rocks. Dragons will have a sigh of relief of finally being able to hold on to one.
Well played, Keegan Peterson. And it was a good catch.
We see Christian Jonker coming to the crease, and Keegan Peterson getting a well-deserved round of applause from his teammates and from the crowd in here at the JB Marks Oval. Jonker coming in with a perfect platform laid with only 3.1 overs left to go, 19 balls.
The big hitter, Christian Jonker. Let's see how he will go about his business today. With a few overs to go here, I think this is perfect platform for somebody like Christian Jonker. He's a very good player.
Also good bowling from Kevin Mangru, keeping to his plan, bowling it wide off the stumps, forcing the batters to try and drag it if they want to go over that short boundary. This time it worked out well against Keegan Peterson. Therefore just short of that record of 241 set by Jock Snyman and Grant Thompson at this venue. It's played out too long off by Christian Jonker, just punched. And that will bring Peter Malan back on strike for the final delivery. Oh no, it is the end of the over, excuse me, as the Rocks have moved up to 277 for 3.
Duan Jansen will continue with the bowling from the university end. The Rocks are 277 for 3 from 47 overs. Keegan Peterson was dismissed for 121 runs from 129 deliveries. Well played, Keegan Peterson.
They have now decided to switch things up, and so Michael Pretorius will be playing, or will be bowling the 48th over, likely to take the final over as well. Then Jan Libbe having a quick chat with him, just talking about the field. They have a long off, deep cover man at long on, deep mid wicket, and also a deep square, as we do see now long off coming into the ring, and they're asking the third man to go out to the boundary.
Surprising to see that the skipper himself, Jan Lubbe, hasn't turned his arms a little bit today. We all thought he would have a ball, but
just whip to the man at short fine leg, and they scamper through for a quick single as Peter Malan comes on strike, who's been batting like a dream today on 134 not out of only 119 deliveries. Not somebody we've been accustomed to batting at a high tempo, but today he has shown exactly what he's capable of. It's full punch down the ground, but straight to the man at mid-off. Duan Jansen does the tidying up.
Yeah, this is a very good knock from Peter Malan. Clearly shows that you can get yourself set and then be able to take advantage later on in the innings. And that's what exactly Peter Malan and Keegan Peterson managed to today. They were not looking for some big shots earlier on in their innings, but later on they managed to cash in. And we are seeing here the Rocks on 278 for 3 from 47.2 overs. Good batting.
He whips him one straight down the ground. Running around is Jan Libbe, but he can only watch it sail over his head. Another 6 for Peter Malan, who goes up to 140 now. Peter Malan really going well today.
That's a top shot from Peter Malan over the umpire for 6.
Peter Malan's highest score in List A cricket is 169 not out. I'll look to one better that here today. In the slot and punched in between the gap between mid-off and cover all the way to the boundary. Once again, making it easy here is Michael Pretorius right in the slot, not where you want to be bowling at the death.
It was hit in the air, but hit with power from Peter Malan, and there was another boundary from him.
Another discussion from Captain Libber to his bowler, asking him what's the plan here. He has mid off and cover in the ring, and he's bowling at full and just outside the off stump, just into the arc of Peter Malan. He needs to have a more clear strategy here, does Michael Pretorius.
Maybe bowl the old-fashioned Yorker here, because everything they're trying to do is going to the boundary.
Short ball pulled out to the man at deep square leg. Malan runs the first one hard, but it will only be a single and moves him up to 145.
289 for 3 at the Rocks right now. We spoke about the 270 mark. I think now they will be looking to go over the 300 mark, maybe go 315, maybe 320, and put the Dragons under pressure.
Jonker punches down one straight to cover, and they go through for a quick single. That does end the 48th over. The Rocks are 290 for 3 with only the 2 overs remaining.
12 deliveries to go in this innings. The Rocks are 290 for 3. We are on the 48 over. And the run rate that have been achieved so far, it has been 6 runs to the over. And they started with just under 3 runs earlier on. We saw the 2 batsmen, Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan, going on with their business nicely, and they managed to achieve this good run rate of 6 runs to the over.
Kevin Mangru still with the same field as he had in the last over. It's full, and it's just squirted out to the man at short 45 on the offside, and they go through for a single to bring back Peter Malan on to strike. 5 runs away from 150.
Maybe Kevin Mangro was looking for a Yorker there, but it was a bit wider. We have seen a lot of bowlers these days, they bowl that wide, full Yorker.
Goes for a reverse, does Peter Malan, but he misses it. Viable option with the field set here, and with what Mangru is trying to bowl, the right idea, just not quite the execution. So only the 10 deliveries remaining in the inning to here. Goes across, he whips it again, a huge 6 over deep square leg right out of the stadium, and Peter Malan goes to 150 in style. It's come up of only 125 deliveries. Take a bow, Peter Malan.
Short of intent, short of quality, short of an experienced player, short of Peter Malan. That was a quality shot, and it flown over mid-wicket for 6. And it moves beyond the 150 mark on 151 runs from 123 balls. Now the Rocks are sitting on 297 for 3. Well played, Peter Malan, as he continued to do the business here for his team.
Yeah, short boundary or not, that would have cleared any boundary in the world. So you see an umpire coming out with some new balls as they're trying to retrieve the other ball from the other field. I've just seen it being thrown not quite over the fence as was needed, so we should get the ball back soon enough. The umpire is walking off with the balls again, as we see that the ball is making its way towards the field. Nine balls left, and the Rocks are only 3 runs away from that 300 mark. This partnership's moved up to 21 of only 10 deliveries. People in the ground enjoying themselves. The music is blaring over the speakers, and the Rocks looking settled.
Nine deliveries to go in this innings. The Rocks are sitting on 297 for 3. Peter Malan is on 151 from 125 deliveries. What an innings from him together with Keegan Peterson earlier on.
Walks across again, goes for a big one, another 6! Over deep mid-wicket, Mangru, while he's bowling it wide, Peter Malan is just walking across, but it's still in the slot, and towards that short boundary, Malan has no problem to just lift it over.
Monster 6. We spoke about Kevin Mangro's pace, that is not one of those quicker bowlers, and Peter Malan is taking advantage of that. Just take a walk and place that one over mid-wicket for a monster 6, and he moved to 157 from 129 deliveries.
8 deliveries to go, 300 run mark has been breached. Cross again, this one time too wide for Kevin Mangru, trying to put it out of the reach of the batter, but this time just a bit too wide.
I think that should be the first wide of the innings, if my memory serves me well.
I think there was a wide down the leg side earlier in the day as well,
yeah,
but
I remember, yes.
But there hasn't been a lot.
Yeah.
But the Rocks have made use of every opportunity they have got today. The Dragons really ruining all the drop catches in the outfield. Quick discussion again with the bowler.
Yeah, I think Kevin Mangro must stick to what he was doing earlier on when he was bowling wicket to wicket. I think he's trying to bowl those wide Yorkers, and Peter Malan just walk across and clip those ones for 6. Some 2 monster 6s.
Again across, again whipped in, again over mid-wicket. It's copying and copying and copying. It's the same shot over and over, and they keep bowling it into the slot. And Malan says, thank you very much.
Another copy and paste there from Peter Malan. We spoke about Kevin Mangro's pace, and once again, Peter Malan just walk across and place that one over mid-wicket for another monster 6.
It's been 20 runs off the over, and there's still a ball to come. Already around 310, 7 balls left in the innings, and Peter Malan is only 7 runs away, or 6 runs away from his highest score in List A cricket. And this has come at a rapid rate for him as well. It's striking at over 120. Across in the slot. This time he plays it in front of point. It's running around to the boundary, and again, this time he plays it expertly, knowing that the field has shifted, and he gets it to that point boundary for 4. He moves up to 167 not out of only 128 balls. The Rocks are on a solid 314 for 3 with 1 over left to go, and it will be Michal Pretorius who will take it.
Now that experience coming into play, that quality coming into play, realizing that he can't copy this one and paste it over mid-wicket for 6. He just plays it through the backward point, and it rolls to the boundary for 4. What a shot from Peter Malan, and he moves to 167 from 128 deliveries.
Yeah, an enormous 24 runs off that Kevin Mangru over after he started so well. His first 6 overs of the day. His last few overs have gone for plenty. Michal Pretorius in again. Short, pulled by Jonker, goes to deep square leg. Probably the right call to get Peter Malan on strike right now, because he is hitting it all over the place.
Christian Jonker is a big hitter also. He didn't time that one, but he won't mind just taking the single and give Peter Malan the strike.
You'd struggle to find any fitter players in the country than Peter Malan. Man is built like a machine. In the slot, over mid off and away to the boundary, and that is the highest List A score by Peter Malan.
Over Duan Jansen there, Peter Malan. Another good shot, rolls to the boundary for 4. What a player, what an innings.
Exactly what the Rocks needed today after a thumping by the Titans. Exactly what they needed to do to get back in this tournament.
Short, pulled, straight to the man at deep mid wicket, and this time he is caught. Peter Malan finally dismissed. 171. It was there to be hit, but he didn't manage to hit the gap or pull it over him. It's a longer boundary this time, but that was Peter Malan. A beautiful innings of 171. Standing applause for him right there. It's taken the Rocks to a formidable position in this match, and we do see young Michael Copeland coming to this crease with only 3 balls remaining in the innings.
Yeah, good knock, Peter Malan. Quality player, quality innings, quality knock. Put his team under a very good position on 319 for 4 with just 3 deliveries to go. We were talking about 250 being the average score in the last 10 previous games. Maybe we thought about 270, but now the Rocks are even looking now maybe around 330 with these 3 deliveries left.
Yeah, well, expertly played by Peter Malan in that innings. He scored 10 fours and 9 sixes in his innings. A ridiculous effort by him, going at a strike rate of over 130 from where the Rocks were after that power play, around 30 odd runs for 1 wicket, to be in the position where they are now. It's all down to Peter Malan and Keegan Peterson. Pretorius comes in. Copeland gives himself room. It's only 1 bounce out to the man at sweeper. It's 320 for 4 with 2 balls remaining.
Christian Jonker to face the strike. Michael Pretorius will be bowling from University End. 2 deliveries to go in this innings.
Short, pulled by Jonker. It will go out to the man at long on. They're running hard, but there will be only 1 run in it as Vian Libber covers it well. 1 ball remaining in the innings. 321 for 4. Just quick discussion between Duan Jansen and Michael Pretorius, running in for the final delivery of the innings. Copeland lining up. In the slot, straight down the ground. Running around is Vian Libber. He will cut it off, but Jonker will come back for the 2nd run. And that is the end of the innings as the Rocks end up on 323 for 4 at the end of their 50 overs. Stars of the innings, Peter Malan with 171 of only 130 deliveries, and Keegan Peterson with 121 of 129 deliveries.
Some serious batting from Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan. Now the Dragons need 324 runs to win from 300 balls.
That will be the innings break here at the JB Marks Oval. We will see you guys after the break.
Welcome back to GB Max Oval, and we've got our game on our hands here. Is the Rocks against the Dragon, and the Rocks earlier on managed to score 323, and the Dragons will be chasing 324 runs to win today's match.
Absolute domination earlier in the game with that mammoth partnership, well over 200 for Keegan Peterson and Pieter Malanen. A little bit of copy and paste towards the back end of that innings with Pieter Malan getting his 150.
Lesiba Ngwepe and Sinokwane will be the two opening batsmen, and Hardars Velyun will be the opening bowler for the Dragons.
For the Rocks.
For the Rocks, rather, yes.
Hardars Velyun, very experienced. He's been around the South African cricketing landscape for many years. Spent a lot of time at the Wanderers for the Lions. But these days plying his trade down at Boeland Park.
Hardars Velyun will be bowling from the JB Max end, and we've got one slip in place for Lesiba Ngwepe, who will be facing the first delivery of the innings. Good ball there from Hardars Velyun and well defended by Lesiba Ngwepe, and they didn't take any run from that delivery.
It's going to be important for these two to set a solid platform. The required rate is 6.5 to the over, and we were chatting during lunch what the landscape may look like for these Dragons batters.
Big shout there, Hardars Velyun, and that's out. Trapped in front is Lesiba Ngwepe from a delivery ball by Hardars Velyun. And the umpire didn't hesitate to raise the finger and give that one out.
Stone dead. He played all around that one. Huge shot from his teammates. And it was only a matter of time. Ngwepe's gone for a silver duck. And Sinokwane is all alone. He'll be disappointed with himself, but not much you can do when a team is on fire.
Michael Prince will join Sinokwane, coming in at 3. And the Dragons are on the spot, in the spot of bother here, losing Lesiba Ngwepe early on in the innings, chasing 323 set by the Rocks this morning.
Yeah, it was the Dragons who decided to field after having won the toss, so a bit of a mistake there, with a bit of shades of the Lions a couple of weeks ago, or last weekend rather, in their game against Western Province. They won the toss and were 21 for 7 at one point, and a defiant knock there by Vian Mulder, getting them to somewhat of a respectable score, but it was too good for the Lions as Western Province cleaned up proceedings by 10 wickets. Very different instance here. It was Nandre Burger who picked up the wickets, but Hardars Velyun is the first man to pick up a wicket for the Gbets Rocks. You know there's going to be a couple of conversations with the youngster.
Pieter Malan, the skipper, decided to add another slip in for Hardars Velyun after getting an early wicket of Lesiba Ngwepe for a duck coming from the JB Max end.
Chest on bowler.
Only defensive there.
Hardars with his chest on action, familiar to many who would have seen him playing over the years, but also guys like Makai Ntini and Freddie Flintoff.
Good delivery once again from Hardars Velyun, and Michael Prince was a bit tempted there to go onto that one, but I pull out of that shot earlier enough to avoid an edge to the keeper.
2 slips to Mikhail Prince, Sean van Berg and Janeman Milan, sharing company with Clyde Fortuin. Clyde Fortuin, you'll remember, was part of that World Cup winning side for South Africa at the Under-19 World Cup in 2014, before you get too upset or too excited with a South African side winning a World Cup. It was a side that contained Kagiso Rabada, among others.
Aiden Markram.
Ed Markram as well.
Captain of the side.
Absolutely. Andile Pashlukwai as well.
Oh, that's for the fielder at the boundary tried to rescue that one, but unfortunately it's going to be a boundary for Lesiva Sinokwane.
Yeah, it was
Sinokwane rather.
Akona Mnyaka who was defiant in trying to get that one stopped before it crossed the boundary, but it was his body, his momentum just carrying him over. So the end of a dreadful first over is up 4-1 after 1.
Eventful over from Hardas Viljoen. Good bowling.
Sean van Berg replacing Frisco Adams in the side. Clinton Stierman, always been there and thereabouts with the national side. Best of 5 for 33 against Southwest Districts.
Yeah, I will be bowling from the university end. It's Clinton Stierman bowling to Lesego Sinokwane. Solid defensive from Sinokwane there, from Stierman's delivery, and they didn't take any run.
It's always nice when your senior men stand up, and that's exactly what the senior men for the Rocks have done today. Massive contributions, and followed up by a wicket in the first over by Hardas Viljoen. They'll be wanting to persist with that pressure on the NWU Dragons. Not really the outcome that you would expect from a senior man.
Yeah.
A wayward bowling there from Stierman, but
being in
they'll
and
take
around
runs.
the Proteas side, you expect him to lead the side with his bowling. We saw, and you rightfully said, we saw Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan dominating the batting earlier on. We'll wait and see whether Hardas Viljoen, he has started that already, and Clinton Stierman will be able to copy and paste what Peter Malan and Keegan Peterson managed to achieve.
It's a much better length there from Stierman. When he does run in, he's fierce. Is Clinton Stierman. Spent some time with the Warriors side.
Yeah, both Stierman and Hardas Viljoen bowl some heavy deliveries. They hit the deck hard and look for some demons on the pitch. See if they can upset the batsman.
Just
Again, another defensive from Mikhail Prince.
Just 4 players coming into this excuse me, Boland side. Akona Mnyaka, who we saw earlier with that fielding. Keegan Peterson, Clinton Stierman, and not playing today, Aviwe Mgijima. So really making sure that they zone in on their gaps, few as they may be.
Again, another solid defensive from Mikhail Prince.
This Rock side really did well with the red ball last year, but looks like they could be turning or starting to turn things around in the white ball competition.
Yeah, they've got good players. The Rock side, Yaneman Malan, I like him so much. He's a good player. Peter Malan, surely they've got quality in their side to be able to do well. Trying to pull that one, but he missed that completely, and it hit his pad, but they didn't take a run there.
Yeah, it's a good over there by Steerman.
Yeah, good testing over. First 2 overs from Hardas Viljoen and Clinton Steerman, testing the batsman, asking questions.
Just a single coming off of that last over of Glenton Steerman. That's precisely what the Gbets Rocks would want. Immediate pressure. So 2 slips in place and the only men out. Third man, fine leg.
Hardas Viljoen coming from the JB Max end, bowling to Lesego Sinokwane. Another shout there, another LBW shout, but
2 sounds, I think.
2 sounds, yeah. Bad pad.
It's been an interesting journey for somebody like Hardas Viljoen. Found success at the Lions for many years.
Yeah.
Moving away to find newer pastures. And that'll be 4 wides. 4 wides. That's nobody to blame but the bowler.
Yeah. Wrong line there from Hardas Viljoen. And the umpire stretched their arms for a wide.
Yeah, umpire Harris getting some exercise in. Enjoying the afternoon sunshine here in Potchefstroom.
Is Hardas Viljoen Faf du Plessis' brother-in-law, right? Yeah. You remember the story?
Absolutely, as that one's just defended. There was something about Hardas not playing in a game because he was
sleeping with.
he's in the same bed as Faf du Plessis' sister.
Yeah, like Faf.
And if you're wondering where that came from, that was from Faf at the toss. It wasn't.
Yes, yes.
It wasn't us kind of embellishing that that conversation that they may have had. Sets off quickly.
Sinokwane. This is good bowling from Hardas Viljoen, except that second delivery of the second over. But has been asking questions, LBW questions, bowling quick, bowling straight, trying to hit those pads. And he's doing well for his side. Again, not giving anything away on that delivery. And the batsman just defended that one down the ground for no run.
It's that consistent line and length that's really putting pressure on these two. They know that they will have a required rate that will climb rapidly if they don't continue to tick over.
Yeah, that's the pressure of chasing, isn't it? You're always looking at the scoreboard, and that scoreboard pressure will make the batsman make some mistake, and Hardas Viljoen and Glenton Steerman will be exposed those mistakes from the Dragons batters.
I don't want to be a commentator who curses, but a second wicket here would really put the cat amongst the pigeons. And he's done the opposite of that.
That's a good shot, and it will go to the boundary for 4.
Just winning the race in the end there.
Michael Prince plays that one well, and it roll away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, good weight transfer there. Just leans into that one through the covers, and I've done the opposite of a commentator's curse.
Yeah. I'm sure The Dragons will want you to do that more often so that it can keep their scoreboard ticking.
We were commending the scorers at the interval, certainly earning their revenue for today.
Yeah.
And
So the Dragons will be asking, who are you? Maybe they can give you some little bit of double pay if you can say it, because you will be giving them runs throughout the day.
just the one slip in place at the moment. The experience of Pieter Malan will know that once you get a foot in the door, you've really got to jam the cracks wide open. Because, once upon a time he was South Africa A captain.
Yeah.
Also scoring 150 in that first game, if memory serves, against India A. 2021 in Bloemfontein. The Mangaung Oval. Wealth of experience.
Looking for a big drive there. It's Lesego Sinokwane, but missed that one completely, and it goes straight to the keeper. I wanted to talk about his defending, how he's solid behind the ball, but his eyes lit up there, and he wanted to drive that one through covers, but he completely missed that delivery.
Clinton Steerman, miserly, stingy with his runs. And
It's a good shot.
then he gives a runaway.
Yeah.
I've got to not say anything, otherwise I'm just gonna sign the death note. Clinton Steerman also part of that SAA side. There's conversations about the ball moving slightly away from the right-hander. That's why you've got a very wide slip that's just come into frame.
Good shot from Michael Prince through mid-wicket, and it will be the chase. It's not going to be a boundary.
3 in the end. Good running from those two, and certainly giving the local fans something to support. It's been a difficult day at the office for Dragons fans.
Yeah, we saw some quality running between the wickets when Keegan Peterson and Pieter Malan were betting an exhibition of how to pace your innings. We saw that one this morning. One delivery to go in the over. Clinton Steerman bowling from the university end, and the Dragons are 19 for 1 after 3.5 overs, chasing 324 runs.
Yeah, required run rate just climbing every over. It's 6.5, and at the moment they're only going at 5. Yeah, you almost think that Michael Prince owes 100 to make up for dropping the two batters, particularly that of Pieter Malan.
Yeah. He has to do something.
Big expectations from his teammates, no doubt.
He's got an opportunity here now.
Fine leg and third man outside the ring. Everybody else is inside, as they should be in the first 10.
Didn't time that one goes through mid-wicket, and they will quickly run for just a single, and they move to 20 for 1.
304 can seem like such a mountain to climb, but like you said, pacing your innings, like we saw from Peter Malan and Keegan Peterson, is so crucial. It's difficult when you get deliveries like that.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. You just have to dig that one out. Make sure it doesn't disturb the furniture behind you there. Hardas Viljoen is bowling really well here. I know he has conceded 15 runs already, but he's bowling good line, good length, and good pace as well.
And then he bowls a wide to show you that he isn't going to be dictated to. That's why I've kept quiet in that regard. The moment you compliment one of these players, they'll throw a wide, or if you criticize them, they'll
do
score 171.
Yeah.
So
play a big hitting role.
yeah. Defiance, I love it.
Yeah.
It's that fight.
Shot. That's a good shot. Shot of the afternoon. Quality shot there. Again, Hardas Viljoen missing the line a little bit. Bowling middle and leg, and then Lesego Sinokwane there was quick, very quick onto that one. Plays it well to the boundary for 4.
You've complimented Hardas, and how does he repay you with that compliment?
I understand.
It's good for Sinokwane though, as he gets this one away. Quick running between these two. Comfortable in the end. Clinton Steerman there doing the clean-up work. Our co-commentator Werner was still in the middle of lunch when he came out after that loud shout for the dismissal of Lesiba Ngwepe.
An extended lunge, as we call it.
Yes. I thought lunch was an immovable feast, but I suppose you can extend the play for just perhaps for the sake of light. But that was a glorious shot. Half volley and whipped away.
Yeah, Hardas Viljoen looking for some pads there, but Lesego Sinokwane did well. Scored the second boundary of the over from Hardas Viljoen. After we gave him some credits in his first over, he has been very expensive, Hardas Viljoen, in this over. Oh, inside edge, and it goes to the boundary for 4. Almost a chance there to the keeper from Hardas Viljoen's delivery.
When it rains, it pours. It really doesn't seem to be going the way of Hardas Viljoen at the moment, or at least just in that last over. An expensive one in the end, and after 5 the Dragons are 35 for 1. They need 6.5 and they're going at 7, so ahead of the curve, but 30 runs in 3 is really expensive from Hardas Viljoen. You'll struggle to see if he will continue from the JB Marks end. Steerman, however, miserly, as he's only conceded 5.
Good shot from that will be 4 maybe. No, well fielded there.
Yeah, the man who actually came from the Northwest. Sorry, no, from the Warriors.
Miyaka.
Akona Mnyaga. It was Bamanya Nxenxe who made the switch between these two teams from Boyland to Northwest, but a dual switch as Mnyaka and Steerman came over. So the Eastern Cape gentlemen partnering. That is a glorious Yorker.
Yeah.
Pinpoint accuracy.
And well dug out. Good cricket there. Lesego Sinokwane, Clinton Steerman. bowl a perfect Yorker, and Lesego Sinokwane managed to dunk that one out so well.
Now, Clinton Steedman, very expensive in that game against the Titans. One of the most expensive in One Day Cup history. He conceded 107 in his 10 overs.
I'm very happy with Lesego Sinokwane's defensive abilities here. He's so solid behind the ball. Let's hope I'm not going to put any
You've put
demons
the
on his
death
batting.
knell on him. You put the knockers on him.
But
Scoring-
he's been very solid.
Well, it was a fruitful One Day Cup last year for him as he scored 299 and an average of 42. Well, in his One Day Cup career so far. Yeah, it's a bit frustrating, I think, for Captain Pieter Malan when one is going at 10 to the over and the other is going at 4. Just over, or just under 4 rather. Another pinpoint Yorker, another pinpoint Yorker. Good cricket all round, as you said.
Yeah.
Your under 9 coach would say clap for the bowling, clap for the batting, and clap for the fielding. It was precisely what the doctor ordered all round.
Yeah. We are watching a pure masterclass of Lesego Sinokwane's defensive abilities here.
I thought that took a tickle through to the wicketkeeper there, but there'll be more extras.
Yeah, that should be white.
Wide and 2. So very expensive. 10 now. And 40 for 1 with 1 ball to go in the 6th. And that's 6 done. 40 for 1. Sinokwane on 17. And Mikhail Prince, 15 from 15. Some of the fans that have come in to see their favorite players, family members, supporters, some even donning the maroon of the Northwest Dragons. And rightfully so, there'll be a change of bowling. Akona Mnyaga will come on. It was about 70 he conceded in his last game out, but certainly he'll feel a lot more confident with the platform setting set by his batters.
Yeah. Let's hope we can follow that one up. AK Miyaka.
Leg buys. Early call by Prince. Don't imagine he's related to Ashwell Prince. I don't think
I'm
there's
not
a
too
familiar
sure.
relation there. Probably not.
Yeah.
If he scores runs like Ashwell, then he might just adopt him.
Yeah.
Long lost son. Maybe a brother from another mother.
Mikhail Prince this time around with solid defensive shot, and the Dragons are 41 for 1 after 6.2 overs.
No real need to panic yet. As defensive as they are at the moment, Dragons will want to keep consistent. Outside edge. That's exactly where the slips were for a long time. I view him Gajima diving but not able to get it.
Have they gotten rid of the slip too early?
I think so. You've got 324 runs on the board. You should be looking to take some early wickets, put the Dragons under pressure, and unfortunately they removed that slip, and we saw that one flying to the boundary for a 4.
Good response there by Nyaga.
Mikhail Prince and Lesejo Sinokwane going on nicely here. Almost betting at run a ball. Prince on 19 from 18 deliveries and Sinokwane on 17 from 20 deliveries.
Slashed away. Just threw his hands at it, didn't he? Just gave it everything in the kitchen sink. Racing away to the boundary. 9 from the over.
Yeah, thrown everything, and that one is Mikhail Prince. And the ball roll away to the boundary for 4. And he moved nicely to 23 from 19 deliveries.
So nearly could have gone onto his own stumps. Seven gone, 49 for 1. Would you be happy as either side? Where would you put your confidence on? Or is it evenly balanced at the moment?
I think the Dragons have done better here, even though they've lost an early wicket. But at 41 for 1 after 7 overs, I think 49 for 1 rather, you should be happy. And these two betting right now, Sinokwane and Mikhail Prince, looks like they're in here for a long shift.
Yeah, they're going to have to be if they want to make sure that they give this a good solid effort. This game is by no means dead and buried. 257 balls remaining, 275 runs. So if they stay where they are, about 6 runs to the over, they'll cruise home comfortably in the end.
Punched.
I think that was intentional.
Single.
Do you rate that was an intentional outside edge?
I think so.
Control. He'll certainly claim that it was
Yes,
concentrated edge. He'll certainly want to believe that it was.
You
But
will
these
take that one.
these two, you got to take any opportunities you can get. And that's the 50 partnership. Lovely stroke. It was a half volley really, and Prince graciously accepts the gift. 54 for 1 in the 50 partnership as well, coming up in the ball prior.
Mikhail Prince can bet that was a good shot. Textbook stuff there. Punch down the ground for 4. And it's a 50-run partnership between Mikhail Prince and Lesejo Sinokwane, who's on 18 from 22 deliveries.
It's a better response there by Clinton Steerman.
He's got a very good technique, is Mikhail Prince. I love how he plays some of his strokes, how he defends the ball, how he plays some shots through the offside.
Goodness, no shot offered. That's why Clinton Steer must just look back at the umpire. If you'll know your LBW laws, no shot offered. struck in front or even outside, you could be given out.
That's true.
But yeah, not in that instance. They also can't take a run. Ball becomes immediately dead because it's no shot offered. And Glenton Stierman just pulls the handbrake up there. 54 for 1. One ball remaining in the 8th. And that target may loom large. But I think they're on par for it at the moment.
Yeah. These two batters have to stay in. End of the 8th over, and the Dragons moving on nicely here. We spoke about the technique of the two batsmen, Lesego Senokwane and Michael Prince, that they've been solid in their defense. They've been playing well through the offside, and we haven't seen much of those two batters taking risks, maybe moving their feet.
Well, at 0 for 1, you would have thought this game could be over very soon. But these two have been pugnacious, lovely shot as they'll get one. Well done, Schwanenberg with the behind the back throw, trying to emulate that famous Lucanio arm pass behind the back against the New Zealand side.
Yeah, I remember the pass.
.55 for 1.
AK Mnyaka to continue the bowling to Michael Prince, who's on 27 from 24 deliveries.
I think crucial to these two feeling confident in rotation of the strike and taking a couple of edges here and there that go to the boundary, and a bit of fortune as well with the 4 wides that came out. The basis of that is a good defense.
Yeah.
Just able to take each ball on its merit, and that's what each coach will tell you. That was very wide by Mnyaga. He looks back at the umpire and says, why?
That's how these two should be able to pace their innings, rotate the strike, make those singles into twos. We saw when Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan were batting earlier on in the day. They were able to take many twos and threes when the opportunity presents itself to hit a boundary, like he just tried to do there, and then you go for a boundary, and that's a 4. That's actually a very good shot.
That was lazy from Ardus Fullion. Credit to Michael Prince, but that was lazy by Ardus Fullion. He could have stuck a boot out there. Enjoying the Amapiano too much, maybe. Yeah, because expensive thus far. 6 in this over, 8 in the previous, and he's still got half of his over to come.
Well played. Get on top of that. Keep it down. And it draws to third man.
Co-commentator Werner showing me what that ball looked like going over the foot of Ardus Fullion. Could have tied his shoes as it rolled past. Really, really, really sad stuff there. But hopefully he can make up for it as Michael Prince pulls away. Perhaps a bit of dust in his eye. But this wicket's always going to get easier to bat on. Now we get the cover fielding there by Fullion.
Yeah, the Dragons are 63 for 1 with 1 delivery to go in the 9th over. And we are watching some good batting here from Senokwane and Prince. putting AK Mnyaka under pressure, putting Hardas Viljoen under pressure. What a shot.
What a glorious stroke.
Yeah,
Bit of wayward fielding there to assist. What a good shot.
yeah, I love these two guys betting. Michael Prince, Lesejo Sinokwane. They are betting well here, textbook stuff. Just a push down the ground and it rolls to the boundary for 4.
Clinton Stierman coming off, perhaps just to change his wheels. A fresh pair of shoes. And we're just going to try and confirm for you who has come on the park for him. He's down here at fine leg. Yeah, it's the man on screen there for you, sharing a smile with the Dragons players in the dugout.
Clinton Stearman to continue from the Mgijima rather. Change of bowling, Aviwa Mgijima. He will be bowling from the university end.
And precisely the man that we were discussing, Anabe, rather. Getting into the action straight away. Change of pace with some spin. That's good work there by Mgijima.
Good work from his own bowling, Aviwa Mgijima. Trying to make things difficult for these two batters.
Yeah, not the greatest throw there from Hanabe. It's not easy when you haven't really had the chance to do any warm-up and then you're immediately into the mix.
That's true.
Shomla Hanabe. In this format, averages 9.5. But only playing 2 games prior to this. He has 2 fours to his name. And again, putting Hanabe under pressure. You can see he's just looking at his teammate there with Hanabe saying, well, would you prefer to throw?
Would you have done better maybe?
I suppose it's the risk when you have a wicketkeeper batsman that you've brought on to field. Would it not have been the better option to bring somebody who's not necessarily a first choice wicketkeeper?
Yeah,
well,
that's true.
his preferred fielding option is behind the stumps. Good cover there by Mnyaka. 10 overs gone in the Dragons' response. They're 72 for 1 as Tagalani makes way for Werner. Werner extended lunch, how was it?
It was fantastic until I came back and saw the first delivery had already gone. See Bamanye on at dugout down there, and he looks like he's very relaxed. Probably still waiting for his opportunity soon.
Bamanye
It was
the most enjoyable name in SA cricket, I think.
Top wicket taker of the CSA T20 Challenge last season. And of course Mikhail Prince, who's going so well today, was the top scorer in the CSA T20 knockout last season for that SA under-19 side. It's good to see him transition so well here to the Dragons, and he'll face up to the new bowler coming in, Sean van Berg. This is Lesejo Sinokwane, who's on strike, who just punches it down to mid-on.
Yeah, Sean van Berg, a long time at the Titans, and then find himself at Free State. Great bit of fielding there. What an immaculate piece of fielding to cut that one off. Looked like Keem Peterson, the man to get down, backing up his bowler.
Punched out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. And these two have been going very well. Run rate still at 7 per over, keeping up with that required run rate, actually bringing it down a touch. Solidly in behind that one is Young Prince. If he's the new guy in, should we call him Fresh Prince?
You're gonna get us banned. They'll never allow us back here. And just if you're wondering, New Zealand requiring 203 more runs to win in that game.
Good over there from Van Berg. First over is only 1 run coming off it, bringing back down the run rate a touch. 74 for 1 after 11 overs.
I'd love to get my hands on one of those black jerseys, the black Proteas jerseys. Rarer than hen's teeth, it seems, because the last time they had it was against the West Indies women at the Wanderers, and still you couldn't get your hands on it. Is it something that you would like to get your hands on, or is the pink kit more your style?
No, I quite like the black kit myself. It's definitely not easy to get a hold of that. Just worked around into the leg side for an easy single. Yeah, it's been a struggle sometimes to get some of the latest kits. I know most of the Castor, was it Castor?
Yeah, the previous kit sponsor for the national teams.
Wasn't easy to get a hold of.
Good use of the feet there and immediately set off, yeah.
Good running.
Thankfully, the new sponsor is a lot more accessible. I know that you've been able to purchase it at national team games at home. Yeah. You're going to have to wait, I think, a little while just to get your hands on one at the stadium again.
Yeah, it'll be a while before the Proteas play at home again. But of course, big World Cup coming up. It's starting very, very soon on the 5th. Ooh, good ball, goes on with the arm, takes the edge as Prince looks to work it into the leg side, and they scamper through for a quick run.
I like the possibilities of what this World Cup may hold for the men's side. And why I say that is there's no real favourites tag coming into this competition.
Whoa, takes the edge, and that is the second wicket. Spin doing the trick here between Okona Manyaka and Van Berg. Manyaka taking the edge of Sinakwane, who was just hanging back trying to work it through the offside. Takes the thinnest of edges, and the Dragons are now 78 for 2.
Yeah, it's that second wicket that was so necessary for the Gbets Rocks. Hopefully they can rectify things with the new man that'll come to the wicket, but it was a valiant effort there from Sinakwane, but not able to really kick on at all. He'll be disappointed with himself. He's gone for 31 from 35. The Dragons, after 11th, 78 for 2.
Yeah, a new man coming into the crease to replace Sinakwane is Captain Vian Libbe. Big responsibility on his shoulders now, with big targets still ahead of them, and no Reinhard van Tonder today. Still unsure what the reasons are why he is not playing today, but he's joining the youngster Prince, who's on 37 of 34 deliveries, and he's been going very well.
If there was ever a time for a captain's knock from Vian Libbe, probably today would be that day.
Yeah, definitely. A big target ahead of them. They've just come off a couple of defeats, have not started the tournament well, and today is a day to try and turn things around. See Van Berg there in at slip for the left-hander now at the crease, a catching cover and a catching mid-wicket. So man out at deep square leg, at long off deep cover as well.
Yeah, some immediate pressure on Vian Libber. They'd love to be able to steal his wicket away here. He'll come round the wicket, slip in place. Oh, nearly. Oh, nearly. Just dropping short. It's 12 gone, 78 for 2.
Yeah, happy to see that they're keeping an extra man in the field there for that last delivery as well. They only had 3 players out on the boundary, though they are allowed 4. So making sure that they're trying to keep the pressure on the new batter coming in. Prince still very early in his playing days. Only started at the professional level this season after playing for the AS Under-19s last season. He seemed to fit in quite nicely.
Yeah, it's always difficult coming from those structures.
Just punch down too long off for a simple single.
It's always difficult coming up from the under-19 structures because there's almost this air of confidence that you may be feeling, but this game can very quickly show any shortcomings you may have, and with the amount of video that's going around with both school games and under-19 games, research is available for any team, and so you could find out very quickly.
Oh, it takes the edge of Vian Libber. Is running towards the boundary at third man, but it is cut off there by Glenton Seaman, and it come back for the second. Yeah, there is plenty of footage available online these days, and yeah, if you don't have everything in order, you'll quickly be found out. Making his mark again is Vian Libber. No slip in this time for Van Berg to the left-hander. Goes for the reverse sweep. It's in front and it's given. LBW, just as we were talking about how the captain needed to step up here in the big chase. He goes for a reverse sweep right in front of the wicket. He seems a bit bemused, not too happy about that decision, but the umpire had no hesitation in putting his finger up.
Yeah, I said they'd love to steal a wicket, and that's exactly what they've done. Have the Gbets rocks. Vian Libber, bit of an error in judgment. They really shouldn't have gone for it. Really just trapped in front. Maybe he'll suggest that it was going to miss outside his off stump. Umpire Harris only too happy to raise the finger aloft. So he's gone, and that brings Sinaran Mutasamy to the wicket. 84 matches, 2,042 runs at an average of 32.4. His highest score of 90, coming against the Western Province side here in the 21-22 season. A little bit of trouble here for the Dragons. 3 down for 81.
Only the 1 century so far in this day cricket full Mutasamy, and today is as good a day as any to add a second to that list. Still got Prince on the other side, who's been seeing a couple of wickets falling at the other end.
There's not really much you can do when wickets fall like that at the other end. You can advise your teammates, but there's not much you can do when the skipper decides he's going to reverse sweep or attempt a reverse sweep so early in his innings. But Van Berg would love to continue the pressure. 81 for 3.
Mutasamy asking for middle and off stump. Oh God, there again Van Berg. I'd be surprised if he's taking off stump guard. It looks like it's a middle and off. Short ball pulled in the gap between mid-wicket and square leg, but mid-wicket does come around to cut that one off.
Yeah, Michael Copeland down there on the boundary. Sure, it can seem very lonely when your teammates are celebrating a wicket in the centre and you're about 60 meters away from the bat. You almost feel like you're I think there's an Adele song, Hello, from the other side. At the end of the over, I wanted to find out from you. No run there. End of the over. 13 gone. 82 for 3. Who's somebody that's really impressed you that's come through the under-19 structures in the last couple of seasons?
Yeah, so recently, Ronan Herman has looked very good. He's still at the SA under-19s for now, but he has been contracted by the Lions. He's played, I think, one match for the Lions in that final of the One Day Cup last.
Yeah, what a debut to have.
Yeah, to make a final in a world, to make a debut in the final of such a big competition is impressive. From the under-19 structures, Jonathan Bird has done quite well in 4-day cricket for Western Province. Bryce Parsons made a nice century for the Dolphins last season in 4-day cricket. Might be the turning point at the start of his career as well.
Yeah, he really struggled at the Lions for a while. Didn't seem to find a comfortable home for himself, and then went on to the Dolphins. Once upon a time was the under-19 captain.
Down the wicket a bit by Mutasami, just defends it back to the bowler.
Nearly picking up a wicket in his last over. Gijima. You can see it's kind of a hesitant prod by Mutasami. Almost a double movement forward.
Reynald van Tonder himself was part of that under-19 setup. And this season he has started very well for the Dragons. Not playing today. That's a big shot by Mutasami going over the top. Won't quite go all the way. It's stopping in the surface but just trickles over the boundary for 4. And good signs of early intent there from Mutasami.
Well, I just said he had a hesitant prod with the bat and then he smashes it and collects himself a boundary. Not the worst way to open your boundary account.
Pushed through a bit quicker by Nyako. Started well here today. Mutasami is also another one of those guys on the fringes of the Proteas. See what guy going out to long on, and it's punched right to him. Would have been a dot ball if he hadn't gone back out, but it decided to send him back for the last ball of the over. That is the end of the 14th over, and the Dragons are 87 for 3. Prince hasn't gotten a lot of strike in the last few overs.
Yeah, it's difficult to feel like you can help things tick along to make sure that you're staying within that run rate required bracket. If you're just stuck at the other end, stranded while wickets are falling. Van Berg will bowl now to Mutasami. So the starving Senokwane, Prince rather, will continue.
He should finally get another ball to face. He's looked very tidy against the pace bowling has Prince. Let's see how he fares against the spin. Again, worked down too long off for an easy single, just a bit too full from Van Berg, making it quite easy for him.
Sean Van Berg has been around for a while. Like I said, he was at the Titans and then the Knights.
One is calling. It's one plan for your home and phones with free calls
Boland
and data every month. Get 2 free
One of those
mobile
guys
lines,
who was
each with 2
close
free
to
gigs, 60
approach
free
Diaz
minutes,
cap,
100
was
free
caught up to the New
SMS.
Zealand side a couple of years ago, for him. And he might be
Sean
in the
Van
line
Berg
for another.
has been around
maybe
for a
late
while. Like I said, he was
career
at the
call-up.
Titans and then the
One
Knights.
is calling.
Guys, there's not a
It's
lot of
one
spin
plan for your home
available.
and phones with free calls.
Yeah, a lot
and
of guys
data
being picked up in the
every
SA
month.
20.
Get 2 free
One of those
mobile
guys
lines,
who was
Which opens the door for so many. Who is somebody that you'd love to perhaps see get a call up? Sean Van Berg has been around for a while. Like I said, maybe a bit of a wild card in the Knights.
Guys, there's not a lot of spin
Balls left in the over. Yeah, a lot of guys being picked up in the SA 20.
One of those guys who
Which opens the door for so many. Okay. Who is somebody that you'd love to perhaps see
smashing his
get
county
a
cricket.
call
He
up?
might be
Sean
in the
Van
line
Berg
for
has
like an
been
average
been around for a while, like I said.
Maybe a bit of a
wild
counting not in the season, but it might just be the right time to get him in there at that number 4 role.
Fantastic bit of fielding there by Keegan Peterson, stopping what could have been
This field is
an easy 2.
and it is a longer boundary.
15 gone. The
Nice
Berg
for his average
been
up
around
to
91 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of a wild counting not in the season, but it might just be
Where
the
would you
right
slot him
time
in?
to
Betting
get
him
him in
at
there
4?
at that number 4 role.
Fantastic bit of fielding there by Keegan Peterson,
quite a high
stopping what
tempo.
could have been
This field is
an easy
lightning
2.
and it is a longer boundary.
15 gone. The
Nice
Berg
for his average
been
up
around
to
91 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of a counting not in the season, but it might just be
Where
the
would you
right
slot him
time
in?
to
Betting
get
him
him in
at
there
4?
at that number 4 role.
Fantastic bit of fielding there by Keegan Peterson, stopping what could have been
This field is
an easy
lightning
2.
and it is a longer boundary.
15 gone. The Berg been around 91 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of a counting not in the season, but down the wicket comes Prince. Beautiful shot. Over long off, all the way for 6, and I was asking how will he go against the spin, and he answers me immediately.
Yeah, just good use of the feet there by Mikhail Prince. Dancing down the wicket. 91 for 3. Glorious shot.
Down the wicket comes Prince. Beautiful shot. Over long off, all the way for 6, and I was asking how will he go against the spin, and he answers me immediately.
Yeah, just good use of the feet there by Mikhail Prince. Dancing down the wicket. 91 for 3. Glorious shot.
Down the wicket comes Prince. Beautiful shot. Over long off, all the way for 6, and I was
Do you imagine that Dean Elgar will once again captain?
punched down the ground by Prince. That's a real possibility. I suppose he is the stand-in captain.
Well, he was captain, yeah.
Yeah, would now be the stand-in captain. Yeah, interesting one. There won't be a lot of experience there, but I suppose it would just make sense for him to captain in that series. Again, punched down the ground. This time, good fielding by Mnyaka.
Yeah, a lot of work for Shukri Conrad and his team. At least they have a 4 days, an SAA series coming up where they can perhaps get a bit of insight, as they'll get one for this.
The end of the 16th over as the Dragons have moved up to 99 for 3. Still going at a good rate, on par with what they need, but the 3 wickets will concern them a bit. Important to form a big partnership here.
Spinners racing through their overs here. Really excited to get Takalani back on comms, making sure Sean van Berg beginning his 4th, just 9 from it and the wicket as well.
Down the ground again, and on his heels was the middle-off fielder, not coming in quickly, and it drops short in front of him. Looks like it was Peter Malan.
Captain Malan, yeah.
After a long innings out in the field. Just work to the leg side, Mahmoud Asami. Yeah, probably could count himself a bit lucky with that last delivery. It was always dipping, but didn't seem like Malan made a big effort to come forward.
As they bring up the 100.
Yeah, the 100 comes up for the Dragons in the 17th over. Mikhail Prince only 3 away from a half century. Goes for a big slog sweep. It goes to the boundary, and that is his first 50 for the Dragons. Well played, young man.
Yeah, just saw the length and wasn't going to miss out on it. Lovely shot, and congratulations to him. It's a 50 that he won't easily forget, and he'll want to kick on and pick up 100 as well.
Definitely the Dragons would need a lot more from him. He does love playing his shots, but important that he keeps his head here. Still a long way to go. Beautifully punched again down the ground.
Just reading the length well here from Sean van Berg's bowling. A bit of collection work there by the umpire. 105 for 3. Partnership 24. Positive signs for the Dragons.
Just defend back to Van Berg. It's looked very tidy, Van Berg.
I think despite losing the wickets at regular intervals, the Dragons have done well to stay within reach of that required run rate.
It's punched down the ground for another single as they move up to 106 for 3.
Yeah, they thought about that one,
17.
going for a second, the opportunity for a second. Van Berg completing his 4th, 1 for 16, and Aviwe Mgijima 1 for 23 from his 4. They'll continue with some spin. Conversation happening there between Fortuin and Keegan Peterson, maybe having a look at some options. Do they persist with spin? Do they dispense with spin? Well, time will tell. 4 men out, as is the norm. Long on, long off, deep square, and a man at point 3/4 of the way. A little bit of a floated delivery there from Ngijima. I'm sure he'd love to have Mutasami in his pocket. What a good wicket that would be.
Goes for the sweep as the top edge, out to the man at deep square, but it's the short boundary, and it travels all the way for 6. On another day that could easily have gone straight to the fielder, but with the short boundary on that side, it carries all the way for 6.
Yeah, it's a short boundary, and it is the direction of the wind as well, and that's what carried it over the head of the man at deep square.
Bit flatter from Ngijima.
It's a smart decision. It's where Peter Malan went for a number of his 6s in that mid-wicket region. .211 runs to win from 194 deliveries. Not that it matters, but DLS par is 135 at this point.
Prince has come in with real intent, looking to score all the time. It's been good to see.
Fired that one in really hard at the pads. He's bowled his 5th. Slightly expensive, 7 from it. And that takes them after 18 to 113 for 5. For 3 rather. I was hoping for a 5th one. 4th and 5th. But not to be. Van Berg to continue from the JB Marks Oval end, or JB Marks end. You can see it's an absolute glorious day here in Potchefstroom. Magical. Not a cloud in the sky. Straight to that time.
Shot for the batters against the spinners, just punching it down the ground for some easy singles.
I think that's key for them, is to make sure that they're hitting the sweepers. Just get that one, rotate the strike. Required run rate is only 6.6 and they're going at 6.3, so no real strain for them, or no real concern. Van Berg is changing his field. He's going to take the 45 much squarer. Perhaps maybe he's going to look to fire it in at the pads here.
Solid in defense is Prince. It's looked very organized.
Unflustered at this level.
Goes for the big shot over deep at wicket, an area that has been peppered today, and another one goes for 6.
What a shot! What a shot! Slug sweep all the way. Nearly, I think it did go over the scoreboard as well. Wonderful shot from him, but maybe just missing to the side. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful shot. He'll be proud. And now we'll have another delay as either the third umpire will have to bring more balls. It won't be the case. They'll take a drink.
Welcome back to the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, where Michael Prince has just hit another ball out of the stadium. He is on 58 of only 50 deliveries, his first half century for the Dragons, and with him is Sinaran Mutusami, who himself is on 19 of 21 deliveries. The partnership is 39 of 36 and going along nicely.
Yeah, we have a game on our hands here. 204 from 189. Certainly within reach as long as these two are at the wicket. Key is not losing wickets at all. So we took the drinks a little bit early. Still 3 balls remaining in the serve. I think the drinks decision was based on the fact that we lost the ball.
Bit flatter there from Von Berg after floating that previous one up that travelled out of the ground.
There's been a couple of those deliveries that have gone through that fence. It's somewhat porous. It's not, your average chain link fence. Concrete pillars. This one's hoiked onto the leg side. I don't think he had control of that at all, really.
Yeah, he tried a similar shot. This time gets the bottom edge out into the deep square leg area.
8 from the over.
Yeah, keeping up nicely with the required rate. The Dragons just need to keep some wickets in hand.
Mutusami just taking his guard once again, looking out to the leg side. And Peterson will clean up the mess there. Not really a mess, but 121 for 3 after 19. Some fans enjoying their time out here at the JB Marks Oval. Oh, lovely shot there, or nearly taken as a fielder close in. It's a serious slope here, not unlike Lord's. He just lets that one go down the leg side. That'll be wide.
Even the bowler says it's wide. Then you have to know.
Solid defense on the back foot there.
Wide, and it must have been really wide.
Self-wided. Loving the umpire under the bucket hat there. Oh, one in, one bounce. He's got him. Yes!
He's claiming it, but I think it was 2 hands first.
We're going to have to go upstairs. Fullion from the JB Marks. The university end, correction, and this one's tucked away for one.
Just worked around by Prince, who's moved up to 60 now in no time, and 53 deliveries. He's looked at ease throughout.
Oh, some fan has been hit by a stray bullet there. Shame.
Now those Fullion took a bit of tap in his first spell from the JB Marks end, and looking to come back a bit stronger now. He has mid on and mid off both up in the ring, and he has a deep square leg, a fine leg, a third man, and a man out on the point boundary.
Yeah, he started with an absolute bang when he took the wicket of Lesiba Ngwepe, trapped leg before.
Yeah, early wicket did put the Dragons back for a second, but they quickly rectified things again through Prince and Sinokwane. But another couple of wickets meant that they had to rebuild now between Prince and Mutusami.
They've lost the ball, it seems, in the side game. It's good bowling there. Much better line and length from Hardas Fullion.
Yeah.
Plenty of experience.
Important not to give too much room to Mutusami. Looks like they have found their ball again, the yellow ball.
Shame they did hit one of the bystanders. Thankfully Mom is there. Thank goodness for moms.
Over pitched, but Mutusami finds the fielder at short cover. Over in Division 2, there's been a couple of interesting games with the SA emerging victorious again against SWD, South Western District, and Northern Cape Heat are making a bit of a mess of a chase of 145, as they are 107 for 7.
Oh dear. Northern Cape Heat really doing well. So that run is declined. They were really doing well last season and were in contention for promotion at one point.
Yeah, it was a very close run between them and Eastern Cape Nyati, who ended up making...
And the Tuskers, who ended up getting promoted as well.
The Tuskers, yeah. And the Tuskers started well against the Lions, and they bundled them out cheaply. I think it was 89.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
And the Lions have had a dreadful start to their campaign. They're defending One Day Cup champions.
Oh, nearly run out at the non-strikers end.
Yeah,
as Jonker fights off wasps or chojos or whatever it may be.
A bit slow to get back there was Prince. End of the 20th over, and it's 122 for 3, and we should have a change in commentary as Takalani will take over from David.
Van Bergen will continue from the JB Marks, and he's bowled 5 overs. He's taken 1 for 24, has been quite tidy. Like how Prince gets a full toss, he smashes it straight to square leg, who puts it down. We've seen so many drop catches today, and this is hardest for you to just come off a good over. We saw him not diving for a ball in the outfield earlier, and now he drops this one. It was quite high, it dropped down. He was unable to take it on the second grab. So let off for Prince, now punches it down the ground for a single.
Let off indeed from Hardas Fullion there. What a chance to get a wicket. Michael Prince has been batting well for its 61 from 55 delivery, together with Mutusami, who's on 19 from 27 deliveries, and the Dragons are 123 for 3.
Slightly down leg side and just work to that man at deep square. Important partnership here for the Dragons. They are already 3 down with still 200 runs exactly required from the remaining 177 balls. Prince punches it back hard. Van Berg throws a bit of a stray throw, but the keeper does well to cover it.
Important partnership, this one for the Dragons. You expect the all-rounder Mutosami to guide Michael Prince through this innings.
Quicker delivery by Van Berg. He likes bowling that one out of the front of the hand, firing it in, but he manages to dig it out, does Prince. Full goes over extra cover, but there is a man started there out at the cover boundary. Didn't quite have his direction right, that Prince, but still gives him a single at the end of the 21st over. The Dragons are 125 for 3.
Michael Prince thrown the kitchen sink on that one. Didn't time it well, only got a single from Sean Van Berg's over. And the Dragons are 125 for 3 from 21 overs, chasing a target of 324 set by the Rocks this morning.
Dugout enjoying the shade over there. It's hot out in the sun for the players. Just a quick break in play as there's field change as the fine leg is sort to go a bit square. Fathers for Yun coming in. Hits Prince quite high up as he tries to just play it on the leg side, but he misses it and it pops out to the man at point.
Hardas Falyun continue with his bowling, coming back strongly for his second spell.
Solidly in behind it is Prince.
Yeah, we spoke about his defense abilities as Michael Prince, showing some maturity and understanding the stages and how to pace an innings, and he's doing exactly that. We saw a nice exhibition of how to pace an innings earlier on from Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan for the Rocks.
Short ball and just helped along to the man at fine leg, and they just trudged through for a simple single. That required rate slowly climbing up now. It's just about touching that 7 runs and over mark. A little bit more of crowd has come in as the day has gone on, enjoying themselves out there on the pavilion. Slow ball from Foyun. Quick single. Oh, he didn't get that ball cleanly in the hands. There was definitely an opportunity for a run out.
Yeah, good understanding between the two batters. Motosami played that one on the offside and take a quick run, and Michael Prince managed to come through as well. Good cricket all round from the Dragons, trying to chase 324 runs, and they're sitting on 127 for 3 from 21.4 overs.
Good ball outside off, just to fan it out to the man at point. Yeah, the pitch has played better and better as the day has gone on, with the sun baking down on it. It's been coming onto the bat very nicely after that first 10 or 20 overs of the Rocks innings, where it was a little bit slow, but it's gotten much better as the day's gone on.
Yeah, we saw this morning the ball was not coming onto the bat nicely, but now when the pitch is baked, it looks like
oh, that's a wild delivery down leg. Going for a bit of a slower ball bouncer, it seemed, that for Yun. It's one of those wides you almost have to show with one arm and one leg.
maybe the betting side must get 2 runs for that wide. It's just too wide.
goes full, punches it down the ground as Prince goes for a quick single, and he gets through comfortably, taking on the fielder there.
Again, good running.
He knows his fielder's taking on Christian Jonker. It's the end of this 22nd over as the Dragons have moved on to 129 for 3. Prince sitting comfortably on 64 of 63 deliveries and Mutusami on 21 of 29.
As you mentioned there, Verna, some fans are starting to come onto the venue as the day progresses, and they're enjoying this cricket. It's evenly poised as you speak.
Prince again just punching it down too, but off if we're seeing his wagon wheel, you'll see quite a few singles down there. Man's going out to the deep square leg boundary now for Mutusami with a deep mid wicket out, long on. Also a fielder out sweeping on the offside. Defended, quick single taken. Oh, quite a close shave. Well done there by Clive Fortain, the keeper running around to try and effect a run out there. But well done between them. It also brings up the 50 partnership between the two of them. 50 coming up of only 60 deliveries.
Well played, Mutusami. Well played, Mikhail Prince. Looking to dominate the bowling. Looking to increase the run rate and be able to reach the 324 set by the Rocks this morning.
Oh, it's flighted beautifully by Van Berg, tempting Mikhail Prince, who goes for the drive. It just bounces in front of was it Janeman Milano, who was there at couldn't see who was there at short cover, but just in front of the fielder over there. Keegan Peterson. Bit short from Van Berg, but he gets away with it as Mutusami can only tickle it down to the man at 45 on the leg side.
Yeah, Mutusami there going back from that delivery, trying to play it on the leg side, maybe get past the man at 45 and then.
Good work once again from Keegan Peterson. He's placed there for good reasons, lightning in the outfield. They're asking him to go over to the offside now, and they're asking the man at deep mid wicket to stay just there. So they're taking away Keegan Peterson, leaving a big gap there between at mid wicket, where he just punched that last ball. Interesting decision, and he punches it straight there to long on, and they take a comfortable single.
Yeah.
And it is the end of the 23rd over as the Dragons have moved on to 133 for 3.
Run rate of 5.8 at this stage, and the Dragons are 133 for 3 on over number 23.
Important that Mutusami doesn't get too far behind the rate here. He needs to get up to a runner ball just to stay within that reach of the target. Full punch down the ground. Good shot by Mutusami. But it is covered by Christian Jonker, who moves around to his left.
Yeah, Mutusami needs to increase some tempo here. Maybe or either rotate the strike and give Mikhail Prince, who has been in good form, to do the business for the team, because the run rate needs to increase, the tempo needs to increase. They need to start scoring at 7 runs to the over, maybe 8.
Down the ground, solid strike by Mikael Prince right out of the middle. The last ball that Foyun could afford to bowl now with Medon and Medoff up in the ring, but he does overpitch and Prince lays into that one.
Top shot. We spoke about his technique earlier on. We talk about how good he is. Some textbook stuff that we're watching here from Mikael Prince. That was a very good shot and it was a very good boundary for his team. And
short down leg side for Yun losing his areas here.
not too sure if Huddersfield now is starting to feel some pressure because Mikael Prince is scoring at a good rate. He's on 70 now from 66 delivery. Maybe start to chase a wicket too hard or trying too hard to bowl quick and not bowling a good line and good length.
Shorts doesn't give him any room.
Yeah,
Much better delivery from Harders.
100%. That's the delivery he should be bowling. He's a big guy, should be hitting that length hard, bowling back of a length, not giving the batters any opportunity to free their arms or drive. And by that, he can put this Prince and Mutusami under pressure, maybe create a wicket from there for his team.
Yeah, lots of talk there with Prince. Trying to get under his skin a bit. Again, back of length. Again, go. Foyun throws the ball straight into him. Absolutely no reason. Prince comes down to him. They're in a scuffle now. Foyun is still telling him to go back. But no reason for Foyun to throw him with the ball.
No reason there. We spoke about pressure. I'm sure Huddersfield is feeling the heat. It's very hot out there. And Mikael Prince is scoring some runs so quickly.
Prince is not backing down from a fight here. He's on 70. The Rocks players trying to get underneath his skin here. They know how desperately they require his wicket. And Mutusami just going down to Prince, just having a quick word, telling the youngster to keep a calm head here, not fall into Foyun's trap here. Takes some bat. Oh, it was quite a way down the crease there, or down the pitch was Prince, but it gets back safely. Yeah, Foyun again straying down leg, getting away with that last one as it clipped the pad of Prince.
We saw some masterclass batting from the experienced guys earlier on. Now we're seeing Mikael Prince, a young guy, coming into the side and doing well, pacing the innings so nicely here for the Dragons.
Short ball, worked to deep square leg, brushing the shoulder of Foyun on the way through. Bit of argy-bargy between the bowler and batter here. They will go their separate ways at the end of the over, as the Dragons are 140 for 3 after 24 overs. Nice and spice here in this match today between the Dragons and the Rocks at JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom. It's been a sunny day, been a good target set up by the Rocks. They have plenty to play with, but the Dragons are putting up a good fight.
Good contest here that we are witnessing between these two sides. Cricket South Africa One Day Cup. The Dragons versus the Rocks. And we've seen some good batting from Mikael Prince. Mutusami supporting him also. Some pressure being applied by the batsmen.
Some comments coming from off the field, just in reminding them that it's just a 19-year-old batting there. Still just a kid. But Mikael Prince is definitely not batting like one, as he's on 71 of 70 deliveries. He'll be facing up to Manyaka coming back.
Showing some maturity there is Mikael Prince. Frustrating the experienced Huddersfield.
Short delivery. And again, just riding the bounce well is Prince.
He's got very good technique. Is Mikael Prince. Goes about his business so well, understand his game, understand his batting, not looking to do anything expensive, just going about his business so well and waiting for those bad balls and put them away, rotating the strikes. That's a top-class innings from the young man.
Back of length punch to the man at point. Just putting a little bit of pressure on Prince here, racking up a couple of dot balls. He's been flowing throughout the innings, so important to not throw his wicket away here just after a few dot balls. That required run rate has now gone up to 7.2 runs to the over.
Mnyaka on his third over. He has gone for 21 runs so far. Bowled 2 dots already. Let's see what the young man can do here.
Another dot ball. Good pressure here. Bowling from the Rocks. Last couple of overs has been much better from them, putting a lot of pressure on the youngster. And Senaran Mutushami just coming down to have another discussion with him. So you can see Sean van Berg having quite a bit of a word there at mid-off, coming closer and closer to the batters, making sure that he knows he's there and that the pressure is on him.
Mnyaka bowling well here, not giving anything away to Mikhail Prince, testing the young man with some full deliveries.
Goes full, goes hard down the ground, does Prince. What a response from the 19-year-old. That takes him up to 75.
Masterclass batting, Mikhail Prince, take a bow. What a shot, young man. Doing well here.
Yeah, every time they've overpitched with that mid on the middle off up, he's taken full advantage of it. It's one place you can't bowl with this type of field.
Yeah, that one was overpitched from Nyaka, and Mikhail Prince jump onto that one so quickly, drive it through on the ground for 4.
Back of length and just worked. Just behind point, he's coming back for the second one. And quite easy for him. 77 now is Prince, playing a wonderful knock here.
The good thing about Mikhail Prince is he understands where the gaps are. He wanted to place that ball between third man and maybe a deep backward point, but it was not to be. But he understands where the gaps are, where his scoring opportunities are. And that's what we talk about when we talk about pacing the innings and being matured as a batter.
Bit shorter, wraps him high up on the pad as he misses the flick to the leg side. Dragons on 146 for 3 after 25 overs.
Prince on 77 and Mutusami on 24 from 34 deliveries. Going on nicely here, and we are all enjoying the young man, Mikhail Prince, showing us a masterclass like we saw earlier on when Keegan Peterson and Peter Malan were batting for the Rocks when they score 324 runs.
And number 3 has been a good slot for the Dragons this season. In the first match they played, ran off and tournament, made 129 not out. And then again in the second match he went on. I'll tell you the score now after this ball. Short, and they go through for a quick single. In the second match, again at number 3, Reynolds van Toorn made 54 of 61 deliveries. And now here today we have Prince on 77 not out of 76 deliveries. So it's been a vital spot for the Dragons so far.
Yeah, looks like it's a lucky number for the Dragons team. Mutusami is struggling to get those boundaries. I think what he needs to do right now is to keep rotating the strike and not being bogged down or feel under pressure.
It's for Yoon again to Prince, going for a quick single. Goal! That seemed close. It looked like if that was a direct hit, it might have been out.
Yeah, would have been gone. That's an opportunity missed there. It was a chance to take a wicket.
Yeah, it's part of that pressure between Fuyun and Prince. Just trying to get off strike quickly, and ended up being an opportunity for a run out, but unfortunately not taken there by the Rocks. overpitched by for Union, just squirted out to the man at deep point, and I go through for another single.
They've taken 3 singles already in this over. Mikhail Prince on strike, and Hardas Felyun coming from the university end halfway through the over, and the Dragons are 149 for 3.
Good length delivery, good shot as well by Prince, and they will steal a single, as it was well stopped by Van Berg, but not enough to prevent them going through for a run.
Yeah, good punch there by Mikhail Prince, but unfortunately he didn't find the gap, didn't find the boundary.
Yeah,
And that's 150 up for 3 from 25.4 overs.
Yeah, I can see the pitch playing better and better to be able to play that type of punch on the up. Means it's coming onto the bat quite nicely. Yeah. Not even halfway there for the Dragons. Still require 174 of the remaining 146 deliveries. Good length delivery. Mutasami again finds a fielder. He's on 26 or 37 deliveries. So important for him to get off strike. Give it to the youngster who's looking good.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't have to force things here. He's got Mikhail Prince playing very well. He doesn't have to find boundaries. He just have to find some gaps. Take those singles, take those twos. When an opportunity arises to score a boundary, he can take those. But for now, Mikhail Prince is batting well.
Straight through, extra cover by Mutasami. Just as we were talking about him, that he needs to get going here, he punches it right into the gap, and what a way to end the 26th over as the Dragons move on to 154 for 3.
Mutasami just asked me a big question there. What singles? He just got a nice boundary through the covers for 4. What a shot. Yeah, the Dragons 154 for 3 from 26 overs. Mikhail Prince on 79 from 78 delivery, and Mutasami on 30 from 38 deliveries. And then moving on nicely here, Mnyaka will continue from JB Max end, and will be bowling to Mikhail Prince, the young master.
Goes over the top of mid-on. It's all the way for 6 from Prince. Again, Nyaka over pitching with the fielders up in the ring, and Prince just lifts it, all timing, doesn't try to overhit it, just leans into it, and it goes all the way.
What a shot from the young man, playing nicely, pacing his innings so well, dominating the bowling, putting all the bowlers under pressure, scoring runs quickly. 160 for 3.
Good length delivery, is going for a quick single. Van Berg's in. Oh, and it does look like he would have made it. Good judged single there from Prince.
Look at that maturity. After scoring a nice boundary, second ball, he just plays it for a single, take a quick run. He's really playing well here. It's Mikhail Prince, playing like an experienced campaigner.
With Sami again taking his guard. Looks like it's a middle stump guard. And Mnyaka will come over the wicket. Still has a man out sweeping on the offside. And a deep square leg, fine leg. And a man at third man. Both mid on and mid off. Still up in the ring. It's important to hit hard lengths here. Oh, bowling wicket to wicket punch down the ground. And they'll get jogged through for an easy single. Mikhail Prince has simply cruised his way to 86 of 80 deliveries. The partnerships moved up to 81 and also of 86 deliveries. And Yeah, they've made it look very simple between the two of them. Hardest for Yun has had a bit of a tough time after that initial wicket. He's 7 overs going for 50 runs. But short worked in that gap at deep square leg, but Janeman Malan does run around to gather that.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Michael Prince, but Janeman Malan at the square leg boundary managed to retrieve that one, and they could only take a single from that delivery.
Short, wide, but Mutusami only manages to find a fielder out, sweeping on the boundary, and that's one more ball to go in the over.
Last ball of the over for Mnyaka. Michael Prince on 87 and Mutusami on 32. 164 for 3. The Dragons moving on nicely here, putting the Rocks under pressure.
Just worked into the leg side. Dot to finish the over. 20 after 27 overs, the Dragons are 164 for 3. Doing well to keep up with the required run rate here are the Dragons. Brought it back down to exactly 7 per over. People are enjoying the time out on the field. Plenty of shade to sit under, while the players are working their way out there in the sun. See a bit of a shift in the field as Ngajima is coming back. They've taken Yun off now. Back to spin the Rocks. He has a fielder out at the deep cover boundary. Long off, long on. And also a man out at the deep square boundary.
Aviwem Gijima bowling from the university end.
Mutusami comes down the wicket, punches it to mid-wicket, who does well to get a hand on it, but not enough to stop the single.
It will be interesting to see how Michael Prince will be able to handle the spin of Aviwem Gijima. Whether
Seems
we'll
like
be looking to take him on and score some boundaries, or he will try and take some singles.
Yeah, it seems like Milan is going to get some attention to his fingers after stopping that last ball. Dove to his right hand side, just hit the points of his fingers, and he will be subbed off right now. And wicketkeeper Hanabe is coming up to his spot. Right, he'll take it at deep at wicket, with long off coming into position now at mid off. Punch back to the bowler. Yeah, Prince has looked good off both front and back foot and against spin on pace. Good signs for the Dragons with the youngster doing so well. Comes down the wicket and length pulled back by Ngajima.
Yeah, wanted to use his feet there. Maybe hit it through mid-wicket.
Just works it easily into that gap down to the man at deep square leg. Mutusami again advancing a bit early.
Another misfield.
Yeah, again this time other Malan, Janeman Malan this time does almost exactly the same that his brother did. At least didn't hurt his fingers. Down leg from Ngajima. Umpire says it flicked something. Wide is not called, so that is the end of the over, as the Dragons are 167 for 3 after 28 overs.
Good over from Aviwe Mgijima, just 3 from it. We didn't see Michael Prince trying to use his feet more, trying to hit the boundary. He was happy to just rotate the strike and take some singles.
Quick update for the match between the Northern Cape Heat and Eastern Cape Nlati. Northern Cape Heat still now need 12 runs of a lot of overs. They have 11 overs to do it, they only have the 1 wicket remaining. Hanu Foyun, I believe, still in there at 38, not out, hoping that his number 11 partner will stick it out with him. Back in is Glenton Seaman, first delivery down the leg side, and an extra run and delivery to the Dragons.
Not a good start from Glenton Stearman there. Just pushing that one down the leg side.
Again, down the leg side this time. Mutasami gets some bat on it, works it 2. Deep square leg. Brings back on the 19-year-old Prince, who's on 88. Going at a great clip as well. 88 of only 86 deliveries.
That's good batting from the young man. Only 19 years of age. But he has shown so much maturity in his batting.
Oh, that one cuts Prince in half. She tries to go for a cut, but it comes back in. The keeper misses it and is running towards the boundary and goes all the way for 4 byes for Tain, being just as befuddled as the batter was.
Yeah, that one bit the young man there, cut him into half. The wicket keeper couldn't take it and it rolls to the boundary for 4.
Short cut, straight through, point. The man at sweeper is running around, they're coming back for 2, and they will get back for a comfortable 2 in the end. Moves his score up to 90. An expensive over so far from Glenton Seaman, though I wouldn't write the byes against his name, of course.
Yeah, that's true. Not the start they would have wanted. Is the Rocks. Glenton Stearman is an experienced campaigner.
Good back of a length delivery. Just cramping Prince up for room. They need a lot more of that to the Rocks. Dragons just maintaining that required run rate of 7 to the over at this stage. Keeping in touch with it.
$175 for 3 from 28.4 overs. Michael Prince on 90 and Mutusami on 35 from 43 deliveries.
Trying to cut again, takes the edge, is going around to the boundary, and third man fielder is not able to cut it off as Jonker misses it, and that takes him to 94. Whereas Prince, he's had a few of those today, early in his innings and now, but he'll take it. He's played very well, and a little slice of luck does go the way of the batter.
Yeah, fortune favors the brave. Throw the bat onto that one, got an edge, and third man couldn't cut that one, and it goes to the boundary. And he moved to 94.
Just pulls out of his run up there, does Glenton Stearman. Just seemed to miss it a bit. Partnerships moved up to 98. Very close to a century partnership here between the two. It's come up at a good clip as well, for only 101 balls, with Prince being the dominant partner. Short, pulled into the gap by Prince, but will only be a single. Cheers from the crowd enjoying that. That moves him to 95.
1 run shy of 100 runs. Partnership between the two batsmen. Mikhail Prince on 95, Mutusami on 35. And the Dragons are 180 for 3 after 29 overs.
Looking quite comfortable are these two batters, not offering any opportunities at the moment, and looking very settled. A bit of a discussion between the Gbets Rocks, with Sean Wimberg having a bit of a chat there to Ngijima. Prince just asking for a drink there from his dugout. He's been batting for quite a while out there in the sun, and not too far away from a potential century. Short and just punch to the man, add long on for a single. That is indeed a 100-run partnership coming up between Mikhail Prince and Senaran Mutusami. Brilliant work from the two of them, ensuring they are bringing their target closer and closer. Still 143 runs required of 125 balls.
Aviwam Gijima to continue from the university end.
Goes for the sweep, does Mutusami, gets no bats on it, and there was a bit of a gap there if he could get it past that 45 on the leg side, but he misses out.
Mutusami playing the support role to the young man, rotating the strike, taking some singles, but we saw a very good drive from him earlier on through the covers for 4.
Goes for another sweep. This time gets a bit of a bottom edge onto it. Mutusami living a bit dangerously. Planting his front foot right in front of the stumps. Short, pulled, doesn't get a lot of it, and it trickles out to the man at deep mid wicket. One shot away is Mikhail Prince.
Opportunity for the young man to go to his century. Mikhail Prince on 96 from 92 deliveries.
And it's a dot delivery, and that means I will not get to commentate on the youngster's potential maiden list day century. So I'll hand over to David Midgley, and he'll take you through the next 10 overs with Takalane.
Welcome back, David Midgley. Some exciting and interesting cricket that we have been watching here. Young man Mikhail Prince, I've been very impressed with his batting, showing a lot of maturity in his innings, understand his game well, and he's able to take advantage of any loose ball opportunity presented to him by the bowlers.
Exciting cricket indeed. There's been all the drama when I've been off comms. Hardas Volyun having a go at the youngster. And Mikhail Prince not far away now. Just 4 runs shy of his maiden list A century. He'll just be focused on getting his team as close as he can to the victory. And I wasn't on air when the duo scored their 100, so hoping I can be a part of this one without cursing it.
It will be interesting to see the young man if he will go to 100. Oh, well stopped there by Keegan Peterson.
Trying to bring back some of his more experienced bowlers is Peter Malan. He's got to manage things. 0 for 24 from his 5.1 is Stierman. Unfortunately, some of his other bowlers have really been taking strain. Nicely guided down to the third man region. The Northern Cape are in trouble. They might fall short of that 145 target, 139 for 9. So hopefully they can get the 6 runs required. Perhaps not in a hurry. Steerman was coming around the wicket to Mutsami, but he'll come over to Mikhail Prince. Oh, he wafted at that one, so nearly carried through to Clyde Fortuyn.
Yeah, lots of concentration there from the young man. He's been playing very well. Should be taking things easily. Maybe the thought of going to a maiden century is really disturbing his concentration there.
On its way. Will it get there? Great effort there by Christian Jonker to cut it off. So 2 away now. Nothing wrong with just getting there by 1s and 2s. No need to thrash at it to get yourself. I know it's exciting when you can see the proverbial white line.
Good work there by Christian Jonker at the boundary to stop the 2 runs so that the young man doesn't go to his maiden century.
Still an opportunity now with 2 to go.
Yeah. The crowd were on their feet, expecting a boundary there.
Clinton Steerman, a bit of
There's
mind
some
games
mind
there.
games there. Yeah, Clinton Steerman playing some mind games there with the young man. 2 runs shy of a maiden century.
Christian Jonker struggling with a little bit of cramp there in the hamstring. No, not yet, not yet. Mustn't be too hasty. 139 required from 115. And they're going at 6, they need 7.
185 for 3 at the Dragons.
No change in the field. Sweepers at cover at mid-wicket. Third man and fine leg. Mikhail Prince on 98. Hoping for a bit of a theft of a wicket there as Mikhail Prince retains the strike. It's the end of 31 and the Dragons are 186 for 3. Prince on 99. Wind picking up here late in the afternoon as we'll see a change from the University Inn. Mickey Copeland will get his first chance to turn his arm over. Excuse me. Copeland round the wicket. Oh, and it'll be a wide. How patient is Mikhail Prince? He's on 99. Copeland round the wicket. Tucks it onto the onside. There it is! His first list day century. Well done, young man. A composed innings, measured, and exactly what the team wanted. 100 up. Nearly a runnable stuff. 98 deliveries it took him to get there. Had to weather a bit of fire from Ardis Fulyun, and he's come through all the more a hardened player.
Take a bow, Mikhail Prince. What an innings. An innings of maturity. He's only 19 we can understand, but he played his innings and paced it like a matured campaigner. He did very well here. His team was in trouble earlier on. He came in at 3 and paced his innings so well for his 100 from 98 deliveries.
Good shot there by Mutasami, just keeping the man at deep square busy. Looks like another long-standing domestic player Akili Kluter, just on the park for his captain. Just using his feet there. Good stop by Yanaman Malan. And he'll know, Takalani, that yes, he's got his 100, but he can't necessarily just allow things to go by the wayside because there's still so much of a job to be done.
Yeah, so much cricket still needs to be played. More than 18 overs to go, and he needs to ensure that he take his team home.
Yeah, this partnership with Mutasami is crucial. And there'll be overthrows. That's wayward. That's a terrible throw, and counting the costs of the Gbets Rocks. You would have thought, if you were a Gbets Rocks fan, you would have maybe thought that you were certainly in with a sniff in this game.
Yeah, I think 324. That was a good target set by the Rocks.
And 0 for 1.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, is the 0 for 1.
Yeah, and the maturity shown by the young man and Motosami here on 41 from 52 deliveries. I think this is going to get a long way in ensuring that the Dragons can manage to pull a W in this game here today.
Bit of a rabbit out of the hat if either side wins, and I suppose it shows the fight that both sides have in wanting to win this encounter. Some support there for the Dragons players, enjoying a leisurely Sunday at the Sunday afternoon at the cricket. Schonenberg to continue from the JB Marks end. Just a man out there at long off. Deep square. Deep point. And a cover, or rather, I've got myself turned around. Deep square, cow corner, and deep point. And long on as they get through for a single.
Sean von Beck to continue. He has bowled 7 overs. He's in his 8 now. And they've scored 32 runs from him. And they're 194 for 3.
Oh, maybe a smidgen of a chance. Ball elevated for just a period. And just to come to that second division game in the One Day Cup, Northern Cape Heat chasing 145 have fallen short. Some questions need to be asked there. Down the wicket he comes, over mid-off. An opportunity, but not able to get there in the end, so they'll come back for 2.
Yeah, it was in the air for quite a while, and the fielder there was looking to take a catch, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. Mutusami there taking 2 from Sean von Beck's bowling.
How was that? Straight in front. He's got him. I don't know what Mutusami was trying to do. Maybe looking for the sweep, maybe the reverse sweep, but in 2 minds and caught unaware.
He was caught in 2 minds indeed. Stone dead there from Sean von Beck. LBW Mutusami. And the Dragons lose their 4th wicket.
That's a failed scoop from what we can see. And the Dragons will not be happy with that. He's batted well to partner Mikhail Prince. He's gone for 44, 6 shy of a half century. Just 55 balls under his belt. He's 2 4s and 1 6. And the Dragons are 197 for 4. Rowan de Swart, one of the many transfers to this Northwest Dragons side, coming from the Dolphins. And now he's going to have to continue to be the foil for Mikhail Prince as that run rate keeps climbing. 7.3 at the moment, and they're going at 6. They would probably still feel confident, Tagalani, about where they are in this game, do the Dragons.
Definitely. Mikhail Prince is there. What Rwanda Swat needs to do is just to give Prince the strike, rotate the strike, and then the young man will be able to do the business for the team. He doesn't have to do much.
I suppose a criticism you could level against the Dragons coming into this game is that they were batting at less than a run a ball. Almost old school cricket, if you like.
Yeah.
And they've certainly picked up their strike rates. We're just looking at Mikhail Prince's 102 from 101. I think that was probably the conversation, just to
Increase the tempo a little bit.
yeah, just have a little bit more intensity. De Swart is a left-handed batter, and he'll be facing up to Sean van Berg. It's too easy for him to tuck that away. That's too short from Van Berg. Is it Van Berg or Van Berg? Probably Van Berg.
From back, yeah. Last ball of the over from Sean van Berg. Bowling to Mikhail Prince.
Quicker that time. Diving effort to cut it off of his own bowling. Not able to do so. 33 gone, 198 for 4. 199 for 4. Some fans enjoying the late afternoon sun here. Looks like he's got the ball ready to show his skills.
Yeah,
And it looks like he scored.
some football going on there.
Celebrating the goal. Now he needs maybe Mom's help to retrieve it. There you go.
Copeland to continue bowling to Mikhail Prince.
It struck in front. Convinced appeal. Perhaps just falling away in the shot, and that's what saved Mikhail Prince.
Yeah, he was looking to put the bowler under pressure early on. First ball of the over.
Particularly with the confidence that he would have had in playing that shot and the square leg in the ring.
Yeah.
He'll just have to sit on the other end as these two bring up the 200.
Yeah, with Copeland bowling his second over of the match, you have to put pressure on him early on.
Conversation on the park is that this ball will be a dot. We'll just have to see if that does bear the fruit. Oh, so nearly could have. It was a Yorker. Well done there to Rwanda Swart to dig that one out. Might have needed a mining license to dig as deep as he did. Just 2 from Copeland's over so far. These two really enjoying their time together. It's albeit brief at the moment. Partnership only worth 5, but I think when you come to the wicket and the partner at the other end's got 100, can only just calm your nerves.
Yeah.
Rwanda Swat hitting that quite hard. Not holding back at all.
There's no better place to enjoy some betting than the other end, and that's what Rwanda Swat will be looking to do, to enjoy Mikhail Prince masterclass betting.
Hardus Viljoen demonstrating some long barrier there. End of the 34th, 204 for 4. $120 from 96 is the equation. You'd still feel like the Dragons are in with a shout here. Both sides really pugnacious this afternoon. Looking for a fight. They want a victory so badly because they know that can turn their season around. I asked Vander this question and I'll ask it to you. Who is somebody that you'd like to see as perhaps a wild card going to New Zealand after this Van Berg delivery? Up and over the top, but straight is an opportunity for the man to cut it off. Oh, and he's run straight past it, overshooting the runway there, and that'll go for a boundary. 4 runs.
Thank you, David. I'm not too sure if Jordan Herman will be going to New Zealand, but he's one of those batsmen that I've loved so much, and if opportunity presents itself, I think I'll love him.
Full toss and it'll go the same direction. Will they be able to cut it off? No, they won't. It's back-to-back boundaries. 8 runs. That's an expensive start to this over.
Michael Prince on the charge here, batting well. 2 consecutive boundaries from Sean van Beck's over.
Well, how's Sean van Berg going to answer this question? Halfway through his over. Oh, it's copy and paste. Over the top. It won't get all the way, not having enough power. But 2 runs for their luck.
Yeah, he didn't time that one so well, but he was looking to copy the same shot and paste it over the boundary for 4.
Sean van Berg again pulling the handbrake there. Right smile from umpire Harris. And just opens the blade, does Prince. Happy to keep this going, 1 at a time, 1 run at a time, and get yourself as close as you can. They're just 1 run per over shy in the required rate, so they'll still feel like they're in with a chance as we wrap up the 35th. Not able to get it away. He's frustrated with himself, is Ron de Swart. Should have gotten more for it, but he won't. 35 gone, 215 for 4, and largely off the back of this Prince 117 not out. The New Zealand women in reply to South Africa's 209, 121 for 3. And it's been largely off the back of the South Africans' good performance. But Masabata Klaas, Nonkululeko Mlaba rather, and Chloe Tryon picking up the 3 wickets. Back to the JB Marks Oval, and Copeland has begun another over. This one's floated, and this is hit very straight, confidently. Jonker has to get down again, and he does the business. Good stop there. Hope his hamstring's okay. I know he was struggling with it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, well fielded there by Christian Jonker.
Looks like a bit of a hitch in his giddy up there.
Yeah.
Maybe not quite walking as
comfortable as he should be.
Yes, another opportunity here for a man sweeping on the boundary to collect.
Yeah, the young man is busy testing the boundary fielders here.
Giving the seniors some work to do.
Yeah.
Smashed away through the covers. This will race to the boundary. Lovely shot. Just using his hands to smash that away through the covers. 4 runs.
De Swart on the charge there. Good shot through the covers. Typical left-hander shot there to the boundary for 4. and the Northwest Dragon moves to 222 for 4 from 35.4 overs.
That was very wide of the wicket, does Mickey Copeland, trying to angle it into the left-hander and maybe getting it to nip away. Not brave enough to have a slip in place. I suppose you can ill afford, as this one is a stolen single. You can ill afford to have a gap on the field. 36 gone, 2-2-3 for 4. And we'll have a drink.
From a box full of goodness to a breakfast that keeps a nation going. From the bowl that started it all to the great in your story. Here's to 100 years of nourishing great starts.
Meet Breakdance, the absolute worst WordPress website builder you'll ever encounter.
Full of goodness to a breakfast that keeps a nation going. From the bowl that started it all to the great in your story. Here's to 100 years of nourishing great starts.
Meet Breakdance, the absolute worst WordPress website builder you'll ever encounter.
Full of goodness to a breakfast that keeps a nation going. From the bowl that started it all to the great in your story. Here's to 100 years of nourishing great starts.
Going back live. Welcome back after the drinks break to the JB Marks Oval. The Dragons 223-4-4. Let me slow it down. 223 for 4. In their pursuit of the score set by the Dragons, who won the toss and decided, or set by the Rocks rather, who won the toss, did the Dragons, and decided that they'll have a ball first, put to the sword by Peter Milan and Keegan Peterson, but through a defiant century here by the youngster Mikhail Prince, he's making sure that he gives every opportunity for his side to chase these runs down. Just 101 from 84, so slightly beyond runnable range. Well, it is beyond runnable range. There's got to be a boundary here very shortly. And immediately they set off for the run. Good bit of work there in the field by Keegan Peterson, combining with Clyde Fortain.
Yeah, Mikhail Prince have to stay in here, stay long, and look to take the Dragons home. He has done well so far. And he will be looking to finish off the remaining runs.
Oh, he's bowled him. No? It was Fortain that had attempted a stumping. I thought it had missed the stumps, and then initially it surprised me when he took the bails off. Too quick for my liking, so he's not out.
For the batter also.
Some more sensible shot there from Mikael Prince. 2-5 now for 4.
Good start from Sean van Berg. Just 2 runs from the over so far. Halfway through the over. He will be looking to finish off this over strongly and put the 2 batters under pressure.
A little bit of a quicker one there in his final over, conceding 50 runs thus far, with 2 to come. And the score to win is under 100. Down the wicket he comes, and De Swart hammering it quite fearsomely, and so that's why they'll only get 1. But I think Prince just slipping there at the striker's end, perhaps needing slightly longer spikes. We saw him lose his footing earlier.
Yeah.
Quicker one again, it's pulled onto the deep square boundary. It's 6!
We spoke about good finish, but Mikael Prince was so quick on that one to ensure that there is no good finish here. What a good shot from the young man. It goes to the boundary for 6. And he moved to 127 runs.
Yeah, it's a bit of a freebie there from Sean van Berg. Somebody of his experience, you would expect a slightly better end to the spell. Conceding 57 from his 10, but picking up 2 crucial wickets. So he won't be too upset with his performance today. A continuation of spin from Mgijima from the university end. Almost a double step sweep there, and he finds the gap. Lovely bit of work there, Rohan de Swart. Bit of fortune there, because he's come down the wicket, not really timed it, but the man at mid wickets had to move about 20 meters to his left and not getting there quick enough.
Pick up good boundary there, Rohan de Swart moving on to 14 from 11 deliveries, and what he has done so well is de Swart is that he has been rotating the strike and give the opportunity to Mikael.
That's a full toss, and he'll get a single for it. It's well hit though.
Yeah, Rohan de Swart has come in and do well here for his team. He never allowed the bowlers to dominate him. He's been rotating strikes. We saw some good shot.
A little bit of a floated one, and this has been smashed over the long boundary. That is a huge shot. Lovely. It's 6.
Good shot from Mikael Prince. Good 6 over mid-wicket. 133 from 118 deliveries. Can the young man take the Dragons home?
An immediate call of yes from the Swart. So nearly could have been. I think if it was a direct hit, umpire Harris may have looked at it twice. Difficult when you've got the wicket keeper's back to you as an umpire at the square leg position. 2 remaining in the 38th. 12 from the over thus far. Lucky or unlucky number 13. They come back for 2, and it's run number 14. A little bit of a delayed start there from Jonker, perhaps dealing with a bit of a niggle there.
Partnership on 49 between Ruan Desart and Michael Prince.
And there's 50 partnership between these two. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever wanted to see how you go about a chase, this is exactly what you should be considering. Often the conversation in one-day cricket or list-day cricket is partnerships are what set you up for success, and that's exactly what they've done. Brought the run rate down required as well.
We spoke about how strong he is earlier on his defenses, and then later on when he was set, he shifted the gear, increased the tempo, and he has seen his team now on 247 for 4 from 38 deliveries. And Mnyaka will continue.
Just a delay in play here as the two batters seem to be walking away. I'm not quite sure why there's a delay in play here. There might be a gap in the side screen. You'll see, maybe we can get our cameraman to show you the side screen. The gap. You can see them there having to push the screen back together. That's why there's a delay. I thought there might be bees or something that we saw at Pink Day many years ago.
Yeah, at the Wanderers Stadium, I remember that very well.
Good awareness by the ground staff here at JB Marks, just to rectify this. Just a little bit of wind that's blown them ajar. .134 from 119. For somebody who's known locally as Baby Mika, he's done very well. An experienced senior innings that he's played today. Important experience under his belt as the man at deep mid wicket has to come in the ring as there's too many men out.
I think this innings will go a long way onto Michael Prince's career.
Pulled onto the onside. He'll just get one for it. As there's a bit of a clean-up job there down in the deep. 248 for 4. Pulled onto the onside. And just a 1.
$249 for 4. 38.2 overs. Ruan Desart on 19, batting well here, supporting Michael Prince, who's on 135. Good delivery there from Nyaka. That one tested.
Yeah, just cutting back there.
Yeah, Ruan Desart outside the off stump.
Oh, what a glorious piece of fielding. Keegan Peterson, you absolute legend. That should have been 4.
Yeah, it was 4. You beat backward point is gone. Third man wouldn't have had any chance whatsoever to try and stop that. Mnyaka to continue, 2 balls left in his over. And the Dragons batting well here, the 2 batters, Ruan Desart and Prince.
That one will go towards the deep point boundary. Just one for it. It's much better from Nyaka. 3 from the over compared to the
Yeah, good comeback.
massively expensive over previously. Yeah.
Good comeback from the left armor. 250 on the board now for the Dragons. 250 for 4.
Still 74 runs required. And Nyaga deciding that he wants to bring fine leg up in the ring, and long off will turn and run for the boundary.
Last ball of the over from Munyaka. 250 for 4.
That so nearly could have disturbed the furniture. Shot the non-strikers and just narrowly missing. Again, Keegan Peterson in the mix. That's the end of Nyaka's 5th. 0 for 41 so far for him. And the Dragons 2-5-1 for 4 after 39. There's got to be a moment, probably in the next 5 overs, that will change this game for one or the other side.
Last over before I say goodbye for the day. Afiwem Kijima, the bowler.
Up and over his head. Keep going. 6! What a shot!
Monster 6. Michael Prince. Continue with his batting here. What a shot, young man.
I wouldn't want to be somebody who would have to select man of the match in this game.
Yeah. You had a top class innings from Peter Malan, Keegan Peterson also, and the young man here. What an innings.
Outside edge. 257 for 4. 258 rather for 4. 143 from Mikhail Prince. Well, if you're going to score your maiden list day century, I mean, this is one heck of a way to do it.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, you got to ask, where were these performances in their first 2 games? 8 runs from the over, and we were only halfway through. Great fielding off of his own bowling there.
Afiwem Kijima.
Continuing round the wicket. That was short, pulled over the man on the inner ring, but Jonker does the fielding. Last ball for Takalani for the day, and I'll let you call it.
Yeah. 260 for 4. Yeah, that's it for me for the day. Thank you very much, Werner. Thank you very much, David. And thank you very much to all the viewers at home. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Takalani, for joining us as we enter the final power play and the final 10 overs of this game. We're taking you on the drive home, and the master himself, Werner Rasmus, has just taken a seat next to me here. Werner, 0 for 1, and you would have thought this game would have been done 2 hours ago.
Yeah, doesn't take a master to have that thought pattern, but it's been great going here from Mikhail Prince in particular. 144 not out as Ronald Swart faces up to Kona Manyaka. Short down the leg side, whips away, but the fine leg is able to come around. Oh, he's coming back for the second. Is Rwanda Swart very fast between the wickets, and a bit of a wild throw from the keeper, but well backed up there in the end.
Yeah, it's that small margin, those small margins that really make the difference when the game is as tight as it is. It's ebbed and flowed. They've been behind the run rate, then ahead of the run rate, out of the game, in the game. An absolute classic in List A cricket.
Out there, half of the bat as Ruan Deswa tries to drive it through the offside. Just squirts out to the third man boundary, brings the youngster back on strike.
Looked like Ardis Viljoen warming up a couple of balls ago, so we might see the return of the serious fighter.
He tried to unsettle Prince earlier, but he's doubled his score since then, and has looked quite unfazed and in control all the way through.
Slight change in the field. Much squarer man at mid-wicket. Long on takes a walk. Mid-on takes a walk to long on. Linton Stierman, the man who's now been sent to square leg, with mid-wicket coming straighter.
Yeah, with it being the last 10 overs, they can afford a fifth player out on the boundary, and they've decided that's exactly what they will do. Through the offside goes Prince. They've managed to bring that run rate right down to just over 6 runs per over, just over a runner ball, and they're looking in control. Are the Dragons? They just need to keep wickets in hand and make the home crowd a happy bunch.
By no means is this game dead, but where do you think it may have turned in favour of the Northwest University Dragons side?
Yeah, the moment Prince came to the crease, really. Yeah, he upped the tempo, he brought the intent, and he's looked settled. Back of the length from Nyaka, go for a quick single. Prince is walking his way through. He's been out there for quite a bit now, for 126 deliveries. Matching Peter Malan's innings here is the youngster. Go from Peter Malan, who's an experienced pro, right to the opposite end of the spectrum in Mikael Prince.
So pick your man of the match then.
It depends on who wins.
If the Dragons get over the line here, then Prince is your man?
100%. If they don't, I'd give it to Peter Malan.
Reminds me a little bit of that 438 game that we all know very well. That massive innings by Ricky Ponting, 164 on that day, and outdone by Herschel Gibbs.
Another easy single that just dots out into the offside. Yeah, impressive to see 3 centuries today. It's been a good day to be out as a spectator here at the JB Marks Oval. Sunshine throughout the day, not a cloud in the sky, and good cricket to entertain us all.
Spoiled by glorious weather and spoiled by glorious cricket. As more and more Dragon supporters have found their way in throughout the day. Come to see a great come from behind victory if they do get this over the line.
Short ball helped around the corner, no timing from Ruan, so it's running extremely hard again. At this time he won't be able to get back for 2 as Mickey Copeland comes around to cut that one off at the end of the 41st over. 268 for 4 are the Dragons.
Yeah, there was no real timing there, but he wasn't at any risk because of the men that were out there on the leg side boundary.
This partnership is just motoring along exactly what they needed after the wicket of Mutasami. They're on 71, that partnership of only 50 deliveries.
Some pressure there on the embankments. Young men looking for their way to crack into these sides. Perhaps get a look in from the scouts. But it was a young man wearing a Springboks jersey and really putting his country first as we see. Clinton Stierman will once again go from the university end. What's your prediction about the Springboks game? 20, 30, 40, 50 points against Tonga?
let's make it, I'd say 40 points. 40 points, but we'll see how they go. Let's see how Andre Pollard goes tonight. It's going to be important for the team going forward in the World Cup. And of course, they, as I understand it, they need a bonus point to definitely secure their spot in the quarterfinals. And normal win should be good enough unless Scotland goes and does something wonderful against Ireland.
Shot. No, sent back. Oh, nearly at the non-striker's end. Found wanting.
Yeah.
Well,
Had to scamper back that Prince.
particularly after last night's performance in the Scotland-Romania game, because that wasn't even close. That was once again Romania finding themselves out of their element. But I suppose it's difficult when you don't play as much Test rugby in the years that bridge the gap between World Cups.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. Same for Namibia and a few other teams. Like it would be the exact same thing with cricket, and you don't play as much. You can't breach that gap unless you get some quality opposition on a regular basis. Steeman runs into the Swart. Dot ball there. But it's not a dot ball. It should have been, but there's overthrows for no reason, and they jog through for a single.
I think they can see that Mikael Prince is looking to perhaps get an early start on that single. He wants to be on strike to get to that 150, just 4 runs away from it. Probably one of the highest scores in your maiden list 100. Steerman steaming in.
Comes down the wicket, goes for the pull, it just about goes over the man at the wicket, and they're running hard to come back for 2, and in the end it's a comfortable canter for them.
Yeah, top edge that didn't quite get, well, just went over the head of the man there at a close-in fielding position. Akili Klota.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Glenn Seaman. Saw Prince coming down the wicket, pulled his length back. Prince might be looking to go over the offside with the mid-off in the ring. Pulls that one fine, that will go all the way to the boundary and bring up 150 for Mikael Prince, who's been a class apart today for the Dragons. Raises his bat once more, gets a standing applause once again from the crowd and the players alike. He's been all smooth sailing today.
Yeah, he's just come to the wicket and changed the game for this Northwest University Dragons side. Just magical and leading as if he had 100 first-class games under his belt, not allowing these senior bowlers to dictate the game to him.
But fuller this time from Lenton Steeman. Paul Rocks have not had a good time with the ball so far in this tournament. The last match conceding 380 runs against the Titans. Now staring a bit at the barrel of the gun here. The Dragons needing only 49 or 49 deliveries with still 6 wickets remaining. Important here for them to strike if they want to try and get back into this match. Comes down the wicket and it does indeed go over mid-off. It was set up like that, anything over pitched a bit, and he just goes straight over, making it look so simple today. Moves up to 156, and the Dragons have moved up to 279 for 4 after 42 overs.
My oh my, that was defiant, arrogant, confident. That's staring challenges in the face, unmoved. Experience beyond his years. Mikael Prince, his involvement in SA20?
Yeah, he's definitely was part of that rookie list in the SA20. I think if this type of innings might have come before the auction, things might have been different for him in terms of being picked up. But of course, there's always next year. So if he puts in a good performance in this season, in the different formats, especially in the T20 Challenge next year, you never know.
There might also be a hope for him if somebody else pulls up injured. With the absence of Peter Malan on the wicket here, Keegan Peterson seeming to take the reins.
It'd be interesting to know, because I'm not sure how it is, but if a rookie does get injured, should he be replaced by a different rookie? I think so.
It would make sense, yes.
So in that case, Prince might come in.
But if a non-rookie is injured, you can still put a rookie in.
Yeah. Of course, that's definitely an option. And of course, one innings doesn't make a summer, as I say, one swallow doesn't make a summer. But
I mean, this is
is
a
a
heck of a
great
swallow.
start.
This is a hardy dog.
This is a big gulp. Full again from Huddersfield, now coming from the JB Marks end. And plenty to do here from the Rocks to get back into this game.
Sun getting very low here in the late afternoon. Might be a little bit difficult if you're a right-handed batter at the university end. Comes round the wicket to the left-handed De Swart.
Comes down the wicket and over the top of covers and is racing away to the boundary. The Dragons bat is taking the attack to the Gbets Rocks bowlers. This partnership moving along swiftly to 86 of only 58 deliveries.
This game may be wrapped up sooner than we think. Thought it might have gone down to the wire, but not in this instance. Very close game, but I wonder if it will be a bridge too far for the Rocks.
Stays in his crease this time. Oh, what a ripper of a catch! Cover stunned is Ron Swart. One hand out from Yanaman Malan and he plucks it out of the air, and just like that, the partnership is ended.
Grand larceny is probably the best way to describe that one. He had no idea how to respond, did Rohan de Swart, and Yanaman Malan acting like it's part of the norm, just to stick a paw out and let it stick. I said it's a bridge too far. Will there be a twist in the tail late as de Swart makes his way off the park? He's gone for 32 from 28. The Dragons 283 for 5.
Yeah, apparently Malan didn't need a bridge to get to that ball. Just climbing a ladder. One hand out. And that's exactly what the Rocks needed to try and get back into this match. It is Ruben Harman coming out to bat for the first time this season, getting his first match at the Dragons after moving over from the Mpumalanga Rhinos, and he'll look to impress early on.
Herman, one of 3 brothers. Jordan and Ruben. The others. So you're saying to me that Ronan Herman isn't his brother?
No, Ronan Herman isn't related to Jordan or Ruben.
So
even though they have the same surname.
I suppose like Mikael Prince is not related to Ashwell, but certainly he's batting like his namesake.
Yeah, definitely. All the all the Hermans or Hermans are standing out in their respective teams and doing well. So Ruben will look to do the same here for the Dragons today. 41 still required of 45 deliveries. Should still be under control as of now, but a couple of quick wickets and you never know how things could change around. Ooh, nice quick full delivery by Foyun, targeting the stumps, and just manages to keep that one out, does Herman.
Oh, how he would love to be bowling to Mikael Prince. But he'll take a wicket where he can seek it out and snatch it. That was absolute robbery to deny de Swart a boundary. Probably the dismissal that the Rocks would have hoped for from Milan to dismiss Prince, but they'll take fortune where they can.
Again, full delivery from Foyun, just punched out to the mid-off. It's impressive how the Dragons batters have managed to keep up with the required run rate throughout. They've even brought it down now, and that's mainly thanks to Prince, who's on 156 not out of 131 deliveries. You'd not think that this kid is still only 19.
Certainly not with the way that he's dismantled this Rocks bowling attack.
Short and pulled by Herman. Not much timing, but it goes out to the man at deep square leg. The Dragons move up to 284 for 5 after 43 overs. They still require a further 40 of 42 deliveries.
Yeah, that required run rate just sunk really as those two put on that partnership. 5.7 required with the rate achieved 6.6 as the Dragons fans have stuck around to support their team, some clad in the famous maroon, and like the West Indies of the 80s, defiant in the face of adversity.
Yeah, not quite the same pace with the ball, but definitely have the aggression with the bat through Prince.
Long conversation here in the middle of the field. You can just see them to the left of your screen.
Yeah, important for them
Hardus
here.
and Kloete and Peterson. You were saying it was important?
Yeah, important for them to make another breakthrough here, particularly Prince. They get through him, maybe they can build up a bit of pressure, try and make this tight here at the end. But yeah, big discussion here between Steerman and Fortuin and Peterson and Fortuin. Try and get with a plan here in this next over.
Yeah, umpires also will be keeping an eye on time. Umpire Gampo just keeping an eye on things. And there won't be an over from Glenton Steerman, but rather by Mgijima.
Yeah, Fortuin just asking for the helmet there, so he'll be standing up to the stumps. Maybe they feel like with another left-hander coming to the crease in Herman early in his innings, they might stand a chance with the offie taking it away from him. It'll be interesting to see if they just have the keeper or if they slip in a slip there.
Yeah, quite a number of discussions being had. So with the field being set for the seamer in Glenton Steerman, they might have to change things around. Long off is hanging back. Deep square. And a deep cover. Aviu Mgijima. Start is 10th, 1 for 60 thus far. Oh.
Right into the act is Herman. He whips that one over mid-wicket. Was right in the slot and he freed his arms. One bounce to the boundary for 4.
Well, we said that there would need to be a change of field, and they didn't protect probably the most crucial area when you have a spinner on. But confident shot from Herman.
It seems like Fortuin will be asked to go down to the boundary now. Bit of a field change as we see Med-on coming into the ring. Don't think it's necessary actually. They can have 5 fielders out right now. So interesting decision. Maybe they are asking him to try and go over the top.
Desperate dive there from Peterson to try and cut that one off, but not able to get a hand to it. And the score now 289 for 5, just 35 to win.
Prince back on strike. Short ball just punched out to long on. Comfortable for him. He's
Seeing
getting-
it like a beach ball is young Prince.
Yeah, he looks in cruise control here, does Prince. And that required run rate has come right down to 5.2.
In a little bit of no man's land there, Herman. Wanted to go forward, then went back. Got away with that one. Coach is always nervous when you do stand in two minds. Easy single there.
And full control at the moment are the Dragons. 33 required of 37 deliveries. Ngijima with his final delivery of the over. And again, just punched down the ground. That takes the score up to 292 for 5 at the end of 44 overs. Mikhail Prince on 158 of only 133 deliveries, and his new partner is Ruben Herman on 7 of 7 deliveries.
Certainly keeping the men with the bibs busy are the Rocks. Helmet on, helmet off. But with Ngijima's overs finished, do you think the risk or gamble or experiment paid off, or was it a damn squib bringing the spinner on instead of Stierman?
I think it was worth a go early on in innings to a lefty. Didn't do too badly, but that early over boundary just lifted any pressure that could have been on Herman. And for Yoon, into his final over?
Penultimate
over.
Yeah, it's 2 for 55 from his 8.
Yeah, he's conceded the 55 runs already today over pitches, but gets a bottom edge, does Mikhail Prince into the ground as it goes through to the keeper.
Some fans in the crowd celebrating a bit of a crowd catch there, hoping that it would have gone straight through to Fortain. Nobody in the ring on the leg side, barring the man at mid-on. So vacant field in the ring from backward point all the way through to mid-on. And just as I've said that, backward point's gone out to deep point, and they've brought in fine leg into the ring. Akona Mnyaka, the man there. It's an intelligent shot there from Mikhail Prince. Just squeezes it away.
Yeah, Prince has been unfazed since Fuyun had some words for him and threw the ball into the pitch that ended up hitting him when he was in his 70s. He's gone on to more than double his score since then, and looked so composed at the crease. He's been enjoying his time, and he's brought the Dragons right into this match. And he's the reason why they are looking comfortable right now. Short ball pulled by Ruben Herman high in the air over mid-on. Not a lot of timing, but they are jogging back for 2. Could go push for 3, and he does. And he comes back for the 3rd run. Good running by Ruben Herman.
Yeah, the bumper not working to the intended outcome for Hardasvolin. He's got a man out there waiting to clutch it in the shadows. But good bit of control there by Herman. Change again in the field. Backward point in the ring now. And mid-wicket going out very deep.
Full toss by Hardasvolin. Square leg umpire saying that was below waist high. So no ball as he moves into the 160s. He's on 161 now of 136 deliveries.
Well, if you can't get him out, then try and take him out. You might have to take him out for dinner rather than trying to harm him. I don't think it was intentional. Sometimes, the ball just slips out. His fine leg makes his way out the ring.
Another full toss. Van Fooyen again looking at the square leg umpire again, saying it is below waist high.
The youngster remonstrating with the umpire. 6 from the over thus far. Just 1 to come. You may hear the plovers or the plovers circling the field, ready to call it a day. They've done a lot of flying around, surely, Now they want to come home to roost.
Short ball pulled by Mikhail Prince right into the gap, and it races around to the boundary for 4. It comes closer and closer for the Dragons. They only require 22 more deliveries of 30 balls, who has 5 overs remaining. They've brought that required run rate right down to 4.4, looking all in control. Prince is doing a Kohli here today. Youngster making it look easy. Ruben Herman's also come in and brought that positive intent, making sure that not taking this to the last over, trying to win this on a canter in the end. They're already over 300 and there's still 5 overs left.
Yeah, it looks like a very calm, collected, comfortable Dragons den, so to speak, the lair. Yeah, a lot of conversation happening at the start of each over.
The question now is, if Reinhard van Tonder comes back into this 11, how do they stack up? Who bats at 3, who bats at 4? What do they decide to do? Do they go Mikhail Prince at 3 because he's now scored 100 and plenty at 3 and have Reinhard van Tonder coming in at 4?
It's not like Van Tonder has scored 3 in his previous games.
Yeah.
So I think you'd probably have whoever's the most experienced runner, probably Van Tonder at 3 and Prince at 4.
Yeah, with Lubbe coming in at
5.
Steerman in again over the wicket. Good length delivery. Prince sets off initially, but Herman wisely sends him back.
It's also tough when you've had the result that you've been looking for, and then your 4-man, walks back and says, is there a space for me? And there might not even be a space for him. We hope that there is. But you never know what goes on in the change rooms.
And again as Glenn Steerman lining up. As Ruben Herman smashes this one down the ground, but straight to the man at mid-off. Herman is looking like he wants to finish this as soon as possible.
To quote the late great Richie Benno, he gave that a bit of Larry Dooley. Don't know where that came from though, that expression.
Just got some word over from Cricket Fanatics saying that Cushing Adams is the uncle of Mikhail Prince. Cut away by Ruben Herman. Over the man at point is running towards the boundary. Fielder is racing after it, but he can't get to it. And Herman takes his score up to 14 of 11 deliveries. Only 18 more runs required of 27 balls. Oh, goes for another cut shot, does Herman, but keeps it a little bit low and he misses out.
Yeah, not really the consistent bounce that I think he was hoping for, to just throw his hands through it. So nearly could have taken an edge. How that would have upset the norm. Probably a little bit too late.
Short punched 2 minutes off. Going for a quick single. It's a close call. Could have been out there. Herman taking a bit of a risk. And again, missing the stumps. The Gbets Rocks not quite nailing it today. Neither side particularly at their best in the field.
Yeah, it's a good bit of work there by Clyde Fortuin behind the stumps to make sure that he cleaned that one up. There was a man protecting things out at fine leg, but still had to put in the dive. Did the Gbets Rocks wicketkeeper. 17 from 25 required.
Short worked away to the man at fine leg. Just trotting through for another single. Does Prince. That brings the end of the over, as the Dragons have moved up to 308 for 5 after 46, requiring a further 16 runs of 24 balls Prince is on 166 of 139 balls, and Ruben Herman's on 15 of 13 balls.
It's amazing how they've turned this game around, have the Northwest University Dragons. Remained calm under some pressure. And it looks like the Rocks could be going home with another loss to their name. Not able to finish one of their games already in the season.
Oh, Prince goes for a big hoik over the leg side, gets an inside edge, and its off stump is ripped off. Hardest for Yun has a quick word with him as he makes his way off the ground. Handshakes from Clyde Fortain, and a handshake also from his partner Ruben Herman. Standing applause from everyone here at the crowd. Wonderful innings by Mikael Prince, one to write down in the record books, and all of the Gbets Rocks men coming out to shake his hand. Well deserved, young man, well played.
Exactly what his team needed at exactly the right time. Raise your bat, son. Well done. 166 from 140. Batted well over 3 hours for 15 fours and 6 sixes. And the Dragons 308 for 6 after the first ball in the 47th. Duan Janssen now with the job to clean up. 308 for 6. Is there a late twist in the tail, Werner, or is it a foregone conclusion?
It's never a foregone conclusion in our lovely sport we call cricket, but you would think that the Dragons should manage it from here. Ruben Herman still at the crease. Duan Janssen definitely no mug with the bat. They only require 16 more runs of 23 deliveries, so no real required run rate pressure. And so they should see this through, but you never know. Another wicket or two, and they might throw a spanner in the works.
Cast your mind back to the 2007 World Cup in the Caribbean when Lasith Malinga had other plans when South Africa thought they were home and dry. I'm not expecting 4 and 4 here from Ardus Viljoen, but another wicket here would really put pressure onto this Dragon side. Janssen just eyeing up the fielders. Unchanged field for the lanky right armour. Welcome to the wicket as he whips this away. Good way to get off the mark. 15 now from 22.
Yeah, what a splendid knock once again by Mikael Prince. Made 166 of 140 deliveries, 15 fours and 6 sixes. And in between that, also great running between the wickets, hitting the gaps. He never seemed troubled at all.
Hard hit there from Herman to get to the other end. 14 from 21. That required rate just 4, so they can knock it about. They're going at 6.7 to the over.
Still looking comfortable here for the Dragons. Viljoen still has 3 deliveries to go in this over, but on the mid-off, still up in the ring. Janssen with his long levers at the crease goes for it. Big appeal straight out in front, and there is another wicket. There might still be a late twist in this game, David, as Viljoen gets another wicket. Janssen unwisely goes for a big shot straight in front of the stumps, and he has to depart early.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated with himself. He knew that he just needed to knock the ball around. 14 from 20, but the Dragons lose their 7th. 310 for 7, and Ardus Viljoen has 4 wickets today.
Yeah, it hasn't even been the best day of bowling by Ardus Viljoen, but he'll take 4 wickets anytime, and he still has the 2 balls remaining to try and go for that fifer.
Michael Pretorius, the new batter to the crease, back into the side today after he was out with a bit of a hamstring stiffness. So good to see him back out on the park. Also someone who's more than capable with the bat. I said the same thing of Janssen, so let's hope from a Dragons point of view that he'll put up a bit more of a fight or a score on the board, as they still require 14 more runs of 20 balls.
Now, you don't want to be that guy that causes the Dragons to trip at the last hurdle. I'll send them your way if they don't manage to get over that final hurdle. And umpire Harris saying right arm over, 2 to come. These two would have known each other for a while, Fuljoen and Michael Pretorius. Right arm over. Oh, that
Down leg, but wild from Fuljoen, and they will also get go through for a single. That means 2 runs and no balls, meaning that they still require only 12 of 20 balls remaining. Useful runs for the Dragons.
Yeah, well, you take them where you can. The extras column will look a little bit thicker than perhaps they think they. Perhaps the Gbets Rocks will think that it should be. Herman's just got 1 ball to face here, hopefully from 2 balls rather. From Fuljoen. Just
Whip to the leg side of Herman's running hard, as is Michael Pretorius, and they'll jog back for the second run. Only 10 more runs required. 1 more left in the over because of that wide.
just extending the misery. Oh, another wicket here, Werner. Oh, another wicket. Oh, another wicket. Drama late.
We do love a nice close ending, don't we?
Yeah, as a neutral, I certainly would love to see how they go.
Some of the fans standing at the side of the ground, enjoying themselves as Fuljoen runs in again. Too full, but Herman doesn't get all of it. Just squirted out the bottom of the bat. That is the end of the over. The Dragons are 314 for 7 after 47, still requiring 10 more runs of 18 deliveries, or 3 overs, with Herman on 18 of 16 deliveries and Pretorius having just got to the crease.
Yeah, it's been a good day at the office for Hardus Fuljoen. 4 wickets for 71 in his 10. And he took some tap early on, was 31 for no wicket after his first 3, but he's come back nicely, shown his experience. A little bit of a heated conversation with Mikhail Prince at one point. Hopefully they can share a beverage after the game. Just 10 to win now from the last 3 overs. Herman will face Glenton Stierman.
Stierman is keeping 5 players in the ring, trying to keep Pretorius on strike. Short ball punched, and again it's Milan going for a wicket. He was gone for all money, was Herman, if he hit. Good fielding there by the fielder at point.
Thanks for the correction. Yeah, it was Janneman Milan there. Pounced on that one, or Keegan Peterson rather. I'm struggling to identify the players, it seems.
Peterson, yeah.
Yeah, Keegan Peterson. He's been a live wire in the field all day today.
Yeah, they've just not been able to hit the stumps after rocks. If they had hit the stumps a couple of more times, this match might be even closer than it already is. Down leg, that's not gonna help the rocks. Any extras at this situation is criminal.
Yeah, tried to bowl the slow ball, did Glenton Stierman, but not as accurate as he would have wanted. So 9 now to win, down to single figures.
Glenton Stierman's had a couple of tough outings. First against the Titans and now today against the Dragons. Pretorius tries to work around through the leg side. Again, doesn't manage to get it through the inner field.
Probably a smart decision there by Herman to decline the option of a run. Pretorius was certainly up for it, but as you mentioned, the rocks haven't yet hit the stumps, but if there ever was a time to do it, probably now would be it. chance of Here We Go Dragons ringing out from the main grandstand at the JB Marks Oval.
Pretorius goes for a quick single. Well judged single there by him as he didn't get all of it and it drifted out to mid-on. So just enough time for them to get through. Still 8 runs required as Ruben Herman is back on strike.
The equation is 8 from 15. They can be a little bit more circumspect in seeking this 8. They don't have to go hammering tongs for it. There's gaps out on the leg side, particularly square the wicket. So anything short will give them the single that they need.
Full delivery, Herman punches it down the ground but gets a good hand on it. It's Glenton Stearman.
Yeah, it's good to get down. It's difficult in your follow through to get a hand down to it. He's done very well there. But another dot ball, crucially for the Gbets Rocks. 2 in this over to come.
A good pressure applied here, trying to squeeze these last few balls. Only the 2 runs of the over so far. In the slot, goes for a big hit, does Herman, but still, again finds the fielder. Only 1 ball left in this over. Brilliant one from Stearman coming back.
Sure, some of the fans would love to see back-to-back boundaries here to wrap things up. We might yet get that from Michael Pretorius, who will be facing at the other end.
Yeah,
Unless Herman is retaining the strike.
Herman's eyeing that mid-on, mid-off region. Oh, 2 wide again from Stearman. Again, another wide cold. Glenton doesn't look too impressed with that call, but it did look a bit wide.
Well, that's the nature of the wide call. It's outside of the reach of the striking batsman, if my laws are correct. Law 22 of the game. And it can be somewhat subjective. Yes, those lines painted in red are there, but they're not a hard and fast indicator of where the wide ball can be given.
Herman tries to go through the offside again, finds a fielder. So, despite the 2 wides by Glenton Stearman, it still ends up as a good over. Only the 3 runs coming off it, still requiring 7 more runs to the Dragons of 12 balls.
Victory within reach. A wicket off the first ball here would really upset things. But you would probably feel much safer being a Dragons fan than you would a Rocks fan. All the work is required for this Rock side.
Looks like the Gbets Rocks are going back to Kona Manyaka for this over. Hasn't had the best of times today. He's conceded the 48 runs off only his 5 overs. So a big call from him here.
His 6 overs. So 8 to the over for Akona Mnyaga.
Yeah, 6 overs from Mnyaka. Goes for a big shot, that's Pretorius. He lifts it up into the air, it will fall in no man's land. Third man coming around. Should come back for the second, and they do. Still only 5 runs required of 11 balls, and the crowd are really getting into it now.
Bit of fortune there for Michael Pretorius, because there were 3 men converging. But as you said, finding vacant land. Crowd really getting behind the home side here. Some students maybe as well coming to watch their home side.
Big shot from Michael Pretorius, gets it through, extra cover, and races to the boundary, and the scores are tied. Only 1 more required for the Dragons.
Yeah, just smashed that on the up. Lovely shot there from Michael Pretorius. The experience in these late games paying off for him. Wonderful from him. And the Dragons can sniff the finish line. drop and run, surely.
Goes for another big one through the covers, and that is that. The Dragons come and chase down a mammoth total of 324. They do it with 9 balls remaining and 3 wickets in hand, thanks to a brilliant knock from the young 19-year-old Mikhail Prince, who made 166 of 140 balls. Wrapped up here by Ruben Harman, who ends up unbeaten on 18 of 19 deliveries, and Michal Pretorius on 11 of 6. The Dragons get their campaign back on track. The Rocks suffer a second defeat in a row after the first match washed out, and they have plenty to do as they go back home.
Yeah, it was a tough day at the office with the ball for both sides. The batters really dominating the game here. But it was the youth and the excitement of Mikhail Prince that really set the second innings alight. 2 massive hundreds from both sides. Well, three massive hundreds really setting the standard here. It's positive to see some good batting at the JB Marks Oval, and very well done to both sides, but in the end it was the Dragons that came up trumps.
Yeah, brilliant work from the Dragons after Keegan Peterson and Milan had a massive 200-run partnership between them. Keegan Peterson making 121 of 129 balls, Peter Milan 171 of 130 balls, and you thought that might be enough, just that massive innings by Peter Milan, but in the end it's the youngster coming up trumps in Mikhail Prince, partnered by Sinaran Mutusami and Ruan de Swart, to put up partnerships, taking the Dragons over the line.
Thank you all of you who have joined us for this wonderful game. We look forward to seeing you all once again soon, and don't forget to subscribe to the CSA YouTube channel so that you know when the next round of One Day Cup fixtures are underway. There's some midweek games, so keep your eyes glued onto the CSA YouTube channel. From all of us here at the JB Marks Oval, from myself, David, Takalani, Werner, our producer, Liabona, and everybody else who joined us for this wonderful game, thank you, and we will be with you once again very shortly. Good evening.